cord. Ah. Man, this... Yeah, it's still looking pretty good. Nice. Nice. Alright. Shafam, did you fail a mighty knight to get that? To get what? Huh? I fell a mighty knight to get a what? Oh, you talking about what, the scar? I mean, if that's the case, then if it's me that did it, then yes. Oh, music. Get that going here. There we go. Okay. There we go. Get that battle scar. No, yeah, the scar. Yeah, that was literally just me. I did that to me. And frankly, it's because I was a little too close to my target, and with the high caliber of a 7.62x39 full metal jacket, you know, some of that decided to kind of fling back at me. It could have been worse, frankly. I mean, but I've already kind of talked about that last stream. We don't need to delve into it again. It's tonight. No, the Bible in our mind. There's a holy other one to pray. Another one, never you in the void, never down to you. We drink your blood and the midnight sky is red. We drink your blood and the yours that is dead. Apparently away from the cities is somewhat cheap. Well, listen to Paul's ego, dude. Because honestly, there's a lot of, aspects about that. That's why it's cheap. Because it's dry as shit. And a lot of wildfires tend to hit a lot of different areas outside the valley. And then conservative shithole towns. You'll probably be okay. Even with that in mind, you'll most likely be fine. Because, dude, I mean, there's conservative shithole towns that surround me, but, I mean, the realistic, likelihood of getting fucked with by any of them is very, slim to none. Because, basically, they're in your turf at that point. Well, I guess still technically to be you're in theirs, but, I mean, politically, it's the other way around. Baby fur? Well, I'm not a baby fur. I'm more of a baby fur than me. Makarov, have you seen, like, the new Puss in Boots antagonist? Like, I don't know if he's actually called Big Bad Wolf or Death. I think his name's actually Death. I have a new furry crush now, and, that character is doing things to me, and I actually, you know what, fuck it. Yeah, I'm going to embrace it. How am I more the one than you? You're younger. I got age. I'm 25, you're what, 23, 4? I don't know. Unless there are characters like that. Well, that for Puss in Boots. Well, honestly, like, I mean, you should. I haven't seen the movie yet. I've literally just been like watching all the clips with the antagonist character Death. Cause I'm just gonna be blunt. That guy's fucking hot. Like, I'm just gonna be blunt. All right. I mean, there's his voice, his character, his fucking sickles that he has. Let's do it. It does thanks to me. It does thanks to me. Makes me all noodly. I mean, in a way, I'm actually not kidding. It's like, I'm actually being legitimately serious. Like, my like, wolf boy is just like, damn. Luna, yeah. That's another one. Yeah, I know where you're going to go with that. And yes, there's many things out there with her, or I guess with a gender swap too. There's actually a few pretty decent, like, gender swap versions of Luna out there, and I'm just like, fuck. Just like, god damn it. Maximus from Tangled. Yeah. That's another one. It's fucking Nala, Simba. I mean, there's... Dude, there's, I don't know, like, there's something about those people and those, you know, things that know how to just make a character just that, you know, there's just, I don't know what it is, something about it. Spirit, yeah, that's another, yeah, there's just a lot of different, you know, like, anthropomorphic, characters that have, like, a genuine sense of, like, attractiveness outside of just, like, you know, being cool or kind of cute. And honestly, like, I'm just gonna be honest, like, I mean, yeah, at least for me, like, Luna, it's fucking, I mean, I guess it's not, like, a show or film, but at least in a video game sense, Crystal from Star Fox or Commander Wolf, at least there. Star Fox not as much. And then at least with this new one with Death / Big Bad Wolf, with that guy. What else? I guess Nick Wilde a little bit. I mean, instead of Star Fox, you know, my Fox crush is either Crystal Fox or him. You know, so I guess there's that. Not really, Luna. Not Luna, I already said her. Fucking Lola Bunny. The original Lola Bunny. Where they made her, you know, like, somewhat attractive. Judy Hobbs, yeah. I mean, she's cute, but she's kind of more like I'll color her and, you know, like, snuggle her and stuff. Like Lola, like, I'm smashing that. I'm gonna, like, take that cute little bunny tail and hold on to that little fluff while I'm slapping that ass, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what's going on there. Got my hand just, like, wrapped around that little tail bun, just, like, you know, it's going down for that shit. Of the Antelope Naders, which we got. There's Rule 34 of, like, every side character in Zootopia at this point. You can thank the furries. We have, like, Rule 34, like, every character possible in that fucking movie. It's just straight up. Maximus Single Rule 34. Frankly, he probably has seen some already. Knowing us, I mean, because I like to go to E621, I'm gonna link some Maximus. Do it in the Discord, do it in there, okay? I don't need people being like, what these links to when they see these posts stream and be like, ah! What the fuck? Yeah, I mean, we're all in that little group. I mean, you know, we can all, you know, pontificate over potential artwork that, frankly, I probably already have. If I know the one that you might be sending, I already have it, okay? So... Getting some Mothra OC. Godzilla. I mean, let's just admit it. Let's be honest. Like, we're all degenerates on one way, shape, or form when it comes to like jerk off material here. Okay, like furries and all that shit. God, Carl's basically, you know, same boat with me. Venom. I mean, you're getting there, but you're also into like monsters and shit like Godzilla. So you got like an extra thing going on with you. Hey, shut up. Zukov really wants me to shut up. Hey! Sit! Chair. Chair. Sit in the chair. Sit. 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 But, nah. I also found a metal song about ordering KFC. This one's about unicorns. See, honestly, with enough talent, you can make anything metal. Including simply, you know, like, fucking Metallica literally has a song about eating a burger. It's in the Justice for All album. I'm not kidding. There's a song on there about eating a burger. You know, like, I think, you know, just different little songs like that, you know, just show that, you know, there is a sense of non-seriousness in metal. Like, I mean, that's not a bad thing. It's actually kind of a good thing. You don't want to take yourselves that seriously. I wish Metallica would learn from that still. They did at one point. They used to believe that, but not really anymore. And they're all kind of stuck up. I never take who takes me to the unknown. Oh, your heart guide you through the dark, through the land, now you want it goes. Sounds sleeping on the couch, said that, which I think is unfair because mom's back is bad. Wait, why is she sleeping on the couch? Why is she on the couch? What, did you just like hog the bed? It's like my bed now. That better be a one-off. Like, seriously. Because if not, I'd be like, yo, what the hell? That ain't cool. She doesn't want to share a bed with him. Well, just might want to start getting another bed, I guess. I don't know. But don't have her be on a couch. My wife's ass literally ripped her jeans apart. This is the best day of my life. Nice. What did she do? Sit down? Not even that. The garment simply gave up. Conan was best in life. To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the genes ripping for the sheer power of your women's butts. Yes. I love it. When you got such a thick dumper that the pants just decide to just fucking... Oh, War Thunder starts your free destroyer? I haven't touched War Thunder in a while. And frankly, I probably won't for a minute. Not just because I don't want to play. I mean, it's not because I don't want to play it, but just because I don't know if my laptop can handle that, at least concurrently. I mean, I suppose it could, but I just have to fucking to like spend ages waiting for it to download, at least here. I have to like go to my work or something to do that, so I have to do it on like a day off or something. fucking, like, nipped the goddamn hair. Ow. They give you low-tier destroyers as reserve vehicles, so you don't have to grind through the player boats to get them. That's good. It's actually nice, honestly, because it does at least give a genuine ability for players to at least compete with bigger ships when they have to fucking, like, go up against them. Honestly, the one thing I exceptionally hated was dealing with those goddamn fucking German, like, anti-aircraft, like, barge boats or whatever the fuck they were. Because because those things are practically indestructible. Like, you can, like, unleash, like, everything you had into those damn things and they wouldn't sink. Like, whoever owned those was just like, yeah, let me just sit here and either have, like, 4 20mm, which actually was more like 8, or, like, 4, 88mm flat cannons. It's just like, bruh, it's just like, Jesus. Especially with everything else that it has to fight against, like little torpedo boats, gunboats, and shit like that. The armor ain't exactly meant to take 88mm flat cannon shells. So it's like, when you got one of those bastards, just hanging out and just, like, obliterating the shit out of you with, like, 4 of those at once. They use it on planes. Yeah, honestly, like, a player that knows how to use that thing is a player to not fuck with indeed. Because those barges are my mortal enemy. I still have PTSD to this day with those damn things. And I know they're still there. Like, what, you think they're gonna get rid of them? Of course not. They're gonna look at that and be like, ooh la la, yes, let's watch people get raged at this. There's 2 types of the anti-aircraft ferry, which is a little armored, and the naval ferry barge, which is rectangular, long and heavy armored. Yeah, those are the ones I'm talking about, like those big, fat, thick-ass dumper of ferry barge or whatever the hell. Very rectangular and shit. I think the German ones are just straight up those, but like on either side, so it's just like this big square of just death that just like creams around in the water. Very slowly, though, I'll say. It's very, very slow. That's its major weak point. If it's distracted with, ships on the water, like, and an aircraft happens to, got a bomb, like, a well-placed bomb on one of those things will fuck it up and take it out. They were extremely difficult to sink. They were like bunkers floating down rivers. Well, I'm very happy to, see that Gaijin has most certainly, continued to let that live up to its name. Because I feel that. Trying to play Japanese tanks. What, in War Thunder? Not really. Because honestly, they're not that bad if you know how to use them. And frankly, I know that there are certain, at least like the more heavier tank, like the heavy tanks that Japan has, like they didn't really actually have them outside of maybe the occasional like prototype. So honestly, at least for those ones, they're actually not that bad. It's the ones that everyone knows about, like the little tankettes and the light tanks that, people are very well known about. And those ones, yeah, especially up against Shermans and shit like that, are shit. But at least with, like, kind of like-minded, like tanks and stuff like that, they're actually not too bad. And if you know how to use them well, then they're actually pretty formidable. Rolling tinder boxes. They are. Like, again, if you aren't exactly careful with them, they will, be easy targets. Especially considering they don't got a lot of armor on them. But a lot of the more like prototype tanks and the ones that were more like experimental tanks that War Thunder put in there and stuff, like those ones are actually pretty decent, because if they had the materials and actually have more to balance when it came to tank usage, they probably would have done pretty well with them. I mean, like a lot of their tank advancements didn't really expand that much because like they didn't really need them in mainland China and stuff, and they and the ones that were used in the Pacific, we couldn't exactly do that much of them in the first place. They were very good, in those areas, but, you can't exactly do much against a Sherman tank and shit, and heavier tanks wouldn't be able to exactly get through with that type of stuff. Wait, need some water? The mass level, Tiger stuff don't get to play against Sherman's T-34's Japanese tanks because it would be unfair. Well, I kind of get that. I mean, unless it's like historical, realistic battles, that would be kind of a little low-key, kind of shitty. I mean, at least for those ones, but arcade, I get it. You goof. You goof. Yeah, bonito. Yeah, I'll turn up. Imagine being a Sherman tank driver and all of a sudden Tiger dead ahead. That'd shit your pants. Yeah, you'd probably be scared as well. I mean, I sure would. But, I mean, realistically, I mean, if you're in one Sherman, chances are you got, like, at least, like, a few more with you. And if you play your cards right and, you know, tactfully, you know, spread out and, you know, handle, at least if it's just one Tiger, you don't really got that much to worry about. Still be careful, and obviously don't get hit by that fucker, but... Also, Tiger tanks are actually known for having a lot of problems. Mainly just because, you know, they were known for a lot of issues with the engines. It would break down a lot. And they have to do, like, they're very high maintenance tanks, you know, so chances are if it saw a Tiger, there could be a half possibility that it might be stuck there, can't actually go anywhere. They can still use it and shoot and all that, like the gun still works obviously, but I mean, sometimes it might have been broken down, they're trying to get it back up and running, and they just happen to overhear, you know, the Allied armored unit come up, and they're like, well, we're gonna hold this road down, we're gonna get back in the tank. You know, so, I mean, chances are it could be that as well, and if it can't go anywhere, then just kind of move around, you know, move around the other town and get on its flank, and then there you go. Because, yeah, Shermans had to shoot Tigers from either side or the rear to penetrate because the front armor was so damn thick. Yeah, the Firefly tank, Shermans, yeah, because they had a fucking big gun on it. Like, it had a high-velocity, large gun, if I remember correctly. And, at least in comparison to other Sherman tanks. I think I had a 75mm cannon, if I remember. I think Tigers were pretty good tanks. I think Tiger Hadronia is largely overreaction to hyperbolic Tiger row ship. Thinking it's the best thing ever. Yeah, I tend to agree, because, yeah, the Tiger tank is a legit pretty good tank. While in wartime it had a lot of flaws, but if you think about it, you know, if your factory's been bombed for like years on end at that point, I mean, chances are it's, you know, you're probably going to have problems, you know, with just the manufacturing and assembling of the tanks. That doesn't mean the tank itself, especially when it's built up to spec, is a bad tank. It certainly wasn't. But it, you know, it had its flaws, and that's why the King Tiger was something they were trying to push, because it was just a bigger, badder version of the Tiger tank, but they never got a chance to really actually manufacture it. I think they had one prototype, and that was it, if I remember correctly. The Firefly had the British QF 17-pounder, so 76mm, so I was close. The IS-2 was designed to counter the King Tiger. Makes sense, dude. The IS-2 is a fucking big boy. It is just like a chunk of a fucking tank. It's pretty nice and slick, too. It has a really cool slick design I kind of like. You could really see, like, the T-72, T-64s and stuff like... You could really see, like, the new, like, tank designs in there a little bit. Like, T-95, stuff like that. You kind of see it a little. At least with, like, the turn and just kind of... It's, like... It's just kind of... It's, like, a really interesting, like... look at, you know, the beginnings of what, you know, eventually became modernized tanks, and it's kind of cool to see. In late war Soviet heavies, you had to be like 5'5" to fit in it, so most of the crew were Central Asian ethnicities, short people. Yeah, like, you know, Mongolians and like Turkic people and, you know, Kazakhs and stuff like that, yeah. Or just exceptionally short Russian people. IS series tank scared the West so much that we basically started a Cold War over it. I mean, there's more than just that. I mean, you can't really say that it was over a goddamn tank. There was plenty of variables as to why that kind of bumped up the way it did. And frankly, I think geopolitics played way more of a role versus fucking, you know, whether a tank was made or not. Though granted, the tank being constructed and pushed was due to geopolitics, so I mean, realistically, it's just geopolitics that caused that. Vague, I know, but I mean, it was. Geopolitics, bureaucracy, power. It's, you know, like the need to, you know, maximize influence of said power. Still King Tigers to operate. Are there really? That's actually awesome. I mean, King Tiger tanks are pretty cool. I mean, like, there's very, very few of them, and so I guess there's more than one. I honestly thought there was only a prototype. But yeah, I guess there's a very limited construction of them. There's more operational Tiger 2s than the Tiger 1s. Really? I would have thought the regular Tigers, you know, would have been, you know, had more of them. There's only one Tiger 1, it's still operational in England. Really? I thought there was like 2 or 3 of them. Okay. Wow. I'm honest. Well, the more you know. Soviet tanks are designed for short bursts because they're expected to die quickly. When I look at like the IS-2 or like even late war variant World War II tanks, I mean, not really too sure about that. Like the BT-5s, the BT-7s, even T-34s, at least the early model T-34s, sure, yes, but like the late model T-34s, the IS-1, IS-2s, and shit like that, I don't know about that. I mean, yeah, they were expected to probably break down and, you know, be destroyed and shit like that, but, you know, they weren't necessarily wanting them that, you know, for that to happen. Obviously, they'd rather keep the tank and not have it blow up and be destroyed. World War II, well, that's what I mean. Like, even in World War II, like, yeah, in the early chunk of the war, but, like, by the time, like, you know, 43 rolled around and onward, and they started getting some of their newer tank models out there, they were wanting them to last because resources were starting to become more scarce. They don't have an endless supply of materials to just, like, flop out tanks left and right. I mean, in the way they did. But, like, there was literally factories where literally right outside the at least in Stalingrad, where literally right outside the factories was street-to-street fighting and shit. So it's just like, I mean, and they were pumping out tanks, you know, with tank crews, like, waiting to get inside of them and get that shit loaded up as it's, like, rolling right out of the factory and shit so it could be in the battle that's going on right next to it. It's just like, I mean, they were, like, I mean, at least in Stalingrad, shit was, like, I mean, those factories kept running. Even if half of it was destroyed. Like, they didn't give a fuck. But at the same time, you know, they want to try to, you know, preserve whatever resources they have, you know, so they can, again, make as many of those tanks as possible, even if there is fighting going on outside. Again, at least, you know, for Stalingrad's case. I mean, you know, obviously, you know, that wasn't the case, you know, with every city. You go back to meet Stalin, I bet. Nah. I guess by proxy I would, because I was about to say I'd meet Lenin, but I mean by proxy I probably would meet Stalin though. And like everybody else, I guess. You know, like Trotsky, Roskovsky, you know, like all these other higher ups and, you know, and all that, so. I like the T-54. Yeah, T-54 is a pretty cool tank. A little bit. I'm just kind of a sucker for, I'm just kind of a sucker of the, like, Eastern Bloc, like, Eastern European, you know, weapons and tanks and stuff like that. I'm kind of a sucker for that shit. Like, especially with, like, aircraft and, small arms. Like, you know, the SKS, the AK, the AKM, you know, like, shit like that. Then you got like the MiG-15, the MiG-9, MiG-21, shit like that. And then you got like cool ass. I don't know. There's something about like the Eastern Bloc where Sure, you know, the tech got flaws, you know, say what you want, but goddamn do it look cool. Aesthetically pleasing, I'd say that much. I mean, look at go look at a MiG-15 or like a MiG-9 or like a MiG-21 or something, and don't tell me they're not aesthetically pleasing to look at least in some way. The MiG-9s honestly are really cool, because they were meant to basically just be a parade jet. Like, they weren't really meant to be used for combat, mainly because they're frankly rife with problems. Mainly from my understanding with the actual engines. Like, the aircraft itself performed okay. It's just that, you know, the engines were a major problem. Like, and they weren't necessarily, you know, manufactured very well. So if anything, the aircraft itself wasn't really necessarily due to its performance. It was you know, a lot of it was due to like other components that was within it. Oh yeah, the Yak-15. Yeah, that's another one. I mean, you know, especially for like an old, you know, like World War II interwar-ish era, like, you know, type of early jet. I mean, they're pretty fucking. I mean, it looks cool, you know. And tell me you don't feel safe with that flying overhead. An F-22. Well, yeah, sure. I mean, in a weird way, I'd feel more safe with F-15s. I guess, and F-22s, a little bit of both. As long as it ain't a goddamn F-35, those things are garbage. You know what's weird? Because I do follow some military channels here and there and shit, like, there are some people that unironically will simp for that damn thing. And it's like, what? Do you not see and like, it feels like at least like 4 or 5 something times a year, there's always, you know, like, some problem that is being brought up. You know, it's just like, simp for what? The F-35 Lightning? Either the F-35 A, B, or C, like any of the variants. The Lightning 2. I think that's the specifically was called, yeah. But yes, like that hunk of garbage. I think it looks cool. Sure, it looks cool. I will give it that. Looks, yeah, cool. Does it operate good? No, it's honestly, frankly, shit. Like, the most recent one was, like at Dallas. There was a crash that happened. Like, the pilot landed, and out of nowhere, it literally just glump. It just, like, started tilt. It literally, like, almost did a front somersault and tipped over and started, like, spinning around. And the pilot ejected just out of, like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm ejecting because I don't know if this plane's going to explode on me or not. And he ejected, and frankly, it looked like a hard landing. So I kind of hope that, you know, the pilot's okay at least. But, you know, the jet eventually just kind of just sat there after he ejected. It just kind of just stayed idle and just sitting there. But it's like, obviously it could have been worse if that, like, out of nowhere just clump as before he landed, and out of nowhere it did that shit. Like, he would have straight up been dead. Like, that pilot would have been killed. Like, honestly, he's kind of lucky that that thing decided out of nowhere just kaboop, flipped over as he already landed, because his nose and the front nose gear collapsed and then basically kind of forced it to kind of start spinning around on the fucking runway. Like, and that's just the latest incident. The one that I'm aware of before that was on an aircraft carrier, where, frankly, it could have been more pilot error, but, you know, it was a landing where the pilot came in too hot and was trying to slow down, but somehow sped up and just screamed right into, you know, across the tarmac, ejected, and the plane just whoop, flew right over the aircraft carrier and just fell into the sea. And they had to just basically abandon it and let it sink into the ocean, where the Chinese Navy knew that, you know, it was over there once they heard the news and found it. So, you know, good job, U.S. Navy. So you're a bunch of chuckle fucks. It's like, nah, just let it sink into the ocean. No one's gonna find it. Oh, it became an international news story? Oh wait, China found it and recovered it? Oh, not that I give a fuck about China recovering it. I don't care. That, if anything, that's the U.S. government fault for letting that happen in the first place anyway, even if I did give a shit, and frankly, I don't. You know, whatever. They probably already had that tech anyway. They're just wondering, you know, what, you know, type of like performance or like, you know, aircraft dynamic, you know, stuff they could learn from it. You know, there's other shit they're probably taking it to research off of outside of the technology because they probably already have it anyway. If anything, in a way, their tech is probably a little better when it comes to that shit. I mean, I don't know, probably. But still, and those are just the two that are recent. And there's been a plethora of them. And not just with the US either. Like the UK has them, Korea has them, France, Germany, like a lot of other countries have these things. And every now and then they say they have problems. It's like there will be I think there was an incident with an F-35 that under the Korean Air Force, and I think there was one or two with the UK. There's I think one with France. Like, they're fucking trash. And also, like, other aircrafts that it's meant to replace, still they still outperform it. So it's just a shitty plane, even by performance metrics. Even if there wasn't any actual issues with the hardware or the performance of the aircraft in itself, it just doesn't compare. Which is, frankly, fucking pathetic. And it's all just so Lockheed can basically just fucking, you know, make more profit and beg the government, you know, while we, you know, have our taxpayers fucking extorted and wasted off of their fucking little boondoggles. So the fucking shareholders and the CEOs and the managers of Lockheed Martin can get their golden parachutes and their bonuses and just, you know, continue to manufacture a subpar product. Because the thing is, like, I mean, obviously, as much as I'm against the military-industrial complex, as much as I'm anti-war, I do have, you know, a sense of an idea that, yeah, it's a good idea to make sure that when it comes to your, like, military and your defense and stuff, to have it, you know, upgraded and top-notch and got the biggest, baddest shit. I mean, I see merit in that. I do, you know, and it's like, if we're going to try to develop a new fucking badass aircraft, you know, to fucking flex on everybody or some shit, actually get fucking results, or we're pulling a contract and we're giving it to somebody else. And, you know, and basically Lockheed is essentially just like bribe the government, you know, to essentially like have this stupid fucking project not go anywhere. Instead of actually, you know, producing, like, because I guarantee you this, because I bet, like, you know, it would happen if it did. If America found itself in a legitimate hot war with another nation, like, forget the whole Ukraine war going on, you know, forget that. You know, just any other nation, regardless of what nation it is. I guarantee you all these problems with that F-35 will suddenly be addressed very quickly. And then those things will be the most top-performing fucking aircraft, all things considered, and it would probably go over the top to make sure that thing fucking performs. Because in wartime, you don't want a bunch of faulty aircraft that have problems fucking flying and, you know, having the computer systems function and all this other shit. It's like, you're probably going to want to make sure that shit's all top-notch. And Lockheed knows it, and they would do that. Because they understand if all their shit started fucking, you know, failing on them out of nowhere, if they had to be used in wartime of any sorts, then they're going to be the ones that are culpable, and they don't want that. Because we're not, the aircraft don't really necessarily see any actual military action, or at least war action and shit, which prefer that, but they don't have to worry about, like, oh, these things don't perform as well, because they could be like, oh, just, you know, give us another few $100 million and we'll, you know, research and invest more money into addressing that issue. Oh, and then the next year or two, you know, we might fix that problem, but now we got 2 or 3 other problems that just built up on our aircraft. Oh, weird. Could you give us a couple $100 million so we could fix those issues too, and then add a few more for you? It's a fucking boondoggle. It's a scam. Like, the F-35 is literally a Ponzi scheme scam fucking thing done by Lockheed. Like, it just is. It's fucking ridiculous. And they're not the only company that does this, by the way. Lockheed's just, I think, one of the bigger fucking culprits right now, considering the whole F-35 project as it is. Because it's been the one that the military, at least the Air Force, and the whether the Navy, Air Force, Army, or, you know, like just the broader Air Forces in general, and internationally, if other militaries have a strong investment in these things. So it's just literally like a full-on Ponzi scheme, you know, to just, you know, fucking extort and boondoggle the taxpayers of these fucking countries while they run away with the fucking money. That's all it is. That's the military-industrial complex in a fucking nutshell right there. Do you know how many tanks and aircraft we have just rotting? I don't even want to know. I know thousands upon fucking thousands, and it's insane. It's like, I mean, at the very least, it could be sold as, you know, scrap slash, like, you know, parts, or, you know, reconfigured into, like, commercial equipment. Like, you can do things with those. Like, you could repurpose them if you're not going to use them. But there's a reason why. It's because the companies that manufacture those things, you know, purposely, you know, like, make a lot of these orders and make sure that they get a big fat check and a big deal when it comes to the end of those contracts and bargains. So when they manufacture all that shit, whether we use it or not, don't fucking matter to them. They got their money. It's like that slacktivist boycott shit. When you get, like, Gillette or Nike or any of these other companies where people want to be like, oh, we're boycotting you. It's like, they already have your money, bitch. Like, whether you let it rot in the fucking desert, or you throw it away, or sell it to, you know, third party or anywhere else, that company don't give a shit. They already have your money. They already made their profit. So, I mean, especially when it comes to the military side of that shit, I don't even want to fucking know. It's probably insane. Put in the rear echelon service or given to allied countries. Sure. Or, you know, be like, or, yeah, I mean, honestly, I mean, fuck. Like, I'm sure there's probably, you know, we can even give it to, like, you know, struggling nations in Africa to be like, hey, you know, we understand that y'all, you know, probably need to help modernize their military and stuff. We'll, you know, send, like, a small detachment of officers to help collaborate with, you know, some of your troops or whatever, and help them train in on these things, so you have at least, like, an actual armored division that can have, like, a basic understanding of how to operate these things, maintain them, etc. And then you could expand on, like, a military, like, armored school, you know, and sell them, like, you know, like 100 M4, like, Abrams tanks or something. You know, so honestly, it's just like, you know, there's yeah, like, there's a way to, like, you know, I guess, you know, in a sense where these, you know, companies can make profit, where they can manufacture their war machines, and there can at least be a sense of at least minimal corrupted and minimally greedy and minimally exploited type of contractual deals, to where there can at least be some sort of a beneficial result from it. You know, because, again, I'm, you know, like I said, like, you know, at the end of the day, I am against the military industrial complex, fundamentally anti-war, but, you know, at the same time, you know, like I said, yeah, there is a sense of, like, yeah, you probably, at least when it comes to, like, a, you know, basic sense of, like, nation defense, or, you know, like a nation military, at least if we have a concept of nation states and how we have them now and shit, it's a good idea to at least have, like, a basic sense of that, you know, and to have, like, the, you know, top shit, you know. It's like, I'm not against that, but there needs to be actual results and actually fucking mean it, and not just be some sort of a boondoggle and some Ponzi scheme waste. You know, it's like, fuck that. There should be criminal penalties for manipulating and exploiting taxpayers for that type of shit, but you're never going to see that in this current system. They get rewarded for it. That's why war's a racket. I mean, well, that ain't the only thing that's a racket, but at least in this context, you know, that's why they call it that. It was Smealy D. Butler was calling it out way back then. But ignore, does the military have Bugattis? Any Bugattis? Do you have any? Do you have like 1,000 Bugattis? I still hate that how he says that. Bugatti. If you got yourself a Bugatti. See, if you go out there and hop in the whip in your Bugatti, and then you got about, like, you know, $100 bills, and then you just, like, wave that and, you know, shove it in, you know, some bitch face, and, you know, she's gonna go in that Bugatti. You're just gonna suck your dick. You know, because you got that Bugatti, and you're going out in the whip. That's right. Top G behavior right there, bruv. I hate him. I want to smack him up the face, you know, with, like, 1,000 dildos that have nails embedded in them. Like rusty nails, so he gets, like, tetanus and whatever the fuck. Rather own a realistic class of 2030s Bugatti with class and style than a plastic Andrew Tate rapper. Bugatti. Honestly, like, I mean, every time I'm gonna see, whenever I see that, I just think of Bugatti. Get myself a Bugatti. But we don't know that Bugatti is an old Bugatti. Yeah, like, honestly, like, I mean, like, old classic shit, like, I like that type of stuff regardless of what company it comes from, frankly. I'm kind of a sucker for vintage, I will admit. So, if Bugatti, Rolls-Royce, Mercedes, I don't really care. If it looks cool, I'm probably gonna vibe with it. Modern day shit, especially if it's a Bugatti. Because, like, I will never, ever, like, be able to associate Bugatti, like, there's no way. Like, I'm always gonna associate Bugatti with Andrew Tate. Mainly because of how he fucking says it. It's so, like, obviously, like, annoying. Most Americans don't even know it's a Bugatti. It's a French company. Probably the only French car company most Americans have ever heard of. They think is Italian. You know what? I will admit, I looked it up recently, so I know now, but I will admit, I did assume that it was Italian myself. So, I, at least for a while, for a long time, did, think that, but because, like, the whole Bugatti, I was like, you know what the fuck is this company? I was like, one day, I was like, well, what is this shit? And I was like, a French company? I was like, I thought it was Italian, what the hell? Like, and I had, like, a little, like, well, sacre bleu, bleh. I just kind of felt even more, like, bleh. So, honestly, like, I don't know if that makes it better or worse, knowing that it's French. Like, honestly, I mean, Bugatti. I hate how he says it, dude. This problem with big supercar and hypercar companies, they don't make cars for enthusiasts anymore. No manual transmissions, they just make sad symbols for rappers and influencers. It's not really just that, but it's basically, I mean, well, the whole idea of it making it just a status symbol, abso-fucking-lutely. I mean, but yeah, it's not just rappers, influencers, it's politicians, rich bankers, like the CEOs, stock shareholder manager firm types, and, philanthropists, entrepreneurs, or whatever the hell. All these motherfuckers, like the multi-level marketing scheme, con men, prosperity gospel preachers, not just in Christianity, but also in other religions. Like, I mean, it's just basically meant to be a status symbol for those motherfuckers. And that's it. I mean, at this point, because that's essentially really, realistically, it's kind of what it's always been kind of about. It's always been a sense of a status symbol, but it's not even, like, trying to hide that, like, with a veneer of, like, yes, there's like an extra sense of, like, cultural class or something. It's just like, nah, it's a status symbol. It's like, you're not, like, a part of the true grind set unless you own this. Fuck you if you don't. Bleh. You're a peasant if not. It's like they don't even hide it at this point. Honestly, it's kind of one thing I've noticed a little bit, like, especially with the very hyper-capitalistic type of system that we're in, it's that even, like, 10, 20 years ago, even, there was, like, this weird veneer of, like, oh, it's, like, you just have to do this and that, work hard, blah, blah, blah. Like, there was, like, a veneer of, like, oh, you can work at it or some shit. At this point, it's like, nah, you either got it or don't, and fuck you if you don't. Like, there's just no veneer. There's no, like, fucking, like, there's no mask, to, like, say that, like, oh, here's, like, a path towards, the success that I got. It's like, nah, you gotta be on, like, my top G grind set and blah, 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 and all this other shit. Yeah, I'm kind of sad I had to miss Metal T's show for work, too. But I'm gonna see when he's having another show. Not tomorrow, because I'm working that day, too, but I'm gonna see what other day he has. I'm also disappointed that he bailed on me, though, on Thursday. Just because he specifically had to work on, like, one or two more things, for his set list. And it's like, why do you think bands have dress rehearsals at the venue before they even, like, actually have the show? Like, or even there, or not even that, like, or even before you're, before going there, like, hey, let's have a quick little, like, rehearsal. I want to work on these things specifically, and then let's do a quick, rehearsal of, some of those songs, and, if it's tight, cool, then we got it, and then, it's like, could have worked that out a little better. I mean, at this point, I'm not a little, like, angry, I guess, but I'm just a little butthurt and mildly frustrated, but I'm gonna fucking make him go, you know, next week. He's coming with me whether he likes it or not this time. If you work hard, you're born to well-off parents, you can achieve greatness. yeah, if you're born to well-off parents. I mean, and even then, I mean, like, it also depends on, like, you know, how your parents are. Because if they fuck it all up, you know, you might not get inheritance or get that silver spoon that they worked so hard for or whatever the hell. Or, when it comes down to, you know, maybe, like, they just don't give a shit or neglect you or anything. Like, there's a lot of other aspects, you know, that can play a role, you know, as to achieving greatness, you know, being born to well-off parents. But chances are they're going to treat you like a little golden kid and spoil you and then put a silver spoon in your mouth. At least when it comes to the, you know, rich fucks, you know, that fail their way to the top. No way is your robust doing dress rehearsals now. I've been at that venue. They were said Eric and Archie for taking too long. Well, I mean, that's what I mean. Like, if the venue itself isn't doing it, then they can at least do it before they go to the venue. Like, hey, you know, want to just set up, like, a couple amps real quick and just do a quick little rehearsal, you know, and do a little set, you know, like an hour or two before you are intending to leave. You know, like, hey, let's all meet up at this time so we can leave together, and, you know, make it like 2 hours prior to that so you can do a quick little, you know, rundown to the set. Like, any band that, like, whether it's like an actual band or like an orchestral style band or a jazz band or some shit, they always do this. Like, the day of the show, like, they'll do a rehearsal type of thing. Honestly, I don't know if I was done that. It's like, you don't want to just do these, like, basically, like, every day throughout the week and shit, which actually ain't a bad thing, but still, I mean, if anything, you want to kind of spread it out a little bit, because you don't want to be, like, super absorbed in it so much to the point to where, like, you get overly technical, because then there is a chance that you actually might mess up because of that, because you're trying too hard to be, you know, perfectionist, and that, in a way, can kind of make it so you mess up more. At least for me personally, I've noticed that, because there's been times where I, like, really try to, like, work on something, and in a way I actually start fucking up more and more as I try to practice it. I'm like, you know what, let me just, like, you know, hold off on that for a day or two or something. And usually when I do that, I have kind of more of a fresher mindset, and because of that, I'm actually able to kind of get better at it with that. You know, so in a way, it's actually kind of better to sometimes hold something off on a practice, you know, for a day or two. Maybe not like 2, but at least for like a day or for a few hours and go back to it later. You know, because you might kind of start fucking up a little more because you're trying really, like, that hard to try to get it right. And, you know, it's like, you, in a way, it's kind of like overstress your brain, because then you're like, what the fuck, now I'm just getting worse at this instead of getting better. So, I don't know. But that's just at least, you know, how I've been able to practice. Obviously, everyone practices differently, but at least for me, that's how I've been able to do it, and works for me. But like I said, everyone's different. Maybe that's just, maybe he can do that and be fine with it, but for me, not as much. The dog's knocked out. My lord. A goof. If you're bombastic and never put on stage work, never will as parents, you achieve greatness. I feel like that is more accurate. Poor kids can just be as smart as white kids, Jack. His parents play the radio, the record player, and make sure that they hear the words. Then they'll, you know, be able to achieve anything, Jack. No malarkey with that there, fat. The one thing I really kind of hate about Biden and his weird mannerisms is when he does his whispers. I'm the one who wrote the mill. Give it time. More time. Now listen here, fat. I'm the one who was able to push the bill. It's like, why are you whispering McMillan's me, dude? It's like, God, Biden, what the fuck? Thoughts on Putin? Can he be pushed off a cliff? That's the first thought that came up to my head. I just let the intrusive thought, take over there. Apparently, Joe in San Francisco assaulted a homeless woman, caught on camera. A nearby bar that didn't have anything to do with it got caught in the backlash. And the Chud doubled down and says he plans to do it again. Well, that sounds like a very moral, upstanding citizen. It sounds like a law-abiding citizen right there, 100%. Well, the bar sues the Chud for damages. It seems doubtful the cops are interested in enforcing the law because the cops are, in bed with Chuds, basically. I mean, in most cases, there ain't that much of a difference. One of them just has a badge and the other don't. So, realistically, nothing's really going to happen to that guy. And chances are he will get away with it unless, I don't know, there's like a form of, like community that is willing to, defend homeless people. But, I doubt it. Like, when's the last time you heard, just some random person, stepping in for a homeless person and helping them out? It's not like it doesn't happen. It does, but, realistically, it's like, when's the last, true, account, that you with detail that you could think of? And it's like, there really isn't. It's like 1,000, it's just at least 1,000 different cases of homeless people being stomped, further into the ground when they're already, at their lowest point and shit. I can think of plenty of cases like that. There are people doing direct action. People found out who was actually responsible and smashed up their business. Good. I can think a few other things, but this is a start, right? What? He didn't give it all the what? No. Business owners being upstanding members of society as per usual. Of course. Well, I guess the bar is a little bit. The business that didn't have anything to do with it got fucked with by whom? Well, the bar that, I guess where the homeless woman happened to be near, next to, or loitering by, they're getting backlash for a Chud that, assaulted and, fucking was harassing her, basically. Or, what was it? Yeah, just outright, I guess, assaulted. And then, because of that, some people were, trying to be like, alright, well, who is this guy? And since he's planning on doing it again, and they found his business and shit, and they smashed up his shit. This is why if anyone tells me they're into business, I just immediately write them off. Yeah, same here. The bar hasn't been damaged, but has gotten a bunch of threatening phone calls and messages. Chud owns an art gallery, ironically. An art gallery? That is so ironic. These fucking liberal art degree fucking woke dumbass sons of bitches and these communists and shit and the weird liberal arts degree. Here, let me own a business that's an art gallery. What the fuck, bro? Dude, okay, that really is some irony. Trump NFTs on display? Oh god, if there is, I would unironically burn them. I would ensure that those were destroyed. So he owns a place for rich people to do tax write-offs. And for him, too. I guarantee you, honestly, you know what? Yeah, you're probably right. He owns an art gallery as a tax write-off. Guarantee, dude. You know what? That makes sense. a chud owning an art gallery so he can use it as a tax write-off and a lot of... Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. I think Rose just nailed it. I think that's why he has an art gallery. Tax write-off reasons. God, I love these sons of bitches. Truck of fucking scummy ass bastards. Hope he gets mugged. That's no, the least is his worries as far as I'm concerned with that one. But, we won't really need to say further than that. At least, for all things considered, why would a chud who has enough money to live in San Francisco actually choose to live in San Francisco like that? Like that's if I lived in Mississippi despite having the money to not to. Masochism, I guess? I don't fucking know. It's just like, I suppose that'd probably be it, maybe. A masochist that just wants to fucking, succumb himself to just absurd woke liberalism and just be like, these fucking libs are all around me, and really just like, hyper embellish the fucking victim complex that person probably has. Probably got that too. Here. There's more dunes over here. Yeah. God damn it. At least this time it played for these earbuds instead of the actual phone. You know what? I'm sick of being in pain today. Just gonna put that out there. Feeling sore all up and down this back. Fucking my right knee has been feeling all fuckety today. Every time I bend or put pressure on it, it's just my bum knee. It's just I'm just feeling it today, dude. What the fuck? It's can I not? It's can we not have this be the case right now concurrently? Thank you. Oh no? Okay. I see how it is. My grandmother loves art galleries, and she is far from wealthy, and yet they help the wealthy do tax write-offs, but they also provide enjoyment for non-wealthy boomer types. I mean, yeah, that's the kind of thing. I understand what art galleries kind of really are realistically at the end of the day, but that's kind of why I'd prefer them to be kind of public, I guess public works in a way, when it comes to art galleries or museums and shit. I mean, because at least for me, it shouldn't be some sort of greedy tax write-off bullshit, while, as I guess, as a trade-off for that, it's hey, you get some cool art to look at, or, I guess subjectively, I mean, you could think of shit. Take Tumblr or DeviantArt over them anytime. I mean, I don't know, it depends on, the art and stuff, or the art gallery, or what's there, because I've been to, there's this, art gallery that I went to in Iceland. It's the, Einar Jonsson's, statue and art gallery museum, because he was a painter and an artist, and a sculptor. And actually, there's a lot of statues in Reykjavik and throughout Iceland that were made by him, actually. Or at least conceptualized by him in his work. And his museum is actually really vast, and there's a lot of cool shit, and the museum is actually partially out of his own home, and he has this whole big workshop, these two big ass workshop areas where a lot of his stuff is, and a lot of the main sculpture or sculpted things that he did. And then his actual house is where a lot of his art gallery stuff is, and at least like is where you can kind of look at his study room, where his bedroom was, and all this other shit. It's really cool. And honestly, it's just like, I mean, art galleries can be pretty dope, and there's like a fun experience, you know, to go into things like that. But like, honestly, I mean, you know, like at least the difference, though, I would say, is that the one in Iceland is ran by the state. It's not some tax write-off bullshit. Like, I mean, and when I was there, there's really only one worker there. I mean, it was just like some, you know, just some chick that was working there, basically. And yeah, and from what I remember, she worked for the city. So it was ran, like, by the city, basically. And it's just like, and honestly, you know, just like, let that be the case. Just like whatever art museums or art galleries, you know, are in a city or a town, just let that be, you know, like, tax paid and funded, you know, by the city or the state or the county or something. You know, it's like, I feel like that would be a better use of, you know, like, the funds of, you know, investing and maintaining the place, and it kind of gets rid of the tax write-off bullshit, you know, middleman nonsense, and people, if anything, it could actually make it free of access at that rate, because it would just be free to point of service, because you're buying into it already, essentially, via the tax, you know, that would be added yearly, essentially. So, I mean, if anything, it would make art galleries and more like, you know, art museums or just museums in general more expansive and more open for people to check out. Because, yeah, there's, you know, some people that might be poor that might actually want to genuinely check out some museums and stuff, but don't really have you know, like a means to do that because they don't have like $10 to grab like a little ticket to go inside or something. I think a lot of modern art is pretentious. Well, I'd argue that, like, you know, art in a way can be pretentious, you know, it's just kind of in general in a lot of ways, but I mean, when I said art, you really mean abstract? Well, yeah, but despite that, like, there's, like, despite, you know, the pretentiousness that does exist out there, I think with that, there is, you know, I think more genuine, like genuinity, you know, towards, you know, the art, or at least, you know, what's, you know, trying to be produced, you know, because it's, you know, there's a lot more artistic minds that are creating things like that don't get their art seen to, like, 99.9999% of the world. But yet, you know, they put it out there either way, you know, and it does exist. And yeah, granted, they're probably not the greatest artists out there, and maybe they are, but are just unrecognized, you know, or at least not as recognized. I mean, so there's a lot of artists out there that, I mean, just for the fact that there's, frankly, just a lot of art, and it's kind of hard to, you know, have access, you know, to a lot of, you know, what, you know, the artwork that these people have done. I mean, you know, it's unfortunately, you know, a lot of the more bigger mainstream type of stuff, you know, that is out there is going to overshadow all that type of shit, unless you're directly following some of those more smaller artists. And because of that, yeah, you're going to find a lot of shit that's going to be pretentious, kind of dumb, and not really good in a lot of ways. I mean, because honestly, I know there's a lot of art that people revere for some reason, but for me personally, I'm just like, this kind of, I don't like it. It just doesn't really look good. But for a lot of people, they like it, and I'm just like, okay. But, you know, art is, you know, subject to the eye of the beholder at the end of the day, so, you know. For one person, art could be pretentious, but to another person, that same art could be very, like, pontificating and very meaningful to them or something, you know, so, I mean, it's subjective at the end of the day. I mean, but that's, in a way, also why I kind of love art, too, because in a way, if it's like, oh, if it's like, because why I also like is that if you see some art and they're like, you know what, I could do this a little better, and you know, put your heart and mind to it and actually do that type of shit, you can also kind of add a sense of, you know, expansion to the type of art that, you know, was initially at least started with. Yeah, but, I mean, that's kind of the back and forth with art in a lot of ways. But again, that's why I like kind of the subjectivity of it, too. This Twombly level stuff is a little silly. Well, yeah, and hence, you know, like I said, that's why art's at the eye of the beholder. Because honestly, for a lot of people, you know, there could be art that's silly as fuck, but, you know, for some others, there's like some deep pontificating meaning behind it. And frankly, you know, there's plenty of art that people feel that way with, and I'm just like, what am I looking at? You know, and I'm sitting here just like, what am I looking at here? You know, there's a lot of shit like that, and someone has to basically just explain it to me, and I could be like, oh, I guess I could see that, you know, and, you know, it's like, some shit does, you know, have to be explained, because for me, sometimes the art, I just don't get it. And that's fine, you know, there's plenty of art out there that I'm just, you know, I definitely won't get. I can maybe appreciate it, maybe nonetheless, or just write it off because I don't like it, you know, but I don't know, you know, it just depends. But that's, in a way, kind of the weird beauty of art. As a writer, like I say, my best ideas for a story usually end up coming after I've already put it out there for people to read. Yeah, I mean, honestly, as a musician, I kind of feel the same way a little bit. Because I remember when I was in the jazz ensemble in high school and stuff, and even doing a band performance class in college, there's times where, like in rehearsals or during the actual live performances we would do, where I would be like, you know, I'll be like, damn, that was pretty good. But then I'll think back early, you know, later afterwards and be like, you know what, I could have done that better. I could have done this and maybe expand a little more with, you know, doing this, you know, or, you know, adding a little extra flair to this lick or some other shit. But for some reason, I never thought about it initially, even though I might have played around with it before too, in a funny way, because there's definitely been times where, like, I've randomly thrown like a lick out there in a solo and be like, hey, if you can, try to see if you can, you know, work on that little bit of the solo that you just did, because that was actually not that bad and, you know, kind of good. And I'd be like, okay, and just like kind of, you know, and I would kind of work on it for a little bit, and then like when a show happens, I just like just like it ain't there no more. And it's like, what? It's like, what was that again? God damn it. And I hate it. You know, because it's like, man, then, yeah, like, because then, you know, the better idea, you know, basically starts formulating, you know, from that afterwards, after I've done the show, and it's like, oh, god damn it. See, but that's why having, like, an actual tour is also not that bad, because then with that, you can, you know, take a show that you did from the last show and be like, all right, I'm going to make sure that I try to, you know, do this thing, you know, on this one song, because I was just thinking about that, and I think it would actually make the live show a little better, you know, and add a little extra flair to it. You know, because then the next day, you know, while it's still fresh on the mind, you can get it out there, and then you can kind of get a general gist of the reaction, because of that positive, like, feedback loop a little bit. You'll definitely remember it at that point, and it'll stick. So, it's why I like being a musician in a lot of ways, honestly, because it's like, it's, you know, there's not really, like, well, obviously there's a sense of seriousness and, like, a business side to that. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just all fucking fun, you know, it's all about just having fun and just enjoying yourself, basically. At least, you know, because I've just been to a lot of metal shows, and people think it's all, like, aggressive, violent, and rambunctious, and everyone's all like, ah, you know, whatever the hell. But honestly, it's literally the exact opposite. Everybody's, like, super friendly, very courteous, and, like, if you fall in a mosh pit, you know, people will be like, hey, hold up, and spread their arms out, and one or two people will help you up on your feet. You know, it's just like, there's this sense of legitimate camaraderie and friendliness and genuine positive vibe in metal shows that has just been very unanimous with, like, every metal show I've been to. And because there's, like, a sense of just fun. That's what it's about. It's like having fun, releasing a little aggression, and enjoying ourselves. Maybe having a beer or two while we're at it, you know? You know, it's just like, that's what it's about. Metal boomers. Well, honestly, even the metal boomers, too. And honestly, not every metal boomer is conservative, weird chucklefuck either. A lot of them are kind of the hippie types, in a way. Babir. The Babir. Everything in that story was 100% realistic. Black Santa story, I mean, you know, I'm willing to believe that could possibly happen as a story. I'm willing to believe it. Anything's real. impossible if you put your heart and mind to it. Dude, goddamn this Tangy, dude. Dude, that Tangy is fucking flavorful and potent. There needs to be a Black Jesus story. Didn't Adult Swim literally do that? Like, they had like a little mini-series or like a little show called Black Jesus, where it's basically just Jesus but black, just in basically, you know, doing different things in life. Yeah, they did. I will admit, I have not seen like a full episode, but I've seen so many different clips and little bits of it, you know, from Adult Swim and shit like that, and on YouTube, that I kind of have a general gist of it. And honestly, I like it. Some people believe he really was black, which I guess isn't too far-fetched. I mean, if Jesus was a real person, then he would legitimately be either black or Arabic. So, thus, he would either be, well, black or brown. So, yeah, honestly, that isn't exactly far-fetched at all. I mean, at least in my opinion, I feel like he's just an amalgamation of different individuals and different people. But, I mean, with that, that means he could have probably been both. Like, some of, you know, the different characters or different people that made up the character archetype of Jesus could have been black, you know, from, like, you know, Africa. And some of them could have been, you know, mainly from the Middle East and stuff, who were more Arabic. You know, or at least more Semitic Palestinian and shit like that. So, I mean, you know, like, honestly, I don't think it's really far-fetched at all. Arab black. Arab black. Well, I'm sure, honestly, realistically, there's a lot of mixture of that, too. Like black Arabics or, like, African Arabics. I'm honestly thinking about that probably is a very common mixture, like, in northeastern Africa and stuff like that. I bet honestly that looks pretty cool. Like somebody who's like Arabic but also like Somali African or some shit like that. Dude, I bet that blend would look pretty dope. Got like, you know, cool like long ass hair and shit, but like that big thick ass like African style beard or some shit, dude. That'd be pretty badass, honestly. I would fuck with that dude, you know, if he looks like, you know, some big like strongman type or something. Yeah, I want to fuck with that guy. The guy sounds like a badass. Just sounds like a different variation of the Chad meme, now that I'm thinking about it. Just with, like, you know, like, somewhat more longer hair, but just, like, a very thick, curly, you know, African beard or something. What if it was all misunderstanding? He cured a man's blindness. What? No, it was just a film. It was just film over his side. You know, that could... If thinking about it, you know, that might... Like, if you... Honestly... Like, what's actually kind of breaks some of those, like, miracles down? Like, when it came to, like, yeah, he cured a person's blindness. I mean, like, I mean, if you think about it, there could have been, like, you know, temporary, you know, like, or, like, an infection, or maybe something in somebody's eye that couldn't really be, you know, like, addressed without someone who at least knew a little bit about some basic... At least at the time, you know, some basic, simple medicinal science type of shit. Or like some herbal remedy, you know, thing that they could put over one's eye or something. I mean, honestly, you know, maybe like the person had like a bad rash or allergic reaction. And, yeah, like there could have honestly been different things to, you know, say, oh, this person is blind now. And, you know, and it's like, how do we fix this? And maybe a lot of those people just, you know, or maybe like... You know, that society at that time, you know, or, you know, who, you know, had someone who was like that, just didn't know what necessarily to do and tried a lot of different things. And then you got this, like, traveler who's also spreading and prophetizing this other religion, but because of that, probably has knowledge of other different remedies and other different things to help treat, ailments and shit, probably, knew what ailment was suffering with that person and was able to treat it. And because of that, they were able to get their sight back, because it wasn't like an actual blindness. It was like something else that was affecting them. So, I mean, thinking about it, like, a lot of the, quote, miracles that he had, it could have been explained as, like, other things, were, at least at the time, the different, like, basic medicinal herbal remedies, that might have not been known on one little part of the world, at least to a certain extent, could have been known somewhere else, and someone who travels along, like, the roads, different towns, and different places, and different tribes, and shit like that, very frequently, might be able to know a little bit of a thing or two that maybe, that, little village didn't know. So, it's likely that something like that probably happened. I mean, the whole walking on water thing, too, I mean, it's like, there's a lot of times where, like, rivers or creeks or, like, there's, like, little floods that might happen where there's, like, an indent in the land where it looks like there's a river going through, but it's basically just, like, an inch of water. So if someone were to cross over that, ostensibly it would look like someone's walking on water, basically, you know what I mean? So it's like, honestly, even with that, there could be kind of an explanation for it. There's a lot of different things to where, like, certain things that are considered like miracles or like, a sign that he is like the son of God or some shit could have a legit natural explanation to. And I think there is, honestly, which is why, I don't know, like, I think there is a sense that either he's an amalgamation of different people that existed, or, is just a lot of what this person or people knew that eventually amalgamated to the character of Jesus, just was somebody that, kind of had a little bit more of a, quote, rational understanding about different herbal remedies and shit, and was able to help treat different things that people just didn't really account for, and thus looked like some miracle worker, essentially. And honestly, there's always been people that have been considered miracle workers throughout history and shit, so it's not exactly too far-fetched, because they just, knew a thing or two a little more than other people at the time. And, had, like, some sort of a magical touch. Like, actually, another example of somebody who is like that is actually Rasputin, a dude who is actually real, because of, Tsar Nicholas's son. He had I think it was sickle cell, if I remember correctly, or he was somebody who had very, like, thin blood, so he would bleed easily. And basically, it was actually because of a treatment that they were giving him that actually made him, like, they were giving him a blood thinner, for somebody who already had a problem with thin blood. And thus made him even more, hemophilia. Thank you. I honestly was forgetting the name of it, but yeah, he had hemophilia, and they were giving him a blood thinner, basically, as a treatment, and they were wondering, holy shit, why does he keep bleeding? Why is he, like, so easily, bleeding everywhere and all this other shit, because of his hemophilia and everything. And Rasputin was just like, pretty much was essentially like, yo, you're just giving him a blood thinner, quit giving him this. Like, and honestly, that was basically it. But he thought he was just like some miracle worker, and basically, like, in a way, a sense of, like, like sent from God almost, and they literally thought that of him. And, it's kind of what helped build kind of the more mythical character of who Rasputin was, essentially, because of things like that. But it's just because he saw that you're giving him a blood thinner, why are you doing that? Basically, stop that and give him this instead. And that, basically cured the hemophilia problem. He still had it, but it was nowhere near as the same problem. So, there's, like, different examples in history of individuals that have been considered, like, sent from God or, like, miracle workers and shit like that, when realistically, they're not. They just are able to kind of look outside the box and see that what people are trying to do to treat a thing or deal with a thing is just not the way to do it. If anything, it's actually making it worse. So it's like, I mean, you just have people who are like that, and because of that, everyone else thinks they're like, some agent of God or some other, higher being or something. And honestly, that is partially how religion does spread in a lot of ways. And Rasputin, at least, for him being a real individual, was also a very, major religious person. Like, he was considered like a street preacher, I think. And, you know, the royal family liked him enough, especially after, you know, helping their son, you know, to where they just, you know, welcomed him with open arms. And he was a major ladies' man. Which honestly, I imagine Jesus, you know, probably was too. You know, to kind of bring in full circle with that. I mean, he hung around with, like, you know, prostitutes, you know, some of the, like, lowest of the low type of, you know, people, the most impoverished and shit. So, yeah, you know, so it's just, like, there is a sense of, like, he probably, slept a couple people. Rasputin was ugly. I don't know. He has this, like... I mean, I guess, yes, he is, but there's, like, something about, like, his presence. And, like, a sense of his, like... I mean, really, I mean, a lot of, I think, his, like... attractiveness, I think, comes mainly from his eyes and the beard. You know, I think that's mainly where I think a lot of the attractiveness comes from him, is mainly his eyes and the beard, I think. Like, cause, yeah, without those, he would kind of be kind of an ugly-looking dude. Must have had a massive giant ding-dong to get... Well, from my understanding, yes, he did. And, he was also pretty charismatic, too. And also just very, like, just somebody who was, like, a romantic, flirty type. So, you know, he apparently, from my understanding, was a little bit of a jokester, you know, knew how to make ladies laugh, basically, and, you know, kind of be humored. So, he had a sense of charisma. Jesus was the lady's man, Mary Magdalene. Muhammad was the little girl's man, get it? Yeah, I get it. Aisha. Man, poor Aisha, I feel bad for her. I don't know if she was a real person, but I still feel bad for her. She should have had a Boudica arc where she, like, slayed Muhammad or something. Just go, like, Boudica mode and just, like, just fucking, like, you know, slay him or something. That would have been based, but unfortunately, we don't get that. There should be a movie on that, honestly, like The Revenge of Aisha or something like that. That shouldn't be the name of the film, but that should be, like, the plot. Or just, like, you know, you get, like, the general start. Like, the first 30 minutes is, like, the basic story of how Muhammad gets with Aisha, whatever the fuck. And then the last side of the movie is her, like, plotting the revenge and enacting on her fucking revenge and going Boudica mode and, like, destroying the kingdom that Muhammad built and, like, leading, like, a party of, like, rebels in a revolution against, you know, Muhammad's kingdom or something. That I would be all for that. I remember reading as a child and thinking something's wrong with this. People would be killed in retaliation. I mean, well, this is why I hate the fact that, like, you know, there's this whole sense of, like, oh, you need to, like, be respectful, and people's like, fuck you. It's like, these motherfuckers, like, literally want to see the death of anyone who thinks, like, you know, they're heretical, you know, towards a religion or blasphemous against a religion and shit. I mean, the fucked up thing is Christians aren't really that much different. They just can't outright, like, you know, like, be as blunt with, you know, their violent fervor, I guess. But either way, it's just like, I mean, they are the same way about that shit. And, you know, they, like, if you were like, if God's Not Dead was God Is Dead, and the entire plot of that movie was literally reversed the other way around, holy fucking shit, dude. There would be, like, Christian extremists left and right making death threats to, like, every actor, producer, writer, director, everyone who partook in that shit. And I guarantee you there'd probably be some religious extremists who would want to attempt to, you know, do some action and shit. And I guarantee it. I mean, it's like, I mean, well, honestly, I know that for a fact because, I mean, you had, like, times where, like, you know, with Dr. Tiller, you know, for example, or with Roger Paddock, who fucking, like, massacred an entire fucking, like, Planned Parenthood because he had schizophrenic episodes thinking he saw the aborted fetuses on the, like, gates of heaven telling him to, you know, like, go save them by doing that or some shit. It's like these motherfuckers would do this type of shit. I mean, like, at least obviously with the gods that we're talking about, it, you know, it's like, you know, there's a lot of, you know, various different types of, at least internationally, Islamists who would act like this very much so, but, you know, like, it really ain't that much different with, you know, a lot of Christians, at least especially in fucking America. And it's just, I just hate, I just hate organized religion. It's like, can it just go away already, for fuck's sake? Can we not have, like, the 5 billionth battle between, like, reality and religion already? Can we not anymore, please? Can we stop with it? It's like, just so sick of religious extremists. Like, whether it's, like, fucking, like, you know, Christian extremists, Islamic extremists, Hindu extremists, and shit, like, it's, I just want to die off already, for fuck's sake. I think it's a bit of false equivalence. I'm not trying to necessarily say they're, like, equal, because obviously, like, there's differences and shit. That's kind of why I caveat, at least, like, internationally, when it comes to Islamic extremism, because, I mean, in different parts of, like, the modern West, you know, a lot of, at least younger Muslims tend to be more progressive and more liberal-leaning. At least in the U.S., like, a lot of Muslims in America tend to be pretty, either, like, centrist or, like, kind of somewhat liberal in nature, or, like, you know, somewhat progressive. So, obviously, I mean, it definitely isn't totally equivocal. I do think there's a lot of similarities. I mean, and honestly, I think those similarities are very fucking strong of each other. Especially with Islamic Christianity, considering that they're Abrahamic religions. Like, the religions themselves are very similar. So, I mean, at least in that sense. I mean, but are they equivocal? Not really. They're definitely not, you know, equivocal in nature. But, I mean, they definitely have strong similarities, and I think a lot of those do overlap. Especially when it comes to, like, the fundamentalism and extremism part of it. But, you know, again, when it comes to the equivalency of both of them, you know, they're not the same in that sense. I mean, equivalent. Well, I mean, he's saying, you know, like, well, he's meaning, like, yeah, well, yeah. Because he's meaning that, like, you know, I'm saying that they're kind of, like, equivalent of each other, but, you know, they're very similar, you know, and there's a lot of similarities, and I think a lot of them, like I said, overlap very strongly, but they're definitely not equivalent. Or, equivocal is a word. Like, isn't it? Equivocal? Like, I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty sure that's a word, isn't it? I know equivalent obviously is, but I'm pretty sure equivocal is too, isn't it? Or did I just make that up in my head and I just been assuming that is a word? It sounds like a word. That's why I've just, is it really not a word? But equivocal means something different. Oh, does it? Okay, so am I just using it wrong? Okay, well, replace equivocal with equivalent. I was confused with what you're trying to say. Okay, well, I mean, I've had, you know, 1.5 of these, you know, at this point, so whatever. I mean, honestly, today, I would say I had a long day at work, which I guess is kind of true, because time did kind of drag out, but it's actually been kind of slow and chill today for a Friday. But this doesn't help with that either. Okay, so replace the every time I said equivocal earlier with equivalent, and, you know, and, I mean, either way, I hope you get what I mean. Like, yeah, they're similar, but, you know, in some ways there, I guess, can't be some equivalence, but they're not equivalent of each other. There's differences, but at the same time, different, yeah, like, a lot of similarities as well. Anyway, but you get what I'm saying. Or at least I hope. How they use shotgun in movies. I feel like I've seen this before because I already have seen this at least like 5,000 times because I know I already have a like on here. And you know what? Who cares? This is a funny meme.
Hold up there, Buster.
Hold up, Buster.
Hey, couldn't help but notice you're trespassing on my land. Sorry, I was just hiking through. I didn't know this was private property. Best get to stepping, son. I can just get off if you need me to. I'm sorry, I didn't know that.
You're doing a lot today, Marin.
But
unbeknownst to you, you're speaking
your
final words.
You don't need to brandish that weapon. I'm not gonna hurt you. Well, sounds to me
You'll be
like
smart ass on our hands.
You're ejecting a lot of shells there. Yep.
I'm
not gonna have any left to shoot me. What did you just say to me? It's like the 12th shell. You little shit.
You little shit.
I've seen like 46 shells go through that gun. Don't need them.
Don't need them.
All right. I've had it up to here. Oh, jeez. Take this. I can just, you're not even. Yeah, I'm shooting at you now. Is that even a real gun? Recoil to that gun.
How do you think about that?
Close to me here. Alakablam! I don't understand the physics of this. You're gonna want to get.
You want to get now, son.
Dude, how many shells do you have in that gun? I got 57 more goddamn rounds in this 4-round magazine.
Oh my god, I love it. Oh man, I love it. Speaking of shotguns, you want to see me blast mine from the other day? Hold up. Oh shit, I might have just... Hold up. Maybe not. Let's see. Did I fuck it up? No, I didn't. Cool. Yeah.
Rapid fires.
Couple rapid fires, tell you what. Best be on, gone, get now, tell you what. Hear it up. Hey, where am I?
I feel like I just had to live closer or something.
Oh yeah, because Zukov is being an asshole. Wish I could skip a little bit, but I can't, so we'll just stare at me and slowly but surely load these same things. I love rapid firing that goddamn thing so much. I love it. What's that? That's a Weatherby SA-08. It's Turkish. It's Turkish made. But, oh, dude, I love rapid firing that thing. It's so great. You inadvertently filmed your campaign commercial. Damn right. We're gonna tackle these goddamn liberals, I tell you what, one shell at a time. It's just like, we're gonna take out their wokeness. We're gonna take out the liberalism. We're gonna take out big government, and we're gonna take out their fucking welfare system. Tell you what, brother, vote for me. We're gonna root out those woke liberal mob, I tell you what. From our cold dead hands. Damn straight, that's right. At least, you know, for me, that I generally know how to shoot a damn thing, unlike Joe Manchin and Dr. Oz and all these other fucking people that pretend to know what they're doing with guns when they're doing campaign ads. At least I know what I'm doing. Well, I mean, kind of, because I also do have... Wait, where is it? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I also have that as well, but I was a little too close, you know, to a target. And some of the Full Metal Jacket, a little tiny little bit of Freedom Seed decided to just like, kaboop, kind of plop me right in the face. So that's always fun. Pretty close to the eye and stuff. That's always great. You know what? I was shooting my rifle. You want to see that? Since we do have that too. Want to see with my drummy? My little drum.
There we go.
Dude, yeah, you can see it right there. That's my drum right there, baby. Hey, shut up, Zooks. Hey! Putting in my earbuds so I don't fucking mute my ears and deafen myself.
Oh, I'm gonna love this.
Yes, I am. Shut up! I love this thing. Can I zoom in on it? Nah. Wish I could.
Starting to get a lot lighter now.
Yeah, because I shot half of it. That drum mag, when it's fully loaded, is heavy as shit, even by itself. But with the rifle, like, with it and everything, dude, that thing is heavier than shit. Wait, hold on. Three right in a row right there. I actually needed to tighten the spring a little bit, so I didn't want to totally cycle because of that. But other than that, fucking flawless.
I think this.
Here we go. Like the little tiny little muzzle flashes. Can't see the rifle anymore, but you can at least see the muzzle flashes. I love that little drum.
Oh, it's a little poop. Ooh, this has got some warmth to it now. That's
Yes, it did, damn it. Tell you what.
Nah.
Oh. Psst, you hear that?
Sizzle, sizzle.
Sizzle, sizzle.
Sizzle, sizzle.
Sizzle, sizzle. Yeah, that's right. Got a nice fast sizzle to that. Pretty sure. Wait, what? What would you have done if you heard a cry of pain and distance followed by a thud? Weren't you at a range? I mean, yeah. I mean, well, not like 100%. I mean, it's like way out in the foothills. Like, there's this abandoned road, like right next to an actual road. And if you walk in deep enough, there's like this perfect little opening in between a bunch of trees to where it basically, you could set it up as a range. And it's within a permitted shooting area because there is signs, but by the time we get up to where we are, those signs aren't there anymore because there's literally fucking nobody there. In fact, the road that we were at was cut off because they closed it up because of the major winds that we had not that long ago. In fact, there was a lot of downed trees where we had to kind of like navigate back and forth in this shit, so nobody was going up there for anything. There was a car that was there, but there was literally no one there. Like, that car actually probably was abandoned, actually, if I'm thinking about it. Because there was, like, nothing in there. It was just abandoned. So, I mean, and we figured if we started shooting, there probably would have been people who might have been hanging out in the area who would have just gotten left. But So basically, if you were trespassing around, you deserve your shit. Yeah, I mean, it is a public area, and it is an area to where if you want to go target shooting, you can do that. It's a legal area to do this with. Like, I'm saying that now. I'm not saying exactly where it is, because, you know, I kind of want to keep that area, you know, my little spot. But, you know, it's out in the little foothills east of Oregon, near the gorge. The drive up there is really beautiful. My rural town, I went to high school, and some kids would use unoccupied cop cars as targets. You know what? Based, but I would never do that myself personally. Because, there ain't no way you can get away with that. Man, dude, those kids are ballsy as shit. Honestly, at least, you know, back in, like, the 70s when my dad was going to high school, like, a lot of kids, you know, would actually have, like, the 22s and 12 gauges, 20 gauges, the rifles, shit like that, in the cars, on the gun racks and stuff. And with that, you know, when school's out, they would basically take a bunch of soda cans, you know, beer cans even, and shit like that, and would just go to their favorite little spot to hang out with, and after school, go with their homies and with their friends, and just, you know, do what I did, basically. You know, just have fun. I mean, that was like funny enough, like, at least in a lot of Midwest, rural, you know, America, that was literally just a common pastime for a lot of kids. At least, you know, from my dad's experience, even from my mom a little bit, she never did that herself necessarily, but, you know, she had friends, relatives who did that all the time. Good old country boys, yo. I mean, it's fun. I mean, you know, it's some good old country boy fun, I tell you what, brother, that's right, but, I mean, it's fun. I mean, it's fun going out and shooting some targets and stuff like that. I mean, you know, honestly, I will admit, you know, I feel better after, you know, doing that. Like, you know, I will admit there's some stress and a little angst and stuff, but after doing all, you know, even if I didn't get to do all that I wanted and shoot all my ammo and stuff, I didn't even get through half of it. Like, even with that in mind, like, you know, a lot of stress and, you know, some stuff was taken out, you know, and, hey, feel a little better with it. It's euphoric. I mean, there's a reason why it's fun, you know, and honestly, like, in a good way, it can actually be kind of, at least for someone who is into it, can be kind of healthy to do occasionally, because it does, like, have a sense of stress relief, you know, where it's like, hey, this is nice and relaxing, and it's fun to, you know, shoot a target or two and stuff. I mean, because outside of, you know, maybe getting shrapnel in your face occasionally, you know, it's just like, you know, outside of something like that, you know, there's not really too much charm in it as long as you know what you're doing. You need to get a scooter with a gun rack, electric scooter with a gun rack, but yeah, I went up there, I went with my dad. So he drove me up there. It was him and I hanging out mainly. I mean, I was supposed to go with one of my friends, but of course they kind of bailed last second, so that kind of sucked. But I know they won't be able to get away with that excuse this time around, because I'm going to go up there with my next weekend, because I have the same weekend as I did this week. Wednesday, Thursday, so I'm probably going to do it this Thursday, or this Wednesday. Because I still got my melons. I forgot to take those up there to be targets, and I'm certainly going to be using those this next time around. And also, we're going to go so there's at least fucking daylight, and hopefully it won't be as wet, so that means there won't be clouds, hopefully. I'll have to look at the weather forecast for that, I guess, but at least, you know, despite all that, you know, it should at least be a better time, if anything. It also good to set my targets up a little farther away, so I don't have this happening again. Here, I'm gonna spring a leak real quick. I'll be right back, you know. Hey, Zeus. Hey, sweet little baby. What's up, boy? Goofy little pup. Come on. Oh, you're a silly little butt. Look at you. That's what you get. Look at you. You're a goofball. Oh, I'm just gonna give you a little belly rub. Look at you. Oh, yes, yes, yes. You're just a sweet little boy. Oh my goodness, you're a goof. You can crack an inch block of an AR-15. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Definitely. If it's an armor piercing 5.56. Oh, yeah. If it's armor piercing, definitely. Or like Full Metal Jacket, which you can buy at any like Sports Warehouse, for example. You could buy that. I mean, all the ammo like pretty much like the most common like 7.62 by 39, for example, is all Full Metal Jacket, and that certainly will pierce through that shit. So definitely. You fucking goofball. You look ridiculous. Look at you. You're fucking ridiculous looking right now. School cop, my high school drove a little decommissioned Humvee from Iraq, Afghanistan, city police vehicle, local vocational school auto program, fix it up so we could do that. Oh my god. No goddamn cop needs a motherfucking Humvee, dude. No cop needs that. Why? No cop needs it. Like, the only exception I could even think of is SWAT, and even then, probably not, because it's like, there's probably better vehicles to use anyway. So, it's like, why? It's just, I hate the fact that the police just can have all this demilitarized bullshit. You wanna know who probably deserves, like, demilitarized shit more than the cops? Firefighters, like, forest ranger services and shit. I'm not kidding, by the way, because, like, you know, if you think about it, like, a lot of military shit isn't just, like, tanks and stuff, or APCs or whatever. It's a lot of, like, you know, they're, like, you know, like, big-ass, like, military trucks, you know, for, like, you know, carrying people or equipment around, too. Like, the YouTube channel that I watched that's kind of like a military guy, he had a YouTube short that was saying, it's like, hey, like, what's, you know, the most common thing that you might do as a soldier? And it's literally just being a fucking truck driver. Because they have, like, all sorts of different models of trucks, you know, for various different roles and for various different things that are used, you know, and, like, and depending on your specific license of what you're using, you'll have, like, you know, basically, like, you know, a transport truck, you know, whether it's for people or basic, you know, small arm equipment stuff, or some of the more bigger, you know, like, equipment, you know, type of trucks and shit that carry, you know, some of the more, like, maybe a Humvee on, you know, behind it or something. And then they have, like, these more big-ass, huge specialized trucks that will literally carry, like, fucking tanks, you know, in it, you know, as, like, as cargo and shit like that. Or, like, some really big fucking, like, you know, like a FOB, like, little, like, trailer-based thing or some shit like that. You know, stuff like that. Like, some really big stuff where you need, like, a specialized license to even drive those things. You know, so it's just, like, I mean, yeah, you can decommission a lot of that type of shit and give it to all sorts of other, you know, civilian-based type of, you know, all sorts of type of, you know, like, services, you know, like forest rangers, like I was saying, you know, firefighters, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, reconverting a lot of those type of trucks, you know, to become basically, like, you know, like, water, you know, tankers, you know, or some shit like that, you know, or just, like, an equipment to where there's, like, you know, more, you know, like a basic, you know, quick, you know, need for EMS services or supplies, you know, like, when it comes to, like, fighting wildfires or some shit. There's all sorts of different things to where, like, what's considered military equipment that actually could be purposeful and useful to, like, civilian slash, like, you know, civilian, like, commerce type of life and shit. And when it comes to those type of, you know, industries or type of jobs that are needed. And, you know, it's like, and when people think of demilitarized or decommissioned military shit, they're thinking of, like, tanks, APCs, and stuff like that, which, yes, those are a part of it. But it's not always just those things, and it's like in those, like old trucks that, aren't really being used as much anymore, they can easily be given to like forest rangers or national park, services, or like firefighters, EMS, or shit like that. Like they can be given to like, other agencies or other, even if it's not, with the government, even if it is like a company or something like that, they can be given to them, to be used for, some more utilitarian purposeful needs. I mean, sometimes they do, but at least in my opinion, nowhere near as enough. Does Oregon have a death penalty? Technically, yes, but we don't use it. Like, Kate Brown actually just expunged one of the couple last things that she did as governor before Tina Kotek was sworn in, was she basically expunged all the people who are on death row to be life sentences. So pretty much now we technically still have a death penalty on the books, but we haven't used it in fucking forever. So it's like we might as well not have the death penalty, because we now don't have anyone on death row at this point. Like, all of them are now serving life sentences instead. So Oregon hasn't executed anyone in 26 years. Yeah, longer than I've been alive. No one's been executed in Oregon longer than I've been alive. So, yeah, like, we technically have it on the books, but we basically don't recognize it. It's just like one of those things that hasn't been taken off the rule books. You know what I mean? There's just like some laws or like some things that just, while aren't really enforced or followed anymore, they just have never officially been taken off the books. And our capital punishment law is just one of those things, I guess, where we don't use it anymore, but it's still there, I guess, for the hypothetical case to where we might have someone where we deem worthy enough to have it, I guess. I don't know. But, yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, on principle, I'm against capital punishment for sure, but even with that, I can personally think of exceptions to the rule. But that's why, at least on principle, I'm against it, even if I personally feel like there's some people that I think, can deserve something like that, you know what I mean? It's like the thing where it's like, on principle, you shouldn't let, like, your irrational thought kind of, like, take over or something like that, like, there's, because even if, maybe personally you might feel one way, it's like, logically, it's best to not, go forth with, that, route, when it comes to something like that, so. There was an execution in 97, and one more year before that, but you have to go back to 96-3 to the one before that. So Oregon just basically has, like, capital punishment, but we just, like, barely ever use it. It's either you support it or you oppose it, and if you support it, then the question is when. Yeah. I guess I kind of agree with that, and I suppose with that logic, I guess, in a way I do, but, at least, like I said, pragmatically and logically, it's best to not, have that, at least, as a form of law via the state. Especially at least. And obviously, if someone's trying to go outside of that, that's just fucking murder at that point. So we already at least have a contingency with that. So with that, it's just like, at least at the end of the day, I would still be against it. Even, like I said, even though maybe personally I could think of, like, I'm just going to throw a few names out there. Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Ben Shapiro. Just a couple names, where I feel otherwise, about, the whole capital punishment question, I suppose. But, like I said, logically and pragmatically, there's not exactly a reason for it outside of just my personal disdain for who they are, I guess for Bezos, there probably could be an argument for it. But, again, it's not exactly something that's going to, like, solve anything, And that's kind of the main thing, like, sure, it feels nice, I guess, like, yeah, this fucking, piece of shit, who, is now, like, now been, like, dealt with because of the crimes that, they've done or whatever, and it's just like, sure, that feels nice, but someone else is just going to do this type of crimes and shit. It's like the actual root of the problem has not been, solved. So it's like, I mean, I know a lot of people are just like, oh, people who are like, like child abusers, like the only thing they deserve is capital punishment, no ifs, ands, or buts. And there are definitely people who are like that, and it's just like, I mean, I get it, but you're not solving anything, and fundamentally there's no, like, sense of that actually, fixing the root problem of the child abuse. Like, I mean, sure, you took an individual who was doing that out of the picture, I guess, but the still root of the issue is there, and that doesn't exactly fix it. So, there probably should be a different approach, to dealing with that issue. That doesn't necessarily mean that, like, oh, suddenly that child abuser is, like, like, deserves the life, I guess, or whatever, because, again, emotionally, and personally, I'd feel otherwise, but, despite that, like, if you want to solve the root problem of how do we stop, people being that, the child abusers, like, we catch and shit, then study them, study their psychology and how they got to be that way in the first place, and then, account for that and address it, address those fucking roots. And whatever those are, I mean, and there's various different, things at play when it comes to that. I mean, whatever those are, I mean, like, they're going to have different, needs, that need to address that type of shit. We mess up and kill wrong people usually for judicial expediency. Yep. Way too often. I mean, honestly, like, one person, out of like a million is one too many. Cap punishment is inherently flawed because we are flawed. Well, yeah, exactly. Then I felt the urge to purchase. Well, I guess it's fine. Stefano, no, he definitely sure should don't. Honestly, he's going to be, like, out of, like, our entire friend group, he's probably the one person who I will never see own one of those. I could see my friend Logan, Tyler, my friend Mentalty, he has one now. I got to, my friend Harley, I could see him having one, but Stefan, nope. Unless, like, society collapsed, basically, I mean, it's just like, and everything collapsed. It's just like, basically, if it was like total collapse, maybe I could see him doing that. Because now we're living in a different world where modern society has collapsed and the judicial system's not there. The political, all of it's just, you're on your own, basically, for all intents and purposes. Like, and maybe then, but even then, I don't even know. I don't even think so. I think he's just legitimately, just does not like guns. He's just somebody that just doesn't like them, which that's fine. I don't give a fuck. I mean, I really don't. Like, it's just how he feels about them. Just plenty of people like him like that. I don't care. I mean, when he's at my house and hanging out with me here, I don't rub my shit in, when it comes to it. Even if it might happen to, be, like, right there hanging on, right next to the, chair that I have over here or something like that. If it's just, like, leaning up against the wall or maybe in my gun case, something like that, like, it's just not like, hey, look at this, whatever the fuck. It's just there, It's like, I'm not gonna rub it in or some shit. I'm not gonna be that guy. Because I know what his position is on it, and I definitely, recognize, I know he recognizes my position on it, but at the end of the day, it's like, at least I don't hold ill will to it, and I at least would hope so, that he doesn't see the, ill will, towards me about it, but I don't think he does. I'm confident in saying that, because, he's my homeboy. This thing is Stefan's practical in terms of recognize the lives of someone farewell in mass civil conflict. Well, the thing is, like, I don't really think, well, I'm sure there definitely are lefties out there, and I really do believe they are a minority, that kind of want to kind of dog on an idea of a mass civil conflict. I don't. I will at least say that, I legitimately don't. I mean, despite that, I will say, however, that I do recognize the extremist, fervent, militant wing of the far right, and at the minimal should at least have some encouragement of being able to at least defend oneself, against that. I mean, and does that mean that there will be some conflict? No, and honestly, I don't necessarily think. Yeah, I mean, more than saying he does seem evidence mass. I mean, I don't know. I think there's things that can potentially build up to that. I mean, this whole rumor shit when it comes to the LGBT, I think that can lead to some legitimate conflict a little bit. I mean, to the degree where it's going to be some mass civil conflict, probably not. It's going to be a little bit more selective. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, because we've seen some of these transconductors type of things, where it comes to the substations being attacked and shit. At least one of them in some county in, I think in North Carolina, I think it was Moore County, where the reason why the substation got attacked was specifically and directly because there was a drag event going on in that county. And it's there's definitely a sense of legitimate civil conflict with that. I mean, is it going to be literally everywhere? I don't think so. I do think it will be regional in the country, though. I definitely think elements of the Midwest and the South will most certainly see a lot of this type of shit. What would that be? I mean, I don't think at least for me, I think the mass conflict, it would be seeing kind of a similar thing when we saw Proud Boys and Patriot Prayer and shit going to these protests that were going on in 2020. I feel like it would be some shit like that a little bit, at least at first. Hopefully it just stays like that, at least in my opinion, because a lot of that was you got the Proud Boys that would show up with their stupid little shields and their little paintball guns and stuff. Some of them would actually have guns, whether handguns or rifles, but a lot of them would show up with some non-lethal paintball guns or some shit like that as well. And with that, we'll try to be you groomers, you fucking blah 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 and all this other shit. And of course, a lot of the more progressive LGBTs, Antifa types, or Black Bloc and etc., are going to be counteractive towards things like that. And it's and I at least in my opinion, I think there have more so than usual. I think more lefties, not a lot, but I think a little bit more that are recognizing that we should at least have some form of organization on our part, at least what we can do. Understanding, knowing how a lot of the militancy we have seen from the far right, and there's been a lot of different videos of them training out in random fields and forests and shit in the weird ass little Nazi camps and shit. I mean, while it's all LARP and silly bullshit, I mean, they mean it, and to them it's business. So it's just at the very least, there should at least be some sense of organization of here's how to have a shield wall, here's how we can hold those type of things. And it's not that doesn't happen, because there are a lot of people out there that are at least trying to push and advocate for those type of things, which I think is very important. But at the same time, also being able to here's how you can help someone who might have a small injury or, maybe even somewhat of a significant injury, but at least in the meantime, before actual professional medical help can get to them, here's how you can at least, help, maybe stop some bleeding or stop, an infection from happening by having, these type of things on you or, all these type of things. There's other elements outside of just fighting back, so to speak. There's things to where helping each other when you do get injured or hurt by far right militancy and shit, to where that in itself could be an action that does potentially save someone's life. their shit on Parliament. Children. So damn it. Follow question 3. Well, that's because they want that. I don't, but they do. I mean, because they would see them, because they would see the ones who fell, in a circumstance like that as martyrs. Like, that guy who did the Club Q shooting, they see him as a martyr. They see Kyle Rittenhouse as a fucking hero. They see Nicholas Cruz as a fucking martyr, basically. These motherfuckers, see these type of people as, like, victims to the cause, essentially. I mean, and it's insane. I know you don't want it, I'm just saying. I know, yeah. And like I said, I think a lot of leftists don't want that. I think there are at least, a lot of them that recognize that you have to at least try to defend yourself against that. Yeah, is it a losing battle, so to speak? Sure. Yeah, I mean, I ain't gonna deny that. But, at least something. That doesn't mean you go on the offensive. That just means just defend what you got. It's like in whatever that, is in this circumstances that are, then, just do what's best for that. And that doesn't mean, like, having everybody armed to the fucking teeth and shit. Notice I haven't really necessarily been saying that entirely. I've been using other, forms of this type of shit. I mean, having at least a few, like, people who are at least, willing to be an equal, so to speak, and have maybe a rifle themselves and shit. I do think that is at least, partially important when it comes to a defense aspect of that. But that's not everything. And in fact, that's not even, at least in my opinion, the biggest priority. So it's just like, I mean, it's a part of it. I mean, I will say, I do think it is, but I mean, it shouldn't be like the main thing that, people are looking at. Because everything else, at least, especially what I'm talking about, I think, matters a little more. Because it's just, because at the end of the day, it's about defense and de-escalation, not trying to, like, fucking, like, be like, oh, let's go to their fucking rallies and shit and start, going after them and attacking them and showing up with our guns to shit there. It's like, I mean, sure, show up to their rallies and protest and counter-protest them and shit, for sure, but don't go over there thinking that, we should, be how they are when they come after us. No. Like, I mean, beyond the defense, not offense. I get the whole, like, the best defense is a good offense. I get it, and in some cases that is true, but at least in this case, I mean, don't take it as an absolute. Because sometimes they'll bite you in the ass, and you do not want that biting you in the ass. Because I've seen what that can happen for some people and shit. Not necessarily, directly with myself, but I've seen other people, be a victim of that, and it ain't good. I remember the last time the Proud Boys and, like, a lot of these MAGA chuds tried to have a rally in Portland, like, I think August of 2021, I think. And there was a lot of, counter-protesters that showed up even way before they were initially going to show up at the waterfront. And, and a lot of, them decided to go to this abandoned Kmart or abandoned Ross, literally on the other side of town. And some people foolishly, like, out of, like, the 200, some of us, or more, like 30, some of them decided to go over to where they were all rallied at and go counter-protest over there. And it's like, I get it, but that's what they want. They want people to be split apart, so then, the few people that are feeling confident that go over to their shit get all fucked up. And, then more people have to go over there to try to reinforce it, then a bunch of their more militant wings, can come back, to the main waterfront and fuck people there. And cause a lot of chaos and shit. That was the whole point. And they kinda succeeded. Not 100%, but, because a lot of people kind of got whiff of it, and by the time, those people kind of bit themselves in the ass, they all bugged out and realized, oh, we kind of fucked up a little bit. Do you feel less safe about a gun? I mean, on a day-to-day life, I mean, like, no, like, I feel, like, I don't feel, like, more threatened or safe either way, just on day-to-day life. I mean, depending, if I was at, like, a protest or a rally or something, depending on what it was, suppose maybe different, but I don't know. It would just depend. Abandoned or no. Proud Boy Chuckle Fox. It might have been a Ross, but I think it was a Kmart. Actually, now that I think about it, it was a Kmart. No, at any time. Yeah. Like, personally, for me, like, I mean, at least around here, or even if I was downtown Portland, I mean, I wouldn't feel necessarily more or less safe, with, me having self-defense with or without it. At least when it comes to a firearm. Like, mainly because, like, I, can handle myself either way. And if something were to happen, it's like I'm not going to be able to necessarily predict, what outcome is going to happen, whether I have self-defense or not. And either way, I'm going to make sure that I'm safe. And if that means I can at least just get away from the person, and whether I have a gun or not, I'm going to do that first. Because at the very least, it's going to only be like for a life or death sake. If someone's trying to attack me on the street or some shit, that isn't really going to come out. Unless I'm going to pistol whip them in the face and knock them out with it. Because, a pistol, as much as it's like a small little object, I mean, getting smacked right up with the face up against that damn thing is going to hurt a lot. Metal, plastic, whatever it is. Like, that's going to hurt. And yeah, I will use it as, like, a blunt object, because it can handle it. And if something breaks off of it, I'll just buy another part. Big whoop. So, if anything, like, I'd probably pull the weapon out, or the gun out, but to hit you over the face with it, I wouldn't, like, chamber it. I'd just smack you over the head with it a couple times and pistol whip you. Like, if anything, I'd do that. Just so I don't have to break my knuckles or something like that, you know what I mean? So, I just do that, honestly. Because, honestly, yeah, like, getting pistol whipped, it fucking hurts. Not that I have, but I have accidentally gotten bonked in the head, by the butt of my rifle and my gun, like I'm on guns before, and that alone hurts. So I can only imagine just being smacked right up against the face, with a pistol, let alone just like, bonk, ow, and getting bonked after you shoot. All I bought them for is fun, that's it. I mean, with my current rifles that I have, or my shotgun and my rifle, yeah, that's what I bought them for primarily, and that's what they're all going to be for. For all I, give a shit, as they stand right now, they're for fun. And maybe going into competition shooting or something like that in the future. I mean, like, I do think, it's worth kind of learning, how to operate it and, like, how to, I guess, defend oneself with something like that. But it's not the attention that's going to be used for it. What shotgun to get? My Weatherby, my SA08, and I got it a little over. I've had it for over a year now, probably a year and some change, year and a quarter, something like that. I've had it for a while. I've had my Vishka for less than a year. Actually, it's about to come up a year here pretty soon, because I remember last year saving up for it right about this time. Actually, I think I was saving up for it before this time, but no, it was around January. I started saving up for it around January, at least last year, and I got it. And actually, I think I got it around March, if I remember correctly. So once March comes around, I've had that Vishka at least for a full year. I didn't get into like the competition like gun club or something here already, goddammit. Honestly, I'd love to get into the cowboy competition shooting. That'd be fun. Like single action revolvers, lever action, double barrels. Like cowboy air guns. And get into competition shooting like that. Dude, that'd be so fun. Because obviously it's not like your traditional like competition shooting, because you have to kind of like do like some cowboy tricks here and there. I mean, also like speed run some shit. Which, obviously, when you have single-action revolvers, lever action, and stuff like that, you know, it takes time to reload and, you know, cycle through some stuff, unless you're very, proficient at it. And with that, you know, kind of adds, like, this extra sense of fun a little bit. And I know there's, at least in Vegas, a club that does, you know, like, a very, like, strict aesthetic of, you know, cowboy style and stuff, where, like, they get so into it to where they even have, like, the outfits and everything. And honestly, for me, I already kind of tangentially have it with my hat, you know, with my Stetson hat that I have right here, of this one, and like a trench coat and everything. Like, I already... Shut up! That was my fucking hat! Shut up! I'm gonna throw that hat at you. Actually, I'm not gonna throw that hat at you because it has feathers on it. I don't want to be eating those. Shut up! But I'm already like halfway there with the aesthetics, so... And honestly, I do legit want a lever action and a single action wheel gun. Because, I love wheel guns. Well, revolvers, that's what they're nicknamed. But, like, I really so badly want one. Because, they're so fun. And specifically single action, because, you know, you can kind of do some tricks with those. There's actually a way to where you can kind of do like a rapid fire triple shot, where you cock the hammer back the first time, and then you use your thumb, and then use your pinky to, like, you know, while you're holding the trigger down, you'll like pull the hammer back, pull it, and then use your thumb and your pinky essentially to like boom boom boom, basically, you know. And there's like a YouTube short where I saw like a guy who's very proficient in it do, you know, can I find it? Let's see if I can find it actually. Rapid fire. Yeah, let's see if I can find it. Because I know it was a YouTube short. I am not seeing a specific video, actually. What the hell? I'm seeing, like, other videos, but not the one I saw. Yeah, I'm not seeing... What the hell? Short. Maybe if I look up short. Seriously? That doesn't help me with getting YouTube shorts out. Wow. I was hoping maybe, you know, putting short would actually help bump up the YouTube shorts version of that, but it didn't. Fuck. Trick shots, I guess? Try this? That, actually, I think even made my results even worse. Fuck. You know, I kind of, in a sunk cost fallacy, I legitimately want to try to find it. It was just some random ass YouTube short, though. That's the problem. Fuck. I have to, like, really skim these shorts, honestly. You know what, I'm feeling lucky because the last stream that I was on, I literally randomly found the house that my granddad had, where my dad grew up in and shit, that I kind of tangentially, you know, grew up in during the summertime and stuff. Like, I remember, like, you know, I'm feeling lucky, you know, so maybe I could find it. It wasn't in that batch of shorts that I skimmed through, so... Maybe these? Like I said, I have since feeling lucky here. So let's see. Wasn't any of these. Son of a bitch. These shorts? No? Seriously? I'm not gonna sunk cost fallacy it too hard, but... No? Not in this match. Might be. I'm seeing some videos that are kind of partially related. So, maybe... No, not that bad. Okay, feels like I might be coming up, to it, though. Let's see. In this batch? Seriously? Not in this one either? Come on. Oh, found it. Oh, I found it. Oh, dude. Okay, so watch this. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. I finally found it. Woo! Look at that. See that? We'll watch it again. Dude, that was a trip. Like, I don't even think me doing that was, as fast as that. Watch it if you can. I mean, if you were able to see, he obviously cocked it back, pulled it, thumb, and then pinky came in right afterwards and got the third shot in a very, oh, that is such a legit fucking, trick shot, honestly. Well, it's not really a trick shot, but we'll watch it one more time, because it's so slick. That is so slick. Oh. See, that's why I love wheel guns, honestly, because, goddamn, I knew I was going to be able to find it if I sunk cost fallacied it. Because, oh, that's beautiful, just, See, that's like Deadeye in real life. Like Red Dead Redemption's Deadeye, that's what it looks like in real life. Well, you can't really do it with multiple people, I'd imagine. You'd probably have to just do it with one individual. But nonetheless, that's just Deadeye in a nutshell. I also really like the background music. Just re-download Battlefield 5. The gem that could have been. That's how I feel about it. I feel slightly disappointed with Battlefield 5. Because they didn't put, the Americans, on the Western Front. They only had the Brits. And that was it. They didn't even expand on the Eastern Front at all. It's... man... Battlefield 5 was legitimately kind of a disappointment. And honestly, I kind of think I know why. Because I remember reading up not too long ago that a lot of the developers that made Battlefield 1 left after they made Battlefield 1 and completed that shit. So when Battlefield 5 was coming out, it was basically just a totally different set of developers and shit. I think it sucks, but I'll play it anyway. I'll play Battlefield 1 more than this. Well, yeah. Dude, people still play Battlefield 1 to this day. Because, like I said, I think, because I remember reading up, because I remember, looking up different comments, because it started coming up a lot recently that a lot of the devs that made BF1, left after, finishing that up. And honestly, now that I think about it, it really does make sense. Because, Battlefield 5 had a horrible start. And in a way, I feel like they probably brought a couple of the devs back, and it kind of came back up, and then they stagnated, and then just, instead of, potentially bringing it back up even further to a legit, true peak, they just killed it. Because I guess they just didn't want to invest in the actual development. So they can go on 2042, I guess. Which, again, fucking sucks. Thank you, DICE. Or I guess EA, technically. But I'll be right back, guys. Sprinkle leak again. Gotta love alcohol, making you sprain multiple leaks. What? Oh my god. Ugh. Well, that's why I was all grunting and grunting. I'm this little big boy. What'd you be, little chunk? Who's a good boy? Battlefield 1944 had good DLC. Yeah, 1942 is still pretty good. Oh, who's a good baby boy? Who's a good boy? Bro. Who's a good boy? Yes, you is. Man, you're a lazy little bastard if you just are just plopped and just don't give a shit right now. Wow. You goof. You little goof. Good lord, look at him. You just ridiculous little mutt. What? Yeah, you can't react to that like you want to, yes. My good lord. Here we go, goof. Damn it. Oh. 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 You're a little goof. What are you doing now? Oh my God, you're a fruit bat. Look at you. What is this? What are you doing? Ugh. Well, what the hell? Ugh. Oh. You goof. Look at you. You're such a goof. So he's full size now? Not totally. I mean, he's still bulking up. He's actually kind of gotten beefier. I mean, he's still kind of... I mean, like, at least for growth, yeah. But he's bulking up now a little bit. We're just getting to be a bulky little mutt. Yes, yes, yes. And who's still just a ridiculous little lap dog. You're just a lap dog, whiz. This dog is a fucking lap dog, bro. Like, like he's just like chilling. Like he's a fucking little chihuahua. Look at you. You're more cat than dog. Look at this. This is straight up cat behavior. Oh my goodness, you shit little thing. What? Are you frustrated? What? What was that? Oh. What? Oh. You little goofball, what's up? You sweet little thing. Well, You're goof. What? Oh. God damn, do you mind? Jesus. Since you're right here, brushing you. Yeah, you get brushed now. What you gonna do about that? Huh? That's right. I mean, he ain't moving, so I'm just gonna keep going with this. Goof. Are you gonna like get out of this little space, or are you just gonna hang out here and just accept this brushing? I think he's accepting the brushing. This is talked on ironically. I'm well aware of this. Plan on streaming. I'm gonna try to pretend he didn't find this long absurd. Well, because I don't want to immediately have like a random ass argument with my fucking roommate about it. I mean, because him and I have had a little back and forth about it, but I don't, like, truly absolutely know exactly why he finds him so interesting. I just don't like him myself, personally. Obviously. Too bad to say. Yeah. I mean, it's, you know, like, if one of these days I'll ask him, be like, yo, what do you really find about him, like, so interesting? And honestly, with that, I'm gonna have to, like, you know, kind of rehash some of the shit about that weirdo. Because honestly, I haven't thought about him in a while outside of that. This is the one time that he played it, you know, which the last time he played him, at least around me, was, you know, when we had that power outage and it was on stream in his car. Sir, you would take the piss out of it, being absurd by your room. It's like, it's just some rap. You always sound pissed about something. Who, my roommate or Tom McDonald? male is some ironically for comedic purposes. I mean, I guess in that way. Dog, are you gonna move, or am I just gonna keep brushing you? So I could just keep doing that. I think he really just likes brushing. Yeah, you know me. Well, I mean, in a way, he always, like, I mean, whether it's because, like, he does have, like, you know, some coworkers that are kind of annoying or dumb and want to, like, try to get out of work early and shit like that. I mean, and also, like, there's, you know, occasional shit that happens, you know, where it's, like, a major fucking, like, setback, you know, for him in some ways. I mean, I could kind of get it, but he's not always, like, you know, mad about everything. In fact, he's, you know, tends to be pretty laid back and easygoing in a lot of ways. I think it's just how he, you know, like, yeah, his voice is, in a way. I think he just kind of has the sound of, like, sounding like he's pissed about something. Because when I first met him, I honestly thought he was always, you know, he was kind of like this very off, you know, kind of standoffish, like, you know, I'm always kind of mad about something type of dude myself. But, you know, once I obviously eventually got to know him, he wasn't really like that, like I thought it was. Or at least like I thought. I mean, honestly, I guess at this point, you know, it's just like, you know, he wouldn't be my roommate if I didn't think that, you know. Because there's a lot of things that, you know, him and I, you know, have common ground on and stuff, so. Because to me, masculinity to survive. Yeah, in a sense, yeah, honestly, I feel like that is a lot of what it is. Because in a way, at least in the public, you know, I kind of have the same thing where I got, you know, my shit that I'm doing, and, you know, I'm, like, trying to get to point A to point B, you know, trying to kind of keep things minimal. You know, and with that has a sense of standoffishness where people might misinterpret that as being me kind of, like, a prick when obviously I'm not. Be his voice and never hear him wax positive or emotional about something. Well, yeah, I mean, well, he definitely has his moments. I mean, he's had a couple of them on stream occasionally. But, I mean, yeah, he's not one to always show emotion. Which I think a lot of that is just because, you know, there's like the sense that, oh, men need to be, like, stoic and not have a sense of emotion because they, you know, I think a lot of that's just because of, like, a general cultural standard of, like, how men ought to be or whatever the fuck. Because he's not the only one I see that in. You know, I think there's a lot of dudes that, you know, try to interpret how men, quote, ought to be, you know, and, you know, with that, you know, have a sense of, yeah, I guess maybe either insecurity or confusion or, you know, strife and conflict with, you know, things that might, you know, contradict or, you know, be in conflict with an idea like that. And honestly, despite, you know, some of the different politics that, you know, my roommate has, because I know there's definitely some stuff that him and I disagree with and shit. You know, despite that, you know, I know he's actually generally, like, a, you know, good-hearted person and shit. I mean, despite, you know, like, cause, you know, even though I would think that Tom McDonald's kind of a racist dipshit, you know, personally, in my opinion, I wouldn't think that my roommate. Honestly, there's a lot of things where he's actually kind of stuck up for people, you know, being discriminated based on their race and shit. So, you know, like, you know, while at the same time, I've also heard, you know, like, you know, it's like I try to get a job, you know, at, like, 7-Eleven, but they predominantly hire, you know, Mexicans and stuff, so it's like I got, you know, fucked over because I couldn't get a job there. They had a little frustration and some shit like that, but, you know, I don't really necessarily think it's inherently because, oh, you know, the damn Mexicans. I think it was more like you just a gripe about, like, the company just not looking at him and his, you know, work and his, you know, background and experience and just, like, prioritizing somebody else just based off of X, Y, or Z. You know, at least, you know, from how I, you know, at least when I remember he was trying to get a job at 70s at one point, you know, he was kind of having a gripe about it, and, you know, I was kind of saying, it's like, you know, even to him, it's like, you know, it sounds just more like a gripe at the company more so anything else. It's like, yeah, because, you know, they didn't look at my experience and hire me over it, and it was kind of bullshit, and I'm just like, I can get it, you know, because if you got, you know, the experience and know how to do a job that, you're certainly qualified for, but you don't get hired because of that, yeah, it's a little what the fuck, you know, a little bit, you know, you're going to be a little frustrated about that. So that made you think yourself, damn, are you serious? At least right now, no. At least not anything that I'm aware of. Ask me what he thinks about transgenderism, religious small attractions. I bet his answer would be interesting. Sure. I know that he's not exactly 100% pro-trans, but I wouldn't necessarily say he's outright transphobic either. But I don't know entirely what he believes about that. I know that he, you know, thinks that people who might be gay or bi are a little odd, I guess, and I'm sure he doesn't necessarily, you know, feel much different about, you know, drag queens or transgenderism and stuff like that. But, you know, like, he obviously, you know, sees me, you know, being bi and, you know, openly an advocate, you know, of transition and stuff like that, and doesn't, you know, have like a sense of animosity about it or anything. So, I mean, honestly, I don't know. I mean, I don't know exactly 100% what his ideas are, but I know he's not outright, like, I guess in the sense of, like, what you would consider, you know, like, traditionally transphobic, in the sense that, you know, he's trying to, like, do harm about it or something like that. Like, I'm sure, like I said, I don't know if he's, like, exactly, like, pro-trans in the sense that he recognizes it, but he's not, like, gonna go out of his way to try to, like, you know, try to, like, stop it, I guess. But, again, I don't know exactly where he lies on that one, I will admit, so, I don't know. I mean, maybe he has a very similar opinion about that shit, but, I mean, I feel like there probably will be a eventuality of a discussion about, you know, something like that, and I don't know, you know, and honestly, I wouldn't mind picking his brain about it, and I'm sure he'd probably want to pick mine about it, too, but we just haven't had that discussion, I guess. I mean, we've had it, like, a little tangentially, you know, because he, you know, asks about me being bi and stuff, so, I mean, at least when it comes to, like, LGBT, you know, things, you know, kind of more broadly, I mean, we've kind of had a little discussion about it, but, you know, for more specific things, like transgenderism or, like, drag shows and stuff like that, I mean, haven't really had much of a discussion about that, so I actually really don't know. I guess maybe somewhere in the middle, like, not exactly, like, phobic, but not, like, an advocate either way, just kind of neutral, maybe. I guess probably neutral in the sense of maybe leaning on the against, in the sense that he's kind of weirded out by it, stuff like that. But, I mean, I really honestly don't know. I suppose it would be a little interesting topic to maybe have with him at some point. I mean, don't see any harm in it. I mean, like, because even if he has maybe, like, a more negative opinion about those issues, I mean, my friend Logan, for example, like, he was not exactly very pro-trans a year ago, but now he's a lot more, you know, open and interested in, at least interested in the sense that he's, like, more accepting about, you know, trans people and shit. You know, at this point, like, he's got someone who, which I don't know if it's like a girlfriend or friends of benefits or what, but he's got, like, a sexual relationship right now with someone who's a trans woman, so, I mean, you know, he, like, which honestly, literally not even a year ago, I wouldn't think that my friend Logan would be doing, so it's like, you know, people can have one opinion, you know, in the immediate sense, but maybe a year or two later, you know, they might legit have a change of perspective, you know, for whatever reason, and nonetheless, they do. I mean, that doesn't mean that they're, like, absolutely, like, 100%, like, a, you know, trans advocate and, you know, whatever, you know, fuck, like, right off the bat, but they're at least, you know, more open to it and more accepting and, you know, or at least now respecting of people who are at least, you know, are transgender at that point. Are they, like, 100% there? Maybe not yet. You know, they probably still have, you know, like, you know, issues of them being in sports or whatever the fuck, and other issues and shit like that. Or they have to, like, pass in order to be okay or whatever the fuck. I mean, they're not going to be quite there yet, but at least they're on the track to at least be more open up to these ideas, you know, to be more accepting and normalizing of that type of shit. So, either way, I'd say it's a good thing. weirded out by what yeah, I mean, basically. Which I know for my roommate, at least, I'm sure he is, you know, and I'm sure he probably would think it's very weird. But I think it's just because it's probably just something he doesn't totally understand. While for me, it's something that I do. But at the same time, you know, I feel like maybe, and now thinking about it, I feel like maybe it might be a conversation that we would probably have at least maybe twice or 3 times over, maybe a little bit. Just because, I mean, you know, for the first time, you know, like, I know what you meant, pro-tolerance, but pro-trans sounds weird, lol. Yeah, no, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I should probably, you know, mean more like pro-tolerant and at least more, you know, saying accepting of trans people instead of being like pro-trans. You know, I know, but I see what you mean there. But yeah, again, you know, I'm pro-gay. Yeah, you know, fair enough. I see what you mean there. Yeah, no, but yeah, I mean, but you get what I'm saying though. Yeah, like, you know, either way. Like with equivocal versus equivalent. I've always understood transgender. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I'll admit, like, I never always understood it. It took me a second to kind of get it a little bit. But once I, you know, kind of got curious and kind of looked it up and heard the perspective of you know, of trans people and shit, you know, you know, it kind of started clicking. You know, and once it starts clicking a little bit, that's all it really needs, you know, to happen. You know, it's like once, you know, enough clicks, you know, to where it's like, oh, okay, you know, this is what it is. And then, you know, all the extra nuance about that type of stuff eventually, you know, kind of over time will fall into place, basically, in a sense. I mean, at least, you know, from, you know, like, how a lot of people, you know, at least from my experience, have, you know, you know, just directly that I've seen, even very recently. You know, it's like, eventually, at some point, there was, like, an acceptance and an understanding and, like, a more general respect to the point where, you know, it's, you know, even more so than, you know, I would think, you know, when it comes to, like, how somebody would have a relation, you know, when it comes to something like that with somebody who might be trans. And because of that, you know, you know, pretty much all the other aspects about, like, maybe their position about, like, trans people being in sports or how they present themselves or whatever the fuck, all, you know, like, everything else will start, you know, fall in place about, like, probably shouldn't matter, or, you know, or at the very least, I think, you know, because, you know, all these other things, you know, like, whether they pass or not, or whether it should be in sports or not, it really doesn't matter. It's just about, you know, accepting that there are people and they exist and shit, basically, really. And that includes even in these other variables, whether it's sports or whether they don't necessarily fit, you know, perfectly within, you know, what is a man or woman when it comes to presentation, you know, and all this other shit. Because even then, there's, like, cis men and cis women that already, you know, push those boundaries and always have. So it's just like, what difference does it make when a trans person does it? You know? So, outside the fact that they're trans, I guess. You know, but beyond that, what real, true difference does it make? Because there's already been people who are cis, you know, that have pushed those boundaries. You know, and in the midst of them, you know, trans people that probably just, you know, never really admitted that. Because, obviously, society never accepted them. Up until legitimately very recently. It wasn't really until, like, the 50s or 60s, you know, when transgenderism started kind of to be, like, an open conversation, at least especially in, like, in science. And then it wasn't really, you know, at least, you know, in the underground, like, gay community, wasn't really, you know, something that was accepted outside of that. And then, and only in the last, like, 10 plus something years, like, you know, has transgenderism starting to become really truly normalized even throughout society. And the thing is, though, it's taking a long time for it. And even then, you know, there's been plenty of people, like, I forgot his name, but there was a trans man who was who actually was fundamental of having Johannesburg. I'm pretty sure it was Johannesburg, who was very pinnacle of making sure that the town itself actually legitimately, like, prospered into, like, the city that it became, basically. Like, he was like he was born biologically female, but early in their life, he decided that, like, hey, especially because of the things that I'm interested in and the things I want to do, and because of how I personally feel, I feel more like a man, and what I want to do is the man's world, and I'm a woman, biologically, and I don't, feel comfortable with this, and I want to do what, other men do and shit. So he hid his biological, identity through his entire life. And it wasn't until he passed away when everybody around him realized, oh, he was a she this whole time? What the fuck? And they all, like, and when they found out the birth records of who he was, they found out the, dead name of, like, the, of his female name and shit, they used that as his tombstone, instead. And it's just like, damn. It's like, what the fuck, after all of the successes. And he actually was legit kind of based. Like, he would, he was able to get a lot of equal access to drinking water in Johannesburg, which is a very big thing at the time, because, in South Africa, there basically was none of that. So he was very pinnacle at pushing that. He was very pinnacle when it came to a lot of medical science at the time as well. Like, he was actually, like, a very influential person. And and it really annoys me that I forget this guy's name. But, I mean, he, and he was a trans man, but nonetheless, like, this was, like, in the 1880s, 1890s about, too, as well, just for time reference, so this is, like, well over 100 years ago, and, it's, like, trans people existed, and, wow, shocker, it's because trans people existed since humanity's been a thing. So, that's probably why. They don't necessarily have to totally transition biologically necessarily with surgeries and all this other shit in order to affirm into how they feel, when it comes to their identity. Because, honestly, there's been trans people that have been able to affirm themselves and get away with, passing, evidently, for a long time. And been able to, and while obviously they probably had their struggles and probably still had their, problems and traumas and stuff, of course, but, like, they were able to do a lot of very influential and, a lot of things for people. Have been proven to mitigate stress of gender dysphoria. Oh, absolutely, 100%. I'm not going to invalidate that, because it most certainly does. I mean, 100%. I mean, it's just like, I'm just saying that, like, because trans people have existed forever and shit, that there's, as long as there's at least just general affirmation to the fact that there's just another human being, that in itself does help mitigate those things. And of course, especially now that we have the medical science for it, hormone therapy and surgeries and shit also, most is exceptionally, mitigate these type of issues when it comes to the stress of gender dysphoria. Because, again, it annoys me. I'm forgetting the name of the guy that I'm thinking about, at least, for the trans man I was thinking about with Johannesburg back in, like, the late 1800s and shit. But, he didn't have access to hormone therapy and surgeries, and I'm sure he still had, distress, when it came to gender dysphoria, because biologically he still had a whole female body. But despite that, persevered. And I'm sure he probably would have, been able to really feel more, like, confident and more, like, happy with their own self if they did have access to that type of stuff. Absolutely. So, I mean, like I said, not to invalidate it, because obviously it most absolutely certainly helps, and it should, and I want to, see that type of shit expanded, because I think eventually, because I'm kind of somebody that embraces the idea of transhumanism, so, and honestly, a lot of the expansions into medical science when it comes to, transgenderism, like, I think there's a lot of really, cool potential to come out of that, not just obviously for people who are trans, but for just the sake of transhumanism too. And obviously it's not just trans people, but also people that might need prosthetics. That's another aspect of that as well. I think a lot of really cool research and development is especially being currently done when it comes to that front as well. I mean, there's a lot of really cool shit that will eventually culminate into, like, you know, the broader, like, humanist, you know, research and development eventually, and, you know, all of them play a little role into it. And I'm all for it. Might even have technology someday to change someone's race, make someone African. I mean, you can alter DNA. Yeah, I mean, honestly, possibly. I mean, even if you can't necessarily alter the DNA, the virtue of, like, the idea of transhumanism could expand the idea that you can change your entire, you know, physical appearance. So, if you personally, you know, think that you're more comfortable looking like, if you're a white guy like me, looking like a, you know, field of snow, but you legitimately feel more comfortable looking like somebody who's, like, a, you know, like, I don't know, like a Central African, you know, of descent or something like that, and you legitimately feel more comfortable and, you know, identify with that more, and you want to perceive yourself as such, then you know, honestly, at that point, because of transhumanism and shit, then, you know what, as far as I'm concerned, the world's your oyster. You know, so, like, I mean, because as far as I'm concerned, if you want to perceive yourself as something that makes yourself, you know, comfortable with how you feel and shit, then go for it. Race is human construct, exactly. I mean, because honestly, at the end of the day, the reason why someone might be black or white or, you know, whatever melanin they have in their skin and shit is because of environmental adaptations due to thousands of years of evolution. That's realistically why that's there. That's the reason why someone looks black and someone else looks white. I mean, and there's no real fundamentals outside of just, you know, evolutionary adaptation, but we put a construct, you know, and put, you know, like, you know, like, you know, reason or, you know, meaning behind that type of shit. Even though there isn't, outside of just fundamentally being, you know, just us, you know, just being able to adapt depending on where we are on the planet. On the ball of rock that we all share. Yes, it is. That being said, I understand why it exists. You could usually tell by someone looking at someone what continent their ancestors came from. Sure. Though in a lot of ways I feel like that, you know, probably is a construct of just you know, just of the broader understanding about, like, where a lot of, you know, evolutionary traits, you know, a lot of physical traits come from and shit. Because, I mean, 1,000 years ago, I'm sure, like, I mean, if you looked at what could be considered, like, a modern, you know, Greek person, someone who's of a Hellenic descent, like, 1,000 years ago, they didn't necessarily see themselves as Greek, so to speak. They saw themselves as, like, a part of the region that there are, like, they saw themselves Hellenic, you know, or, like, at least broadly Mediterranean, or, you know, but realistically, they saw them more of themselves as, like, a part of the more broader region that they are, like, you know, Spartans being from Sparta, or, you know, Athenians being from Athens, and, you know, and so on and so forth. You know, so, and, you know, obviously they all have a broad descent and ethnic background, you know, and being Hellenic, you know, but nonetheless, you know, they never truly saw themselves as that. At least, you know, for the context of, you know, Greeks and shit, the idea of a Greek identity didn't really come in until, like, the broader Greek independence movement when Greek became its own nation. Basically around the time where nationalism you know, becoming more of a broader idea. But it was a concept of the Greek accent. Well, yeah, Hellenic, you know, like the Greek background, like when it comes, yeah, that's, I mean, I'm saying Hellenic and with that. I mean, there was, like, a broader concept of, like, yeah, we came from this region, but it wasn't necessarily conceptualized as, like, you know, as a united peoples, because a lot of the Hellenic and Greek peoples, you know, were predominantly, you know, either city-states or conquered by other empires, like the Macedonian Empire or Ottomans and etc., so on and so forth. But yeah, there was definitely a sense of, like, I'm not saying there wasn't a sense of identity, but it was a lot more of it was a different concept, you know, in comparison to how we see it now. That's what I'm trying to say. Again, you know, I'm probably not totally explaining it in the best way, but that's what I'm trying to broadly get at. It's either the Pan-Hellenic alliance in a classical inequity against Persians on the basis of common ethics. Yeah, because they all saw themselves as, you know, broadly, you know, attached to the same region. despite, being Athenian or Spartan, they all were part of the region of, like, what was Macedonia or, Hella, or Helena, basically, with, the, broader, idea of the Greek descent and shit. Which a lot of the more modernized, concept of, like, Greek nationalism kind of was built a part of, but it was, nonetheless, it was because a lot of those type of things were there. But again, it was just because there was a little bit of a different idea about, like, what was the sense of an idea. Again, I was using it as, like, a main example. I mean, it's just, like, because the idea of, like, an identity based off of, like, one's background does vary, from, people to people, and from, in different times in history, too. But nonetheless, it all just kind of comes from, a general understanding that, yeah, we come from this place in this region, and we all, from there are from these little areas. Like, it all kind of comes from just a byproduct of the environment they, grew up in and shit. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was trying to, like, mainly say. Like, the idea of, like, the general, like, nationalism and didn't really come around until like the 19th to 20th something centuries and shit, from like the 1800s and from there on out. Because I mean, the broader thing to bring a circle is that, like, all these things are a construct. It changes and evolves, a little differently over time, but nonetheless, I mean, it's not like it's not there. It's just, it differs, depending on the time of history because of how we conceptualize these things. It's like, I'm not saying that, like, like the Spartans from, like, who were meeting Xerxes, for example, or some shit, were like, we're not Greeks, we're literally just Spartans and nothing else. It's like, they obviously thought themselves more than that, It's like, same thing with, like, the Athenians or, like, anyone else, in, what is now, Greece today and shit. Like, they knew that, like, it was, like, a region that they all share, and they all, like, share a common background and stuff, but nonetheless, they still predominantly identified with where they lived, like this, the city-state that they were a part of, or, like, the little smaller kingdom that, they were underneath. Like, they didn't really have, as big of grand ideas when it comes to a sense of identity in the same sense that we do now in modern conceptions. It's not like they didn't, just in a modernized conception that we see now. Especially considering, like, broader philosophical thoughts like nationalism and things like that. Throughout, they were able to think of themselves today. Yeah. I mean, that, in a way, is, a good way to describe it. It's possible they thought that way. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, like, I mean, to be fair, I mean, we don't truly know how those people would have thought. We can only, put pieces of the puzzles together, from back then, but the farther you go back in history, the less pieces of the puzzle you're going to have. So, I mean, we can only really extrapolate from what we've rediscovered throughout history, so yeah, I mean, we're not going to truly know, like, how one thought, back at, like, 348 BC, and, like, what is now modern day Athens, it's like, we're not going to know what someone thought back then. We get an idea just because of what we've been able to recover from then, but we're not going to truly know. But I think that's kind of the fun element about the human experience. It's kind of like, figuring out, how we became who we are now, in a sense. Even if we're not looking about, like, ourselves specifically, but even, like, past generational things, and, when it comes to, like, our own history as a species and shit. It's just a fun thing to get into and stuff. Whether I'm, like, got a true understanding and a major, like, nuanced view about that, like, I mean, I don't, but it's still fun to talk about, and I'm still gonna talk about it occasionally, because fuck it, I mean, at least, I'm being a curious little bee about it, little curious bee indeed, Elizabeth Warren DNA. I will say about her, she's probably not exactly, like, as native as she says she is. Didn't it come out that she was, like, 1/8 or, like, 1/10 or something like that? That she didn't really have, like, a lot of Native American in her, despite, you know, saying that she was? It's like, what? To be fair, I don't know if that's 100% true. I know she's, like, part native. I just don't know how much. But, I mean, all things considered, it's, like, there is, like, the whole, like, you know, Trump, you know, doing the whole, like, oh, you know, all that bullshit, and the right wing kind of, like, hyperbolically going after that. So, yeah, I'm not 100%. That'd be a weird thing to lie about. Yeah. Though I guess, I think people were questioning her reasons to even mention it, which, okay. I mean, yeah. No one care. Yeah. I think the only thing that, you know, why I see it might not necessarily be worth thing to lie about is because it is... honestly, even I'm partially a victim of it. There is, like, a little bit of a phenomenon of some white folks that, you know, where there's, like, a story where, like, oh, yeah, your granddad, you know, like, fell in love with, like, a Native American, you know, on the, you know, who was a part of the reservation and had a child with him or this and that and blah, 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 and you're part Native American because of that or some shit. You know, there's, like, you know, some weird story, you know, that, like, it's like that a lot of different people, at least in America, have because of that, and thus, you know, think they're like part Cherokee, part Comanche, part this, part that, and all this other shit. And also, like, and again, I was kind of a little victim of it because my mom had a story like this too, where she had where her granddad apparently was part Native because, like, his dad fell in love with a Native American princess or some shit of a tribe and blah, 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 and all this other shit. And thus, I was supposed to be 1/8 Native American or some shit. Well, I did an ancestor test, not a single fucking shred of that came up, so thus kind of shattered any of that, you know, from the get-go. I mean, to be fair, maybe if I did a different DNA test, you know, like, maybe, you know, it might come up, but as far as I'm concerned, I have not been able to discover any evidence of that. So it's just like, and considering that I know other people, like, I know Paul Siegel from Ideology and Deep Fat Fried. He has had a story told that he's part Cherokee, you know, and he's done a DNA test and nothing like that has come up. You know, I've done it, nothing's come up. So honestly, it is a legitimate phenomena that there are, like, some white families, I guess, in America where, you know, somebody in the family tells a weird story that, you know, they're part Native because their parent or their granddaddy, you know, fucking fell in love with a Native woman or something, and it's just like basically considered true, you know, or some shit to the family. It's just like told, and it's like, what? I mean, in a weird way, it's probably, like, got a grain of truth to the story. That's the fucked up thing. It's like, yeah, there probably was, like, I mean, it's sort of neat to find out, oh, 100%. Like, I'm not dogging that, by the way. I mean, you know, and honestly, I think, you know, the idea of, like, you know, when you have a story told about where you come from, but then you go find out where you actually kind of come from doing a DNA test and stuff like that, and realize, oh, shit, like, my background is actually something totally different. Or at least, you know, different than from what I was told. I mean, honestly, there is, like, a sense of, like, oh, shit, whoa, this is some cool stuff that I realized wasn't what I was told, but hey, now I get to really know. I mean, honestly, that's actually kind of cool. I mean, at least for me, personally, like, despite, you know, being like, oh, you know, being like, oh, shit, I guess I don't necessarily got Native in me, whatever, I don't care. I mean, it's just, like, pretty neat. I'm not gonna start windmilling. Well, yeah, I mean, fundamentally, it's not, I mean, it's arbitrary. Like, it's up to you if you want to put meaning to it. As long as you're not trying to put a meaning of, like, I'm superior to you, so fuck you, you know, I'm like the Ubermensch or some shit. As long as it's not that. Because I think it's cool to delve into your own ancestry shit. Like, I mean, I found out some pretty cool stuff, you know, about, you know, my background and shit. Not all of it's by blood, but I still consider it part of my background a little bit. And nonetheless, it's pretty cool. I like it. It's awesome. And I think everyone should have that opportunity and shit. If they obviously want to pursue it, obviously, you know. That's the reason why I hope so, like, people want to believe there's something exotic, especially something to deal with ancient history. Sure. And which is why I can get it, you know? Like, I mean, I've always had a kind of an interest of, like, yeah, we're, you know, like, I know that I'm, at least now, especially with my, you know, doing a DNA test and shit, I know I'm, like, broadly a Northern European mutt. Like, Northern European mutt as fuck. So it's like, you know, because of that, I'm you know, there's a little sense of curiosity about, like, you know, how far back does that go a little bit, you know? But does that, you know, mean that, like, there's some sense of, like, superiority or, like, oh yeah, my bloodline's better? No, I think that would be dumb and retarded, just outright, frankly, just to be blunt. Like, it's just dumb as shit. And it's ridiculous. I mean, it's why I think this whole racist bullshit is just fucking just dangerous and just horrible. Because it's just like, I mean, what, like, because what? Like, some immutable traits thus make someone, quote, inferior to you? It's like, fuck off. It's like, I guarantee you there's probably some, quote, inferior traits about you there, bucko. You know? Probably could find a lot. And in fact, at least when it comes to, like, Scandinavian ancestry and shit, there actually legit is a genetic, like, issue that can predominantly come up. And I forgot exactly what it's specifically called, which I kind of feel bad a little bit because I should know it, because I literally did a genetics research project on it. But basically, it's where you have, like, your muscle joint right here is specifically kind of like the ring finger, you know, area, but, like, essentially it tenses up so much so that you have, like, this major like bump of, like, that tendon, and it essentially makes your finger forcibly, like, clench up like this. And it's like a specific, you know, type of genetic defect, and it's predominantly, in fact, the most, per capita, the people who are affected by it the most are actually from the Orkney Islands, just north of Scotland, in those little archipelagos. So, I mean, it's, funny enough, at least, and the second most, I think, is in the Faroe Islands. And then after that, it's just kind of broadly Scandinavia and, like, you know, Scotland, shit like that. Yeah, so it's not like something that's, like, you know, gonna, like, outright fuck with you. There is ways to treat it. There is actually surgery where they just kind of open up right here, kind of cut some of the tendon so it loosens up, so then you can actually, you know, have, you know, some more control back as it kind of heals back up and everything. There's a way to treat it, but, you know, back then, in the old days, you know, in the Viking eras and shit, yeah, they didn't really have that. And it was it's, yeah, not exactly great, you know, if all things considered. But it just shows that, you know, certain parts of the world, no matter what, there's always going to be, like, quote, flaws and shit. Like, when it comes to sickle cell anemia, like, it, in a weird way, it kind of helps, you know, prevent you from getting malaria. But nonetheless, you still have sickle cell, you know. I mean, it's, like, kind of a give or take in a weird way. I guess an adaptation, which is probably honestly what it was. Maybe that's why sickle cell's a thing. Maybe it was because of an adaptation to, you know, be a natural immune system against malaria, maybe, that ended up being a consequence and became its own thing, that ended up being a bad, I mean, I don't know. Lactose tolerance, yeah, there's that too. Lactose tolerance, very European trait, yep. Actually, funny enough, I mean, you know about, Leif Erikson and his, expeditions into, North America, right? Well, funny enough, you want to know why the, indigenous Americans and the Vikings at that time actually got very hostile? Because of lactose tolerance. Because Native Americans and a lot of indigenous Americans at the time did not have lactose tolerance, while a lot of those Vikings did. So when they traded cheese over, a lot of like dairy product, basically like cheeses, milk, and stuff like that to the natives, they thought they got poisoned. And they were like, and they thought they were dying and were having, bowel issues. And, like I said, they thought they were poisoned. And because of that, they, started doing raids and started attacking the Vikings. And they were like, what the fuck? And the Vikings are like, what the hell? And they're like, why are you attacking us? And, eventually got, driven off. And that's actually kind of a reason why a lot of the Viking colonies in Finland, or at least in, in North America at the time, the reason why a lot of them failed was partially because of that. Cheese has very little lactose. Well, I mean, if you think about it, like a lot of indigenous Americans, at least especially in like, it was like St. Labrador and Newfoundland, like they don't really have a major like exposure to, if any exposure to cheese or any dairy products outside of maybe milk. And even then, not that much. So, like, despite that, I mean, even if they have very little lactose, their bodies wouldn't be able to process it. So, I mean, with that, caused, a lot of issues with them. And also, it wasn't necessarily just cheese, but things like milk and other stuff, like goat milk and shit. So, it wasn't just cheese, but, other stuff too. Technically, the first contact between indigenous Europeans and indigenous Americans would have been Greenlanders. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I guess that technically would be more accurate. But I mean, more like mainland America. But I guess technically, if you want to be, the actually guy here for a second. Vikings countered the Beothuks in Nova Scotia. Not much to know about the Beothuks today. Yeah, not that much. The story that I'm talking about was, I think, mainly what's now considered St. Labrador, which is not in Nova Scotia, but I think a little north of that. So, I actually barely know anything about the Beothuks outside of that they were a thing, so, yeah, I'm sure if that's the case, man, I bet there really is nothing on them. I know that there is at least a little bit of, slight reference of them and the Finland sagas, which I do own, but there's really not that, from what I remember, to really legit, it's not that much beyond that. Like, a lot of what is known about them is either from, like, the Vinland sagas, or just what very few remnants there has been of them that has been kind of rediscovered over time. It really isn't that much. Linguistics field has long been able to classify their language, and linguistics fans generally how anthropologists classify it. Yeah, I mean, I'm, honestly, I'm sure it probably is like, some sort of like background similar towards, maybe some other languages around there. But yeah, I mean, if there isn't like a true origin, then it's kind of hard to really classify that. Probably because maybe there was some other shit going on that, they probably, had maybe like some, like, at least, due to thousands of years and maybe interaction, maybe, they could probably have been, interactive with, like, other, like, cause I'm thinking about, like, like the 10,000 plus, like 100,000 BC, like a very early hominids and stuff. Maybe like there's things that were passed down when, they intermingled with Neanderthals. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there could be probably different possibilities. Imagine Norsemen brought over diseases that could have easily wiped them out. Yeah, because that's kind of what happened with a lot of Native Americans when full-on European colonization happened. If it wasn't like, the different, like, killings and shit that were going on, it was the diseases that were killing them. So, yeah, I guarantee it was definitely a lot of diseases that probably wiped them out. I mean, it's just kind of an unfortunate thing about, like, evolutionary adaptation, I guess. I mean, because, you know, if the wiki says to starve, either that or the wikis, or the Beothuks killed them. The wikis say they starved. Well, that's a possibility. Wait, what do you mean they? Like the Beothuks or the Norsemen that were, you know, in Vinland at the time? Oh, the Beothuks? Okay. Huh. Yeah, what's considered Vinland or Newfoundland today is where the Beothuks were. Or the Beothuk were a group of indigenous people who lived on the island in Newfoundland. Beginning around 1500 AD, the Beothuk culture formed. Huh? That doesn't exactly make sense if they're like ancient indigenous peoples. This period, the most recent cultural manifestation of the peoples who first migrated from Labrador to present day in around AD 1. The ancestors of this group had 3 earlier cultural phases, each lasting approximately 500 years. Were the Vikings kind of on the outs by then? Dude, the Vikings weren't even there by that point. Like, the Vinland sagas, like, around all that takes place around, like, I think 1000 AD. So this is, like, 500 years after the Vikings were here. At least, you know, with what's being discussed here. At the very beginning of the Beothuk Wikipedia page. So this is well after the Vikings were here. The Beothuk lived throughout the island of Newfoundland, mostly in the Notre Dame and, Monte Vista Bay areas. Well, the modern, you know, what those regions say. Estimates vary as to the number of the Beothuk at the time of the contact of Europeans. Beothuk researcher Ingeborg Marshall has argued that the valid understanding of Beothuk history and culture is directly impacted by how and whom historical records were created, pointing to ethnocentric nature of European accounts as inherently unreliable. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I mean, at least what I like. The only reason why I know of the Beothuks, at least when I first heard about them, was via the Viking Vinland sagas. And you know, there's at least like I guess some stuff that could be taken from it, but yeah, I guess like. It's not necessarily the most reliable source, obviously, but yeah, like inherently unreliable, though. I mean, I don't know necessarily about that, but I mean, I guess, you know, there's also other accounts besides just that, too, so. Let's call this the 19th, 20 years. I missed about 2,000 individual time we have contact. There's purportedly good evidence that there have been no more than 500 to 700 people. They lived independent, self-sufficient, extended family groups of 30 to 55 people. Vikings interacted with indigenous cultures in Canada. Oh yeah, 100%. During spring, the Beothuk used red ochre to paint not only on their bodies, but also their houses, canoes, weapons, household appliances, and musical instruments. Awesome! This practice led Europeans to refer to them as the, quote, Red Indians. Honestly, you know, in a way, that's probably where the term, quote, redskin came from, now that I'm thinking about it. Considering that. That's actually kind of interesting. Well, I mean, not the terminology, but, you know, at least where that, you know, like, where some of these, you know, like, different elements of, like, the broader North American indigenous culture, you know, kind of came from and stuff. The use of ochre had a great cultural significance. The decorating was done during the annual multi-day spring celebration. Awesome. That sounds cool. It's designating tribal identity. For example, decorating newborn children was a way to welcome them into the tribe. Huh, cool. Forbidding the person to wear ochre was a form of punishment. Oh shit. Better not be caught, or be punished not wearing that ochre, dude. Don't want that red ochre, fucking, being forbidden from you, dude. Or else that was a form of punishment, bro. You want that red ochre. You want all the red ochre, dude. The main sources of food were caribou, salmon, and seals, augmented by harvesting other animal and plant species. Probably like squirrels and, obviously different berries and stuff they found. The Beothuk found the seasonal migratory habits of the principal quarry. In the fall, they set up deer fences, sometimes 30 to 40 miles long. Damn! They used to drive migrated caribou toward weighted hunters armed with bows and arrows. Nice. Dude, that's so cool. So they set up like these little like hunting fences, like these little deer fences that were just like miles long, and would use that as a way, and when a caribou would come up to them, they would just like kind of follow them, follow the fence line, and they would just wait on the end of them, and just, dude, that is fucking creative. That is some cunning shit right there, dude. That's cool. See, this is what I love, like, looking at, like, different, like, how different people's, like, like, in, like, an old, in the days of old, basically. Aren't you part of Native American? I was talking about that earlier. I was told that I was, but because I have I did an ancestry test, and it's literally all Northern European mutt. Like, there's nothing that says that I have ancestry in America at all. I mean, it's not like it's possible, but, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I have not been able to get any evidence of that. Because I've done DNA tests, and it did not come back with any Native American at all. What parts of Northern Europe? Celtic, Norwegian, and at least, because it was Ancestry.com, and the other part of it said Northwest European, but that was strictly mostly in the British Isles, and then some parts of mainland Northwestern Europe, like, Friesland, France, and Denmark, and places like that. Do you think the Vikings would have tried to take over the Beothuks? Considering the Vikings that did travel there, there were more or less like traders and explorers and shit, and probably not. I mean, considering what we do know about the Vikings that were interacting with the natives initially, they were genuinely pretty friendly with them. I mean, it was literally like misunderstanding type of shit that caused them to be hostile and shit. So, I mean, honestly, all in all, I mean, from what I understand, I mean, like, they probably would have been more friendly with them. And at the very least, diplomatic. Even if there was some tension. I think if they stayed in North America long enough and settled it, they probably would have turned on them. Probably. I mean, I guess, it's not like it's impossible. It most likely could have been a possibility. I mean, especially once they wanted to try to expand and, like, maybe have other settlements and stuff like that and go more inland. Like, yeah, there probably would have definitely been some hostilities eventually down the line. Though, I don't know, I mean, would they be the same as, like, the hostilities that did happen, with, like, things like Manifest Destiny and shit like that? Probably not, but there probably would have, nonetheless, over time, eventually. So, I'd say that, I mean, it probably wouldn't happen to the same type of, like, hostility that we do see today when it came to, like, that type of shit, when it came to colonization and stuff, but there probably would have been at some point eventually, because there already was. Like, I mean, with the Vikings that were there and did settle in, despite, them being friendly, there was eventually hostilities that drove them off. On top of other variables like starvation and not being able to, like, maintain their settlement when it came to self-sustaining and shit like that. There was other variables to it too, for sure, but, I mean, a part of what especially drove them off, because despite those other struggles, they were able to supplement that by being diplomatic with a lot of the natives and stuff, and eventually that fell off, and it drove them out because they couldn't, rely on them anymore, because they eventually got hostile. Well, I guess technically the other way around, but again, I guess we don't truly know. Whoa, wait, well, hold on. I just read some other part. Beotho canoes were made of caribou or seal skin, and the bow of the canoe was stiffened with spruce bark. Canoes resembled kayaks and were said to be 15 feet in length and 2.5 feet in width, enough to carry children, dogs, and property. Fucking based. Dude, these people make fucking canoes out of goddamn caribou and seal skins and, like, bark of, like, spruce? Bruh. I don't even know how you can do that. Like, how would you even do that? I'm trying to picture that in my head, like... So like the caribou and seal skin would be like the inside of the boat, and then all the bark would be on the outside? That's the only thing I could think of. Like, I don't even know how that would work. Dude, what the fuck? Like, honestly, whoa. That is so awesome. I can't even picture that in my... I kind of can, but I don't know if that's how they did it. Dude, that's so cool. That is awesome. The Beatles followed elaborate burial practices. After wrapping the bodies in birch bark, they buried the dead in isolated locations. In one form, a shallow grave was covered with a rock pile. In other times, they laid the body on a scaffold or placed it in a burial box with the knees folded. Survivors placed offerings at burial sites. Survivors? What the fuck? At the burial sites to accompany the dead, such as figurines, pendants, replicas of tools, and stuff like that. Oh, that's pretty cool. Beothuks avoid Europeans in Newfoundland by moving inland from the traditional settlements. First, they immigrated to different coastal areas in Newfoundland, places the Europeans did not have fish camps, but they were overrun. And then migrated inland Newfoundland. The Beothuks remained food sources of caribou, fish, and seals. They migrated deprived of them of two of these. This led to the overhunting of caribou, leading to a decrease in the caribou population in Newfoundland. Ooh. Thanks, Europeans. The Beothuks migrated from their traditional land and lifestyle, and the ecosystem is unable to support them, causing undernourishment and eventually starvation. Population estimates of Beothuks remain at the end of the first decade of the 19th century vary widely, from about 150 to 3,000. Information about the Beothuk was based on accounts of the woman Shauna Wolfy. I probably butchered that. Who told about the people who wintered on Exploits River or at the Red Indian Lake as resorted to the coast of the Notre Dame Bay. References and records also noted in some survivors of North Peninsula in the 19th century. Colonial period Beothuks people allegedly endured territorial pressure from native groups. Mi'kmaq, migrants from Cape Breton Island, and Inuit from Labrador. The Beothuk were unable to procure sufficient substance from the areas that left them. This, however, disputed many historians and has been becoming known as the mercenary myth. Beothuk numbers dwindled rapidly due to a combination of factors, including lost access to support food sources, from competition for European settlers, infectious diseases which they have no immunities, smallpox and stuff like that. Endemic tuberculosis, violent encounters of trappers, settlers, and yeah, so basically just pretty much to like a lot of the same, similar results of like a lot of other natives when it came to eventually long-term interactions with a lot of European settlers who were expanding. So they just became, unfortunately, some of the early victims of it, I guess, from the sounds of it. Kind of sucks because, like, I mean, from what is known about them, it sounds fucking awesome. It sounds dope. Like the whole like shit about their like canoes, like what the fuck? Like, I mean, that shit just sounds awesome. Like I don't even know how you can do that, but they did it. Like, they didn't give a fuck. They did it anyway. I mean, so there's like some legit pretty cool shit about these people, but that's just what we do know. I mean, and honestly, who knows what, like, is unknown about them at this point. Because, like, all of it's just, at this point, kind of lost to time. It sounded like they were pretty cool culturally and shit. What's this? What is this shit around hell? Oh, without. Oh. Hold up, gotta turn on my Bluetooth because this goddamn thing turned off again. A Diamondback DB10.308. What is this? Baby got back. Emergency broadcast. What the fuck? What did you just send me? What is this? Look at a woman's booty. Woman's booty. All I did was skim right here, and all I'm seeing is some thick, some thick, booba. Where's the booty? I mean, I've seen some booba though. I will say she dummy thick. Hey, oh shit! I see why you sent this to me.
Multitude of different calibers, 300 blackout, 6.5.
Oh yeah, I bet you got all sorts of different calibers going on there. Yeah, I bet you do.
5.56 NATO, 308, like I said.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah. Oh my god! Yo! Woo! Yo! That dumper be dummy thick. That is some dummy thickness. And you know she's doing that purposely. God damn. Oh, look at that dummy thick booty right there. Holy shit. Woo! Damn. Yo, that be dummy thick. Holy shit. Nah, I see why you sent that to me. You know what? I mean, we're gonna have to embrace that for a second. I mean, yo. Yo! That is one healthy Georgia peach. That is a Georgia peach if I've ever seen one. Plump and ready for harvest. I've ever said so myself. Crits an earthquake. Crits. No. Is it real? You know what? Yeah, I'm willing to bet it is. Does it have a jiggle when she shoots?
See if we can get these down shots out. I can tell you she's hot, a combination between...
Oh yeah, she out. Yeah, that right. Yeah, you say it, girl. Yeah, she out. Yeah, mm-hmm.
Shooting, she's become quite hot.
Oh shit, they jiggle! Yo! Woo! Let's go, baby! Oh shit! No one's paying attention to the gun. I don't even know what the fuck she's shooting. I don't even give a fuck. Like, no one knows or cares. Okay, god damn it. Okay, alright. Fuck you, Carl. God damn it. I didn't get this off my screen. Like, oh. Starting to do some things for me to tell you what right there. Or is she clenching? No, don't. That was some ricochet jiggle right there. That was some ricochet jiggle. Either way, awesome. Either way, awesome. Yeah, either way. Clenching, some, like, jiggle, don't matter. Awesome. God damn it. I was like, what the fuck is this? Because I saw emergency, like, the first, like, frame was, like, emergency broadcast system. Like, literally, hold up. Like, this is literally the first frame. I saw this. This is the first shit. And I was like, what the fuck is this? And I'm like, wait, what is it? And I skipped around and I saw her. And I'm like, okay. And I skipped further. And I was like, alright, we're seeing something here. Okay. Oh, shit. Yo. Oh, shit. There was some extra view going on there. I didn't even see that. See, I skipped around, like, where was it? It was somewhere, like, yeah, like right here. Because I saw that going on. I was like, alright. And then I saw the most replayed, and that's where we were at. And I was like, yo. She know what she doing. What? I don't even know what she's shooting. Is it like 300 blackout, 5.56, 308? I don't even know. I don't care. But yeah, would she hit it? Yes. Bless her bootylicious heart. She would not date me. I mean, she probably, I don't know if she would date me, to be fair. I mean, she probably wouldn't date me either. But hey, one can dream. One can dream. Because, yeah, I mean, I am about the thick. You know, I like it dummy thick. You know, so yes, I would hit that. I mean, I'm all about that dummy thick. You know, and that is a qualified grade A dummy thick right there. For all that meat? Oh, yeah. Oh, damn. I mean, for real. First girlfriend was about that thick. Shorter, though. But that just means it's a little more thick for the height, you know? And this little, like, you know, for what wasn't, you know, given in the height, was given in the thick. So, it's a little trade-off right there. In a weird way, like, honestly, like, that's kind of some good shit. Like, when they're not, like, super tall, but also, like, thick. I mean, tall chicks who are thick as fuck are amazing as well. And I'm not even trying to validate that. I also very much love that as well, actually. Like, a tall chick who's thick as fuck, goddamn. Anyway, but, you know, there's also something a little bit about, like, you know, so, you know, girls a little short stature, but, you know, be a little thick and stuff like that. I mean, that also does something for me, you know? It's like... Because honestly, I think, all in all, it's just the thick. I think that's just what's going on there, you know? It's just like a little bit of dummy thickness, you know, just, it goes a long way. Here, I'll click that link here real quick. I do have to spring a link, though. I mean, I don't have to go wander around anywhere for research purposes, I will say that. Ah, shut up. But, you know, now, I will say, though, you know, I will leave this up for everybody. I'll leave this right here, you know, as a little treat, you know, at the very least. Oh my god, you're sending me a lot of links. Jesus Christ. Well, yeah, here, let me spring a link, and I should return. But we'll have this as a treat for y'all. Shut the fuck up. Shut the hell up, you little mutt. Bud, look at you. Imagine Bill Clinton meeting that woman in the U.S. military. Alright, I'll definitely give her the Slick Willie, you know what I mean? Alright. You know, dude, he'd give him the, you know, fucking, you know, the Slick Willie, you know what I mean? Dude, how many links did you just send me? Like, I have 3 to look at. Oh my god. Oh yeah, we got this. Okay, we got this chick. Alright, I will say she dummy thick. Oh, we got an AK. Alright. AK chick. Dummy thick. God damn, dude. She definitely be some thickness right there. Okay. What? Oh, dude. Oh my god. She's wearing like a Soviet officer cap. Okay, what the fuck? She's trying to be like the... Oh, Dios, da, comrade, oh, da, tovares. She's... Ah, god damn it, motherfuck. The fuck you call... What the hell? Where'd you find this? I have to give it a like just because of this. Mal Malloy. Wait, that's what her... Oh, Mal Malloy shoots with gun. Oh, well, that's why she looks goddamn sexy and dummy thick. Well, that would explain it. How good does she shoot a gun? Okay. Alright. Are you loading it? Okay. Alright. Got it in there. You need to rack it. Did you rack it? I don't think she racked it. Oh, no, she did. I must have missed it. Whatever. Maybe I skipped it. What? That was it. She's racked. Oh yeah. Oh, she's racked. Oh yeah. Nah, she's racked. All right. What about this one? What's this? Another Malloy video, or Mal Malloy? Does the one even play? It literally refuses to play. Wait, is this what she looks like? Well, yeah, she's racked. I mean, I will admit that. Your relation to Joe Malloy? Probably not. Can we see her face? What, she's just gonna... Is that it? Oh, here we go. She's cute, yeah. She's adorable. She's adorable! Okay, that is just... Okay, right here, this frame right here is just adorable. That's just adorable right there. I mean, what's this? Is this another thing of her? It is, I guess. You're just, like, spamming the shit out of her, are you? Jesus, get good. Yeah. Some dummy thickness right there. Be some dummy thick. It gets thicker and thicker as she goes on. I love how this is all on YouTube too as well. Even though they want to be family friendly and you can't have sexualization, it's like, well, what explain this? Not that I'm against it, by the way. I'm 100% okay with that. But, you know, it's just like, I'm just saying. It's like, sounds like got a little bit of understanding there, YouTube. Just saying. Which, to be fair, they always have double standards. And fuck them for that. Well, what's this random little poll? Charles Perala. Should illegal immigrants get amnesty if they pay a fine? I hate the result. I hate the options. Yes, no, unsure. Because I want to say no, because they shouldn't have to pay a fine in the fucking first place to get amnesty, because they should just be able to get that. At least in my opinion. So, so I guess no. Yeah, oh, wow, okay, 62% also say no. Because also, like, that's very a slippery slope. Like, how much is the fine? Like, $10, $100, $200, $1,000, $10,000. Like, I mean, a fine can mean anything. And, you know, it's like, that could be an arbitrary number for all intents and purposes. If it was like $10 or something like that, maybe I could see that. Basically, like a fee to pay the amnesty. But even then, I would be against that. Because what, you expect them to have a $10 bill just, you know, in their pocket? Like, for fuck's sake. I mean, get real. You know, like, I mean, come on. But I'm at least happy to see that 62% say no, but also I guess that means that some of that 62% are just like, no, they shouldn't be here anyway. But I'm just on the virtue that they should be here, they just shouldn't have to pay a fine. And the idea that they're, quote, illegal, I hate that anyway. Just the whole, like, illegal migrant versus legal one. Like, what, because they just, you know, didn't take the, quote, legal process to get here. It's like, even with that, it's like, fuck off. It's like, oh, they crossed a fence, or they crossed a wall, or, you know, went through a border that wasn't necessarily, like, a little checkpoint. Oh, whoop-de-fuck-do. It's like, just send them to, like, you know, one of the offices or something. Just get them, you know, processed for, like, amnesty or whatever the fuck from there. Instead of, like, sending them to some goddamn detention camp. Ugh. I hate our border policies. They're horrible. It's like you could still have a border and maintain that while also at least still treating people, you know, with human dignity. Yeah, because that's the main reason why, you know, like, because most of the people that are caught are trying to escape violence, and they're sold on an idea of that, like, yeah, I could probably get the American dream if I go over to the country just north of me. You know, it's just like, I mean, what, like, so why try to, like, detain them and put them in a worse situation? Or at least, you know, a situation that's, you know, not great and nowhere near as good. It might as well just be as bad for different reasons. I come back over to escape parts of yeah, I'm sure. I don't blame them. And it's not just Mexicans, but it's also, like, you know, all sorts of other Latin Americans, you know, like, you know, Colombians, you know, people from, you know, like, Guatemalans, El Salvadorians, like, all sorts of people. Haitians even, for fuck's sake, you know, all sorts, you know, and it's just like, what, just because it didn't go through the legal process, you know, like, that, as far as I'm concerned, that don't mean shit. It's like, I mean, they're trying to escape a lot more of the poverty and destitute that they're facing, and they see legitimate opportunity from coming here, so give them that. I mean, that should be given to, you know, citizens here as well, but that's why I'm about the whole rise tide, raise all ships, you know, type of metric. You know, I'm about that type of policy making. You know, I'm not just about, like, you know, prioritizing one over the other. You know, I want, you know, policies that will help, you know, the, quote, illegal migrant or legal migrant and domestic, you know, citizen that was born and raised here, you know, likewise, you know, besides and shit. I mean, it's just like, that's what I'm for. Push the shit that helps everybody, whether they're not even a citizen or not. I mean, because especially with the America that, you know, that we're all, you know, bought and sold, you know, shit growing up, then we should be able to pay for it and afford it, right? Right? Oh, it's a little different. We can't actually, you know, pay for that type of stuff because, I mean, it might be too expensive or something. We can have billions of dollars for all sorts of other shit, like bailouts, military-industrial complex expenditures, and all sorts of other shit, but the stuff that actually means things, too expensive, we can't afford that. Too much bureaucracy would get in the way, and, you know, red tape might, you know, cause problems, and... It's like, give me a fucking break. Nothing like infuriates more than just the status quo of this goddamn country. I mean, good lord. It's just so, ugh, gross and detestable. I'm just glad most people at this point are at least aware of it to some level or another, or are not willing to at least take the shit or take the piss at the end of the day. Whether they know how to combat it or not, I mean, that don't really mean as much. People at least recognize, you know, what it is, at least the younger generations, and, you know, aren't willing to take the piss. And good. Like, one small little, you know, thing that might seem a little relevant is, like, a 2-week notice at work. You really think a lot of people these days are giving the company and the boss their 2 weeks notice so they can, have somebody lined up that they're never going to fucking, put there in the first place? Fuck no. Most people just like, hey, I quit, bye, and just dip. Sometimes I won't even give them that, acknowledgement or anything. Sometimes they'll just be like, hey, where is he? Or, hey, where's this person? They were supposed to be here today. Oh, yeah, let me call them up. Oh, yeah, hey, what's up, bro? Hey, you're supposed to come in today. Oh, yeah, I quit. I'm working at another job now. Yeah, but, hey, I hope you all are doing good, though. No ill will to you guys. I'm just moving on now. So, anyway, but, yeah, bye. I mean, you know how often that happens? You know how many fucking people just in the last year alone? The last, fucking 4 months. You know how many people have come and gone from my department alone? Let alone the damn store that I work at? Jesus Christ. Well over at least 2 dozen. I mean, just for the entire store. At least maybe, half a dozen with our department alone. So, I mean, it's like shit. You think people are just putting their 2 weeks in? Fuck no, they're not. Because they ain't taking the piss no more. That's why. I could go off the list of other shit, but I don't think I have to. At least I shouldn't. I know when I move on from my other job, at this point, I sure ain't putting my 2 weeks in. I'll give them a couple days advance and be like, hey, I got another job lined up. I'll make sure that my people at my department and the coworkers around me know. Think I ain't gonna give a shit about management and store director knowing about that? I don't give a fuck. They don't give me the respect. So I should give that back to them. After you let go off a place. Actually, yes. New Seasons is likely to open up in the fall of 2023 at... I don't know if you heard of it, but the Milwaukee Marketplace. It's not that far away from me. It's like a 15, 20-ish, give or take, walk, from where I live. And, honestly, I know for sure, at least in the long term, that's my out. Right there. If there's something else that pops up before then, I'm taking that, but that's my out. Right there. So, basically, 1 more year of this shit. I'm just, gonna hold out for this last year, and then I am fucking gone. And honestly, I know it's gonna be a domino effect. So, whether I leave or if other people leave, because honestly, if there's, other people that leave that store and shit, because I already know there's people that are thinking about leaving that, because of that will be a domino effect, and because of that, there are going to be people that if they were to leave, I would, and because I know they would, because of other people that are considering on leaving, then, yeah, they're likely, if there's another opportunity, I will take that shit. But, at least in the long term, at this point, I know I got an out, and I'm taking it. As soon as I see, applications for that fucking place, I'm taking it. Especially considering that the New Seasons Labor Union is something that's been having a lot of successes here in Portland. So, I already got it in there. I already have union experience. So I could take a pay cut anywhere elsewhere. I mean, it's just because, I guess, with that, out that I know I'm going to have, with the New Seasons that will open up here pretty soon nearby me. New Seasons, it's a grocery store chain. New Seasons would be step up and say, oh, it would. That's why I'm kind of holding out for it. I'm waiting for that store to open up, and once it does, I'm going there. I already know that's my out. I have already planned this. So I'm just gonna hold out for a little bit longer, wait for, fucking, grind through that goddamn spring and summer, and, take that last little bit of the, fucking, union contract, pay increase that we have, established, and once that's all, done up and shit, I'm out. I mean, I will probably at least still maybe work with our local union that I'm with, to a little bit. At least, to help unionize, with the New Seasons I'm going to be working with. Especially as a way to kind of help, guide me when it comes to labor organizing a little bit. Because I know some shit, and I've done, I've done my part in doing stuff like that, but there's still plenty of shit that I need to learn. And, being able to, like, be a part of a unionization effort, at a local store, even if the union I'm getting a little help with, is not going to be the union that will unionize a workshop, or workplace. Either way, it's not a bad thing. It's actually good. Like, because, the idea of, like, at least, a little bit of local union solidarity like that is legitimately a very good thing. Because that's how a lot of unions really do, bolster up and, kind of, gain a lot of traction. It's because there's a lot of that localized, union solidarity and shit. Like, historically, a lot of unions, especially when it came to a lot of the successes that they would get with the contracts whenever they happen to be on strike, is because, they will have different, unions, like, if it's like, for example, like a coal mine union, that's on strike. There would also be like the lumberjacks union, that might help out with them and join in on their strike a little bit. There'll be like, the steel mill unions. There'll be like all sorts of other shit. There'll be other people that will, partake of them. And sometimes if some of the local law enforcement has to be, friendly with a lot of the community that is on strike, even they might join them. And that's a very rare fucking thing to happen, but it has historically happened in the past. And it does at least show that it can possibly happen, again, but considering the very systemic disparity between cops and everybody else, probably not. But it's not like it can't happen, and there could be a possibility of that maybe, happening, but it needs to be pressured against them, and they're, fucking, like, fraternities or whatever their, quote, unions are and shit, need to recognize that shit and actually quit fucking, being the corrupt, shitty, fucking disdain of what a union is supposed to be and actually do what they're supposed to do. And represent the fucking worker, to represent the people and shit, instead of being like a little middleman to fucking, hide away the corruption and greed of these fucking cops. Because there's a reason why people want to bust fucking police unions and shit, and frankly, at least as they currently stand, I do too. And this is from a very pro-union guy. Because I'm not inherently against the idea of, cops having that shit, but it needs to be fundamentally rethought. Because they don't represent what the fundamental concept of what a union is supposed to be about. What's New Seasons? I said earlier, it's like a kind of like a organic, high quality, like food grocery store type of chain. I think it's mainly regional in the PNW. Police unions make no sense to me. I mean, they do, but the current concept of them are just fundamentally flawed. Like, for me, like, an idea of what, at least more specifically, a police union should be like, they need to, have at least some accordance to community representation, and that means having some members of that community, that that local police office is supposed to represent, or that local police union is supposed to represent, should have them within that, like the actual members of the community, within, that union to represent the community, that they're supposed to specifically represent, to at least be in some part of a check. And on top of that, primarily be a sense of like, how obviously do we, at least in a sense, make it safer for police officers, to do their job, but at the same time, make sure that, we're legitimately making the community feel safe and actually represented when it comes to our, whole idea and the concept of what a cop's supposed to be, of protecting and serving. Because if that's the whole concept of what a cop's supposed to be, then they need to actually fucking do it. Because they don't, and they never have. It's just the whole, like, surface level veneer bullshit that they sold to us, to fucking exploit the fucking people that they're supposed to, quote, police and shit. Ever see cops go on strike? Yeah, and if anything, they're the ones to bust them. It's very, like, and that's, like, the very common thing that happens all the time. Now, honestly, the one rare example that I think that's actually kind of predominant was what led up to the Battle of Blair Mountain. Because, actually, here, let me look it up, because, it's actually kind of an interesting story. I think it was called the Harlan Massacre, I believe. Let me look it up. Harlan. Used for me, but not for the... Yep. The Harlan County War. This is the first result. The Harlan County War, or Bloody Harlan, was a series of coal industry skirmishes, executions, bombings, and strikes, both attempting to realize that took place in Harlan County, Kentucky during the 1930s. But I don't know if this is specifically it. Yeah, this is actually just shortly after Blair Mountain. Oh, wait, no. Actually, no, this is just before it. No, I was right. Lead figures, Harry Sims and Sheriff J.H. Blair. So Sheriff Blair is the antagonist, so to speak, but Harry Sims is actually, I think, if I remember correctly, was also a sheriff? Here, let me, yeah. Okay, here. So Sheriff J.H. Blair and his men came to our house in search of Sam. Oh, wait, so this is a Florence Reese, who's also a songwriter who wrote Which Side Are You On, by the way. Sheriff J.H. Blair and his men came to our house in search of Sam. That's my husband, Sam Reese. He was one of the union leaders. I was home alone with our 7 children. They ransacked the whole house and then kept watch outside, waiting to shoot Sam down. But when he came back, waiting to shoot Sam down when he came back. But he didn't come home that night. Afterward, I tore a sheet from a calendar on the wall and wrote the words of which side. Okay, so it's what she was talking about. That strikers exchanged gunfire with private guards and local law enforcement. Strikebreakers were set upon and beaten. Most of the violent attack of the mine workers occurred on May 5th, 1931, and became known as the Battle of Everett's. This isn't a very specific thing here. Let me look up the Battle of Blair Mountain, actually, because I know it was during that. Because it was the same area, but I think I know Blair was a guy that came around after this guy's death. Yeah, here we go. All right, yeah. The same as I think Bill Blizzard. Yeah, I think so. Background. Here we go. Where was this specifically? Oh no, it was Sid Hatefield. My bad. Sid Hatefield, that's his name. As the agents walked into the train station to leave town, Police Chief Sid Hatefield and a group of unionized miners, confronted them and told them they were under arrest. Albert Phelps replied that, in fact, they had a warrant for Hatefield's arrest. Testament was alerted, and he ran out in the street after a miner shouted that Sid had been arrested. Hatefield backed into the store, and Testament asked to see a warrant. After reviewing it, Mayor Testament exclaimed, "This is a bogus warrant." With these words, a gunfight erupted between Police Chief Sid Hatefield and shot the agent Albert Phelps. Testament, together with Albert and Lee Phelps, were among the 10 killed, 3 of whom were from the town and 7 from the agency. And the agency were basically the Pinkertons at the time. This gunfight became known as the Matawan Massacre. That's what I was trying to look up, the Matawan Massacre. And its symbolic significance was enormous for the miners. The seemingly invincible detective agency, the Baldwin Phelps, had been beaten. Chief Sid Hatefield, again a police chief, became an immediate legend and a hero to the union miners, and was a symbol of hope to the oppression of the coal operators that hired guns could be overthrown. And this is like kind of a rare, exceptional story, by the way, at least when it came to a cop who was absolutely in solidarity with union miners and workers in this case, and literally fought against Pinkertons and tried to even arrest them at the time. And it's known as kind of at least within the working class and within union labor activists, kind of known as a little bit of a hero. I mean, I definitely consider him as such, despite being a cop, because he's a rare exception of what, at least in my mind, a pro-worker union type of cop should be. Is Sid Hatefield. I wish cops actually fucking, were more like him. Because Sid Hatefield's actually, for a cop, actually based. And a rare exception to the whole 8 cab rule. And finally, my idea about, like, what a cop should be, like I said, is someone like him. But, unfortunately, especially these days, that's almost a very exceptionally rare case. Like a 1 in a billion. Not even 1 in a million. 1 billion. Even 1 trillion, I bet. Sadly. But it actually keeps going on. Chief Sid Hayfield became a legend. Throughout the summer and into the fall of 1920, the Union gained strength in Mingo County, as did resistance of the coal operators. Sporadic shootouts occurred up and down the Tug River. In late June, police under the command of Captain Brockus raided Lick Creek and Colony Williamson. Miners were said to have fired on Brockus and Martin's men, so this is when cops are actually fighting against each other. A little bit. Like Sid Hayfield and, you know, the pro-union miners and, you know, some of the cops that were deputized with Sid Hayfield, like, were legit kind of fighting back against Brockus and his police force and shit. Which kind of showed that there was, you know, at least in different areas where cops were legitimately, like, pro-worker and pro-union and would defend them. And with that, would actually fight other cops and Pinkertons and other agencies and shit because of that. In response, the state police shot and arrested miners, and well, thank you, state. Ripped the canvas tents and shreds and scattered the mining family's belongings. So basically doing what would be equivalent of like a street sweep, but very violently. Both sides were bolstering their arms, and Sid Hayfield continued to fuel the resistance, especially by converting Testament's jewelry store into a gun shop. Based. Based. Awesome. So, on January 26, 1921, a trial of Hayfield for killing Albert Phelps began. It was in national spotlight, so this was a nation trial that was very national, and brought much attention to the miners' cause. Hayfield's stature and mythical status grew as the trial proceeded. He posed and talked to reporters, fanning the flames of his own legend. Awesome. All men were acquitted in the end, but overall the Union was facing significant setbacks. 80% of the mines have reopened with importing replacements of ex-strikers who were Yellow Dog contracts, so scabs, who were returning to work. In mid-May 1921, Union miners launched a full-scale assault to non-Union mines. In a short time, the conflict had consumed the entire Tug River Valley. This 3 days battle was finally ended by a flag of truce and the implementation of martial law. From the beginning, the miners perceived the enforcement of martial law as one-sided. Well, duh, of course. Hundreds of miners were arrested. Smallest of infractions could mean imprisonment, while those on the side of law and order were seen as immune. So, you know, the ones who were, you know, pro-corporate and, you know, willing to, like, you know, scab and be, you know, willing to tug a line with the obedient, you know, like, straw boss's orders and all that shit. The miners responded with guerrilla tactics and sabotage. Based. Here, let me actually get to Sid Hayfield's death. Let me find his wiki specifically, because honestly his death is, you know, kind of what really helped formulate what eventually became the Battle of Blair Mountain. History here, yeah. It's gonna be right here, right? Yeah, here we go. Here we go. So, at the assurance of McDowell County, Sheriff J.W. Bill Hayfield, distant relatives of Sid Hayfield at Chambers and Sid Hayfield were told that they would have the full protection of the Sheriff's Office. However, a day before the shooting at Mohawk, Sheriff Hayfield left the county for Craig Killings, Springs, Virginia. Blah, blah, blah. Both men arrived in Welch on August 1st, 1921, unarmed and accompanied by their wives. Several Baldwin Phelps men shot them on the McDowell County Courthouse steps, hit in the arm and 3 or 4 times in the chest. Hayfield died instantly. Chambers was shot several more times, and his wife tried to defend him and finished off with a bullet in the head by Charles Livy. Oh, fuck. None of the... Jeez, I didn't know that detail. None of the Baldwin Phelps detectives were ever convicted of Hayfield's assassination of Sid Hayfield. They claimed to have acted in self-defense. To this day, the bullet marks from the assassins are visible on the sandstone stairs at the what the fuck? I didn't even know that. What, really? To this day, the bullet marks of the assassins are visible on the sandstone stairs of the courthouse. of the McDowell County Courthouse. Dude, what the fuck? Dude, that is fucking eerie, dude. I didn't even know that detail. That's so fucking creepy. There was an outpouring of grief for the fallen local heroes at the funeral, which was attended of at least 3,000 people and conducted with full honors from the Oddfellows, the Knights of Pythias, and the Red Men. He was a member of all these organizations. So, yeah, he was like basically assassinated by the same Pinkerton detective agency, the Bachman Felts, that he also basically killed. Because, you know, they were trying to have him for his arrest, and the mayor, you know, was on his side, and thus led to the McTonawon massacre, and thus, as payback, assassinated him in front of a fucking courthouse, and were never convicted of it. And to this day, you can see those fucking marks of the bullets. As a little reminder, that is some really eerie shit. Honestly, I have a feeling that was purposeful. As a little reminder to the fucking workers, it's like, hey, we're gonna leave these little bullet marks. Don't ever get radical like this guy, because that could happen to you too. I mean, I feel like honestly they never, you know, went over that shit because it was kind of left to be a reminder. But that's maybe just my little thinking on it. Wow. Yeah, I'm saying this is just, you know, one little element of the labor history, you know, that, and this, you know, again, was, you know, what eventually led up to the Battle of Blair Mountain. His little nickname was also Smiling Sid, because, you know, he was actually kind of known as, like, a really, you know, charming kind of dude. And honestly, like, here's a picture of the guy. And honestly, this picture here, you can see why he's called Smiling Sid. Because even in this picture right here, he's got a smile on his face. But yeah, rare cop, you know, that actually gave a shit. The whole concept of protecting and serving, you know, the community and shit. I mean, he knew what that meant. I mean, again, honestly, when it comes to the whole idea about like what police ought to be. I mean, honestly, you know, one example that I really, you know, look up to is this guy. Because he's such a rare, exceptional case of, like, you know, a cop that was legitimately pro-labor and for the working class. And you don't, it's so exceptional. You don't really hear police, you know, being like that, because they usually are the strike busters. They usually work with the Pinkertons. You know, they're usually the ones that work with those motherfuckers. You know, it's so rare that you get someone like him. And honestly, I can't really think of any other specific cases. I just know that he's like the biggest one that I'm aware of. But despite that, I know there's probably other people out there, you know, with their own different, you know, stories, you know, behind them nonetheless. But either way, it just shows that it's possible. Like, you can have someone who is, you know, is a part of the law, you know, and part of the, you know, class of law enforcement that knows what it really, like, what the actual, you know, conviction of what that's supposed to mean, and actually push for that shit instead of, you know, maintaining the, you know, status quo of what, you know, is exploiting the same people that they're supposed to represent, and at least, you know, serve. And that's what, you know, Smiling Sid knew, and he did it, and it cost him his life for it. Because he was, you know, basically a problem child. He was a loose end, you know, to a lot of those same type of people that solidified what cops are today. Especially in America. Because that type of force and influence was just, unfortunately, that much stronger. But hopefully we can see a change of that eventually. What are you doing over there? Yo, you're way over there in the corner. What are you doing? Weirdo. Goofy asshole dog. Oh yeah. That's why, at least, especially when it comes to like police unions now, I'm definitely fervently, you know, okay with, you know, having a bus and shit, because they just kind of need to be rethought in kind of like the concept and at least in the idea of what Sig Hatfield was living. And, you know, he's not the only example, but at least he's like the main one that I'm most certainly aware of. Like I said, I think, you know, especially considering a lot of people being very fervently, well, ACAB, nonetheless, I think there is, like, a sense of, you know, people wanting to... Whoa. Fucking goddamn piece of shit grinder. But I think, you know, there are a lot of people that, you know, want to seek that change and want, you know, like, the, quote, enforcers of the law to act like that. But... you know, just that's just not how the, you know, current, you know, system of how law works. And until that changes, you know, so like, we're just unfortunately not going to see that as much, or at least not as prevalently. Would you fucking get the fuck in here, you piece of shit? Oh my god. Come on. Ho. Okay, why are you not, like, what the fuck? What's up here? What's going on here? Oh, there's a little bend right here. God damn it. There's a little bend in this fucking piece of shit. Son of a bitch. It doesn't quite align. Fuck. Oh, okay. It's popped it into place. We got it. You're sitting over there now? You don't... wow, he's not sitting in his little chair. I thought he... wow. He's not obsessed with his chair right now. That's surprising. Kind of shocked. Kind of shocked, little pup. Not in your chair. He's so obsessed with this damn chair. He's not sitting in it. That's kind of surprising. That works, yeah. Alright. Gotta work. I won't admit, I need to probably get a new grinder. Well, I mean, I have one over here, but... I mean, the reason why I got this, because that one was starting to kind of get all fucky. Well, you know what, it probably won't be as bad. Actually, it's a little better because it has, like, this... like, it has this. God damn, you could tell it's so well used. Jesus Christ. I have the... keef part of it right here. It's not like totally gone. I still have keef. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Let's see if I can get. Let's see if I can get the rest of that in here. Oh, sweet baby Jesus! There's a lot of keef in here. Holy shit! Get the rest off threads. Yeah, I need to do that myself. But oh my god, here. Dude, look at this. Look at all that. Oh, ah! I don't want to drop any. Whoa. Here. Get in there. Son of a bitch. Hold on. Keefalicious, damn son. I know, dude. Come on. Get on there. Oh, son of a bitch. Hold on. Where's my... there it is. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay, there we go. I got it all in there now. There's still some left in there. Wow, okay. I didn't think there would be. Oh my good lord, this thing has not been used in a long time. Alright. Wow, I'm actually kind of surprised I was able to get this open in the first place anyway, because last time I tried to open this keef canister, it refused to open. Now I need to, oh my god, there's so much in here, holy shit. I need to, like, get a little baggie to, like, put this all in or something. Like, there's so much, like, I mean, I really can't, like this is straight up like a thick freaking layer of this shit, dude. Thick-ass layer. How long's it been building up? Months? Like, months on end. Like, I haven't touched this, like, I haven't touched this at all in a long time. Actually, like, I'm kind of tempted to, like, use some of this right now. I need to be super careful with this. I know what my clumsiness right now, my klutzy ass, like, if, oh, I can't, oh my god, I can't even imagine if I, like, spilt that or something. I would be so devastated. But here, I am going to grab this guitar pick and actually, and I am going to use some of this, actually. We're gonna build ourselves a little combo, like a little smacker here. Come on, let's get shit out. There we go. Oh fuck! Why am I doing this? Just gotta realize what I'm getting myself into. Oh boy. Okay, get a little of this. There we go. Okie dokie. All right. Oh, where? Oh, there it is. Oh my god, there's so much of this. I know what I'm about to tap into is not even gonna scratch the damn surface of this. There we go. Careful there. Hey, well, yeah, it's been a while since I've had some keef, but, you know, I know how to handle my keef. I mean, flour and all that shit, I mean, that's my main game right there. And how's it going? I haven't seen you be chatting up here in a minute. What's that, bruh? Here, add another layer right here. There we go. Now a little more. Keef, serious business. Dude, it really do be serious business. Oh my god, that was a really fat scoop. Okay, we're not putting our scoop on that. Okay, oh my god, I can't believe I'm doing that. I should probably not add another layer. You know what, I'm not, because I know for a serious fact if I do, I'm gonna really, I don't even want to hit that right now. I know I'm gonna be fucking dummy high. Oh my lord. Oh my god, yeah, I did not scratch the surface of this at all. I mean, look at this shit. Like, yeah, that was not, that was barely tapped into. Oh boy, hang on. I haven't smoked in a couple days. I'm gonna get high as fuck when I do it again. Oh yeah, you most certainly will. Oh, 100%. You're gonna get, like, dummy high. Dummy thick high. I don't know when, like, dummy thick or, like, yeah, I don't know when that became, like, you know, like, mainstream vernacular, but I don't know, I'm just gonna say right now, I love it. There's just something about being, like, dummy thick, that's just, yeah, I just love it. Not much reason for it, but, because honestly, it is just kind of, well, dumb, no pun intended, but hey. I like it. Because sometimes something be just so thick that, yeah, it truly, legitimately be dummy thick. Better than hella. Yeah, honestly. In a way, because it kind of, at least, you know, flows better. Dummy thick versus hella thick. I feel like dummy thick, you know, it, like, works better. East Coast just like to say wicked. Wicked thick. I mean, that works. That works, too. I can see that. That works. Wicked thick, dummy thick. Either way, both of those are better than hella thick. I mean, hella thick works as at least a little bit more sporadically. Like, it could work a little bit, but you can't use it predominantly. Like, because every now and then I'll be like, God, man, that'd be so, like, hella dummy thick. You know, maybe a little, you know, maybe adding hella before the dummy thick, you know, see, like, using it sporadically could be okay. But you can't use that as, like, the predominant use. You know, you can't use that as predominant, like, you know, word there. You know, you gotta, you know, use that as kind of like a supplement. At least for me, that's how I use hella. It's more of a supplement more so than, like, a legitimate, like, you know, just, you know, like, substitute, you know, or at least something like that when it comes to, like, or not substitute, but, like, you know, an addition. You know, like an adjective, you know, to add, you know, to the adjective. When it comes to something being dummy thick, I mean, sometimes something be just hella dummy thick. But nothing can ever just truly be hella thick. It's either going to be dummy thick or hella dummy thick. Or just thick. I mean, rarely there might be a hella thick. But not often. League weed so cheap blows my mind. I feel you with that. Midwest meets East Coast. I feel like I've seen this. Because, yep, it's Charlie Barron's, dude. You just sent me some Charlie Barron's. Like, I already see him. I didn't even, like, I already know. I already know my boy.
Looks good. Cholansky's, I did that on Thursday.
Yeah, well, I ran out of gas. I don't know.
The Pulaski's. Let's get after it.
The
No, I can't talk to
Pulaski's.
Dad right now because I don't want to know the Sox game score. I'm going to watch it later. I DVR'd it. I got to go. I think Jeffrey Dahmer's mowing the sidewalk up here or something.
Oh my gosh, are you having car problems over here?
Yeah, I think I ran out of gas.
Well, I'll give you a ride to the Quick Trip.
The what?
The Quick Trip.
Oh, I'm all set there, boss. I'm married, but good luck with your lawn.
I insist. I got a gas can down there in the back of my truck, and the truck's souped up. It's got AC and everything.
AC, you said.
Whoa. AC, you said? AC, my Keef? Hey. Whoa. Okay. I got lit. Really quick. Whoa.
All right, let's roll the dice on this quickie trip. Hey, Ma, you know I'm still in, where are we?
Wisconsin.
Oh, in Canada. What are you doing?
Canada?
Oh, it's a four-way stop.
Those are suggestions.
Yeah.
Come on, go. Hit the gas. This guy's about to go here.
This car's here. Come on.
Hold on, Ma. I gotta help this guy out. I don't think he has a license.
Oh, it's the Johnsons. Double tooting away.
If I send you a text that says code red, call the Canadian Police Department. I don't know, they're Mounties. They come on horseback. Well, they can get places faster because they got guys like this stopping at every stop sign for 10 minutes.
You know, that's a great accent you got there. I wish we had accents out here, you know.
Yeah, no, definitely no regional diction out here whatsoever.
Are you from Ireland, or?
Boston.
You know, I've never been to Pennsylvania, actually.
Boston's in Massachusetts.
The flyover states.
They're not as geographically diverse as this region. I think I might have seen a hill back there.
Boston, huh? See The Departed? Or should I say The Departed?
That's convincing. I would have thought you were from Southeast.
So do you know Mark Wahlberg?
He's actually my neighbor.
No kidding.
Yeah.
How about Matt Damon?
Matt Damon mows my lawn.
How does he find the time? So you know Tom Brady?
How does he find the
Come on,
time?
you gotta know Tom Brady. He was the quarterback for the Patriots. Then he went to Tampa Bay, and he won them a Super Bowl last year. How did the Patriots do last year?
Hey, what's going on, Ma? No, it turned out to be a gas station. Yeah, it's called the Quick Trip.
You ready to roll?
Ma, I'm gonna let you go. This guy's driving his,
You know, if you want to drive, have at it.
Do you mind, brother?
No, please.
All right.
I insist. Let her rip. Oh, looks like this guy's trying to get by here.
Yeah, I don't think so, pal. Hang on, let me cut him off real quick.
Yeah, that's actually not how we do it over.
You, see right here?
Yeah, so it's red.
Right.
So, yeah.
That means you have 10 more
Okay.
seconds to get through the intersection.
Oh my gosh.
It's all right. Look at this guy. He's going 45 and a 30.
Yeah, he's speeding.
I don't think so. You can go 20 over the limit, dude.
Okay, so yeah, this is one of
There
those
we
four-way
go.
stops. Okay, what? He was
Yeah, he was first, but I went first.
really going fast.
But I went first.
That's your turn signal.
I don't like it. It's annoying me. Hey, look at this guy.
It's annoying me.
Yeah, you're gonna want to stay away from him.
Nah, let me give him a little scare here.
No.
There you
Honestly,
go.
no,
Look
you
at
can't
those
do that.
shorts.
Todd, I'm sorry about that. that?
You know, I'm up the street. Todd needs to change his outfit because he looks ridiculous.
That's actually true. Can we keep...
That's actually true.
Please, Hail Mary.
Hail Mary, all grace, all Lord.
Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now.
What
a Xanax or a Klonopin? I got Valium.
Nope, none of that for me. Just walleyes, please.
Walleye, huh? Is that something you can smoke?
No, I tend to just deep fry it, but yeah, just pull over right.
Just tend to
just a few quick casts. Actually, this looks like a good bass spot. This time of year, bass really like to sit along the weed edges.
That's wicked cool, dude. You're obviously a really good fisherman.
You know, you get too many weeds and that can really ruin your fishing experience. Believe it. Muskies, for instance, they could turn off in the heat. You know, they're actually very susceptible to climate change, a lot like trout. Yeah, and you see all the bastards.
He's so good.
Are in Mississippi or Alabama, but up here we do get some respectable bass. Honestly, we could see
what
here. The fish are only hot for a minute, and I got.
Is he gonna drown himself?
You know, that sandbar goes for another 50 feet. So roll out the barrel.
Are so weird like this about fishing. Oh my god, I fucking love it so much. I fucking love it, dude. Dude, Midwesterners are like the goddamn greatest fucking like ethnicity to ever exist. I know they're not ethnic background, but I just choose to believe that. If race is a social construct, then you know what? I socially construct Midwesterners to be their own race of people. And they're a beautiful people indeed. Because, oh my god, it's just like... we must cherish them. Their friendliness just is just has no bounds. It's beautiful. That's fair. They're kind of isolated. I mean, a little bit. I mean, maybe that's why they're so damn friendly, because they're so isolated, just stuck in the middle of the car. I mean, yes, you know, that probably explains everything. I mean, they're known as the flyover states. I mean, you know, so you know that I think that explains it. They're just super friendly because they're like, oh gee, wow, we have visitors. Oh my goodness. Oh man, even if it's their own neighbors. Oh man, honestly, I really do want to just spend some time in the Midwest. I really do feel like, in a weird way, I would be kind of at home. I honestly would like it. Because I'm generally kind of a happy-go-lucky, pretty chill, easygoing, friendly dude myself, so... Oh wow, I'm really just, like, not even... But, like, I mean, yeah, honestly, like, either way, like I said, I'm a happy-go-lucky, pretty chill dude, so I in a lot of ways, I'd fit right in. And I already, like, in a weird way, like, the whole, like, conservative hospitality thing, at least in the South, has, got me a lot of, like, ooh, how you doing there? It's like, oh, you're from Oregon. Oh, ain't that just, weird little thing? How things are up there? Is it, like, the weird stuff that I hear about, or is it a little different? And all that shit. All that weird hugabaloo, like... I mean, in a weird way, I feel like, it will just be, like, similar to that, but probably not, like, the same conservative jingle-bingo bullshit. It would just be like, oh, gee willikers, you're from the Pacific Northwest. Oh, is it just, just as beautiful, but just a lot more mountains and hills? Is there a lot of snow, and, just like over here, or is it just more rain? It's just gonna be... Oh, my God, see, I'd fit right in, honestly. It's like South, but less racist. Yeah, exactly. I mean, honestly, I feel like that's why there is a little bit of a slight overlap with some Southern accent and Midwest accents, and shit, because, like, there's a slight commonality, but there's legit a distinction, between the cultures for sure, to where they are most certainly their own different things. But, despite that, there is legit kind of some overlap, at least when it comes to, like, the hospitality, the friendliness, and stuff like that. I will say, for different reasons, like a lot of that whole, like, compassionate conservatism and the whole, like, Southern hospitality, there is, like, a little bit of a backhanded element to that shit for sure. But in the Midwest, I don't see that. Like, I don't know if that exists. It's like, I don't think that's possible, for people over there. I'm sure if you get them riled up enough, you probably could. Like, if you start shitting on the Packers or something like that, then you probably, or start shitting on cheese, then you probably just unleash a berserker that you just don't even want to unleash. But, but beyond that, you probably got like the most friendliest son of a bitch you're ever gonna meet. And honestly, most people, like, pretty much like every person that I've ever met in the Midwest has always been like super friendly. So it's extremely flat, so it's not like you'd have trouble getting to certain areas. Everyone's literally on the same level. Literally on the same level. I mean, yeah, it's true. Pretty much are. Might contribute to more homogeneity. I mean, yeah. I mean, I think it definitely does, because everything is, in a way, more easily connected because of that. Because you don't have natural, like, geographical divides. Like, in the Pacific Northwest, you have a lot of foothills, mountains, rivers, things like that, you know, create different, like, cultural and regional divides. I mean, Oregon alone is got a lot of different divides. Like, the Willamette Valley, it just regionally is pretty, you know, unique culturally versus Eastern Oregon once you go east of the Cascade Mountains. Like, honestly, Portland in itself, you know, is different. The Columbia Gorge all throughout is a little different. Like, some of the rural areas, you know, like in the foothills, east or west, you know, of, like, the greater Portland metro area and shit like that. It's got its own thing going on. Like, the whole coastal region's got its own shit going on a little bit. And it's because, and a lot of it is because of the geographical divides. And, you know, just because of the mountains, the valley, the rivers, and all this other shit. And, you know, the more, like, kind of flatland type of shit you got going on, at least, you know, in the Midwest and places like that, and a lot of South and shit, you know, it adds a little bit more of a connectiveness to where there's a little bit more homogeneity because of that. Which, in a lot of ways, makes sense, because also with, like, the Northeast and, like, the East Coast, there's a lot, like, you got Appalachia, you know, like, you know, and that going on. And even in the Great Lakes, a little bit of the Midwest, there's a little bit of slight differences. Like, the whole, like, Midwestern thing is not really, you know, as connected to places like in Michigan and stuff like that, though it's a little tangentially connected, you know, to a degree. You know, so there's, you know, there's different, you know, elements, you know, because of these different geographical variables, to where it does create a little bit of a geographical, like, cutoff a little bit. Not saying that, obviously that doesn't mean that, like, those people are so distinctively different that they're just, like, a totally new thing, but there's at least enough, you know, differences to where it has a totally different regional thing going on at that point. Because obviously, like, you know, like for Oregon's case, like, you know, someone from Eastern Oregon or Portland or, like, the Willamette Valley, you know, abroad, you know, in between, like, Eugene or Salem or some shit, they're all still relatively the same type of people and shit, you know, for the most part, but there's enough of differences, you know, between, like, some of the culture from Eastern Oregon or the Valley or Portland shit, you know, they got their own shit going on. But despite that, you know, pretty much broadly share a lot of commonalities. But again, you know, especially for maybe Eastern Oregon's case, probably, you know, that's where I think a lot of, you know, the most of the differentiation, you know, comes from, because Eastern Oregon is definitely more, you know, I guess politically more conservative in comparison to the rest of Oregon. That's for sure. Compared to say Kentucky, where most of the state is a maze of hollows, little valleys, and nooks. Yep, like a lot of foothills and shit too. Like the Virginias, especially West Virginia, like there's a lot of foothills, little mountains and stuff like that. Like all sorts of different stuff like that. I mean, it's so cool. And honestly, it's pretty cool. So I really love, like, little geographical, like, lands that have, like, a lot of foothills, rivers, and stuff like that. In a way, you know, there's a lot of, you know, like, you know, environmental, like, diversity because of things like that, because there's, like, so much going on. At least in some part, that's why I love the PNW, because it's just so rife with all sorts of different shit, because of all sorts of different, like, elevations, you know, different, you know, like, little smaller regional environments that kind of get built up because of the foothills and different things, you know, weather-wise, you know, that will happen because of how geographically everything is. There's all those little tiny little things. Man, I mean, honestly, there is some really cool, beautiful shit, you know, when climbing up, you know, different little mountains or little, like, foothills and trails around up here in the gorge and shit like that. A lot of really cool, beautiful shit. I mean, I've seen all sorts of cool little critters. I've seen, like, little lizards, some snakes, all sorts of different little birds. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff that you can find, you know, when you, have a keen eye for it. I remember once that I was like, oh shit, guys, I found a little lizard. And all my friends stopped and, you know, came back to where I was because I was looking right at it. And all my friends were like, what? Where is it? I'm looking right at it. It's right there. And I did this. I'm like looking right at it. And I'm like, what? And I'm just like, I'm sitting here looking at it. And I'm like, you really don't see it? So I moved my finger closer to where we, like, started, you know, kind of like wrestling away further because it, you know, probably thought it was being attacked by a predator. And that's when everyone realized, oh shit, there it is. I'm just like, yeah, you didn't see this little son of a bitch? I mean, granted, I mean, I kind of have been known to have the eagle eyes of my friend group, so I guess I just have a keen eye for things like that. I'm trying to think, is there any snake that's venomous around here? Because honestly, like, pretty much every snake I've seen are either, like, garter snakes or little, small, non-venomous little boas that are, like, at most will ever get, like, maybe yay long. Actually, I think there is. I think it's the coral snake, if I remember correctly. I think they're partially native around here. I think? I'm pretty sure there's at least 1 or 2 venomous snake species around here, but I don't think they're very common. Oh, god damn it. You have a whole... There's a whole article? Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, no. Oh, shit. Well... The U.S. is home to 30 venomous species and venomous snakes, some of which can be found in Oregon. Great. I know the difference between poisonous and non-poisonous. It's the eyes. Yeah. Okay, what's the species? Yeah. Type of venomous. The northern Pacific rattlesnake is the only venomous snake in Oregon. There's only one venomous snake in the species. Oh, thank God. And it's a rattlesnake. So you would hear it. You know, it's a little rattle. The northern Pacific rattlesnake, however, is not the only venomous snake. There's also the Great Basin rattlesnake. Ah, god damn it! There's 2! Despite their different names, this venomous snake is a subspecies of the northern Pacific rattlesnake. Okay, so it's just a subspecies. So basically the same snake. God, son of a bitch. As a result, there's only 1 species of venomous snakes in Oregon. There are 2 different types. Northern Pacific rattlesnake can be found all across North America. However, their habitat is mostly distributed along the western portion of the continent, especially in the Rocky Mountains. So you would probably find them in the, basically, you know, like the Cascade Mountain Range and stuff like that, possibly. Okay, so yeah, there's plenty of other species of snakes, and I'm aware of at least, like, yeah, the California King Mountain snake. Yeah, I've seen those before around here. What else? Yeah, the coral snake. Yeah, okay, so the coral snake is non-venomous, alright. Wait, no, the coral snake is the... Yeah, so no, that's the venomous one, and the California king snake, the California mountain king snake is the one that looks like it. Okay, god damn it, I'm getting my snake species mixed up. Well, whatever. Yeah, so I've seen the California mountain snake, but honestly, at least in the past, I honestly legit have thought they were coral snakes, so I've avoided them. But they're actually, you know, not, you know, lethal to humans. Again, look at their eyeballs. If it has, like, cat-looking eyes, then they're venomous. If they have round eyes, like us, then they're non-venomous. Up the garter snake. Yep, no, I've seen those all the time. They're very common around here. I think they're the most common non-venomous snake. Yep, the garter snake's one of the most common snakes in North America. I've seen them all over the place. The common keen snake. It mimics the coral snake. Yeah, I might have seen one of those too. Assuming that they were the coral snake, and hence I avoid them. But that's why they look like that, because then potential predators will avoid them thinking they're a venomous snake. The gopher snake? Oh, I've seen these before. They're cute. They're pretty cute. The night snake? Whoa, this little guy looks a little weird. I've seen them before. Well, they're nocturnal and mainly hang out in the deserts from what it looks like. Northwestern garter snake. Well, I've seen these before too. They got that cool little orange stripe on them too. I just realized I had my screen off this entire son of a bitch. But yeah, it looks like all the snake species that do live in Oregon are pretty much either garter snakes or keen snakes. There's a ring snake. I don't think I've seen these before, but they have like a little cute little colorful band on their neck. It looks so cute. The rubber boa. Oh, I've seen these before. My dad has seen them too. Yeah, these are pretty common around here too. And they're called rubber boas because they kind of look like they have this rubbery looking, skin basically with their scales. A sharp tail snake for a sharp spine at its tail's end. What does it look like? Hey, that looks pretty cool. I've seen that before. The most interesting snakes in Oregon. While all snakes are special in their ways, sharp-tailed snakes huh. This pointy tail isn't toxic. In fact, completely harmless to humans. Hunting with the sharp-tailed snake uses namesake to help stabilize prey. Huh. It's pretty cool. Striped whip snake. Oh, I've seen these before too. These are pretty common as well. Western ground snake. Have round. What do you look like? Aw, it looks so cute. This looks so cute. Look at this little guy. It looks so adorable. I haven't seen him before, but it looks so cute. Western terrestrial garter snake. That just sounds badass for a name. What do you look like? Do you fit the name? A little cute little rope. Adorable little rope. With such a badass name. The Western yellow-bellied racer snake. That is a very complicated name. Oh, whoa. Look at this little guy. Damn, look at his little face. Looks mean. It looks so cool, too. Oh, is that it? Okay. Here, let's look at the other ones that I forgot to pop up. For boa, yeah, where was it? Yeah, we got the ringneck, yeah. So there's that other one. Yeah, here's that aquatic garter. Look at that little guy. And then, where was the, here it is. Northwestern garter. With that little orange stripe on it. Also looks pretty cute. I just find these little garter snakes to be pretty cute. And here's this little dude. He's not venomous, but he also kind of has those cat eyes too. But I think that's just due to his nocturnalness. And a gopher snake. Now this guy just kind of looks like a little mean son of a bitch. What about yeah, the comet king snake. So I've seen these before. I've seen the king snakes before around here. And the common garter snake, which well, they're common. I've even seen them in my own neighborhood. I mean, they're all over the place. Then you got this big bad boy. Then, yeah, I got this little sucker. And then the poisonous, or no, not poison, but the venomous snake is this guy. And this looks like a real mean motherfucker. Like, I don't want to be near this guy. No, thank you. Don't want to be near that. I've only seen those common garters. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, I've been camping and done different hikes and stuff where I will see one or two of those. But yeah, for the most part, yeah, I mean, I've only seen them like once or twice ever in my life. Those common garters and the different variations of garter snakes, I see those more often than these king snakes. I've only seen the king snakes, I think, at least for both of them, I think at least once, both thinking they were coral snakes, but I think coral snakes, from my understanding, can live here, but they're technically invasive. Now seeing that list, because I feel like I've seen coral snakes around here, but they look like king snakes too, so, you know, that's why the king snakes look like coral snakes, though, because, I mean, it's a way to drive predators away from them, so they don't get eaten. Because they look like they're venomous, and you don't want to mess with them, because they got that, you know, bright color scheme and shit. But yeah, dude, yeah, that rattlesnake, though, yeah, he's ready to strike. Luckily, I've not seen rattlesnakes, you know, even in very predominant rattlesnake areas and shit, like Arizona or Montana, stuff like that, so, but luckily, I've not had to deal with any of those. If I did, I most certainly would kill one and probably take its skin, though. Because my dad has one right here, and it'd be nice to see if the one I kill would be comparable, you know, to the one that he got. If it's bigger than the one that he has right here, I'm gonna be like, fucking flexed. Get flexed on, old man. Okay, just still keep on the bottom of that. Well, not as much as earlier, but damn. How are you feeling after that hit? Pretty good. I mean, I've just been kind of like dummy high, you know, for like the last like hour or so at this point. But this is adorable. Andrew Tate loses his bid to end detention to Robey. Is he still in jail? Oh, you cuck, you sad little bitch. Be somebody's little breeding bitch, you know, fucking, you know, Romania. Be like some random, like, mafioso, fucking assassin, hitman, gangsters, like, breeding bitch, bruh. Get it, taint. Oh, that's adorable. Oh, so cute. Here. I don't want to hear a little commentary on this, actually. If, let's see, is it around here, or... Okay, that's the one, okay.
He's just using this incident to raise his...
Well,
doesn't that guy just go all Neo? Because
well,
I'm not telling you a goddamn thing about it. It's a mystery. You'll have to... The title alone should tell you enough. Do you want it or do you not want it? That's it.
I do want it. Fuck you.
Doesn't that guy just go all Neo? Because he likes to invoke the Matrix, right? Why doesn't he just go like Neo and just fly away?
You have to break out of the Matrix to get yourself 10 Bugattis. And then be in a Romanian jail after that.
I mean, like,
Bugatti.
he's seen through the Matrix. Dude, he's just...
Bugatti.
If I know Andrew Tate, and I think I do, he's using this trial to send a signal to all of his little followers out there in the world. This is him. he's just using this incident to raise his profile before
Oh,
the
absolutely.
other shoe, drops. And we leave the Matrix and enter the Tatrix, Scotty.
Oh god, the Tate tricks, dude. Oh no. I don't know if I want the Andrew Tate tricks, dude. That just, no, I don't want that. That sounds awful. That sounds horrible. Why would anyone want to be subjected to that? No, put me back in the Matrix. If that's the case, then suck me into the Matrix and never let me leave.
Went into the Tatrix. This is his world now, Scotty. We just live in it. You better just get... You know, I'll be honest with you guys. I keep watching this Andrew Tate shit, looking for the stuff for our Tate gauntlet on the 27th.
Can't find anything, can you?
I keep doing it. You know, we're gonna do that big...
Jack me in,
show
I'm
on
done.
the
Yeah,
27th,
plug me all in, baby.
Andrew Tate
Let's
videos
go.
For hours and hours, and I kept watching the stuff, and I kept looking for ways to criticize the man, ways to criticize him.
Can't do it.
And in the process, I gotta say, I started to see what people see in him.
I mean, you
And
are
before I knew
definitely
it-
you're his target audience, dude.
Right.
Edgy.
Yep. Yeah, just edgy white guys. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Weird, perpetual teenager.
Obviously, teenage. Oh my god. Obviously, TJ is being hysterical, but
That's what he's going after.
Right, and you know what? I started to see it. I'm like, you know what? I get it. And that's why, you know,
Get some
I'm
Bugattis.
now a Tate simp. So,
You
I
cracked
will
the
be-
code. You cracked the code, T.
Top
Right,
G.
I now see through the Matrix. I am joining the Tate army. I'm no longer going to
Tatrix.
resist him. You know?
So, can I ask you guys this? Looking at this picture, and I think there's another picture. Isn't there another Tate story after this?
There is, right here. Yeah.
Wait, what was the
I just
article?
wanted to look at
headline?
the picture. Is it just me, or is the hairline?
Hold on.
So, can I ask you guys this?
I wanna see the headline of the other one.
I think there's another picture. Isn't there another Tate story after this?
Hold on.
There is, right here.
Divisive influence. Tate loses appeal against asset seizures. Oh my god, dude, he's just getting it all, ain't he? I love it. Awesome.
Yeah. I just wanted to look at the picture.
But look, oh my god,
Is
look
it
at
just
him.
me, or is the hair?
He looks like a very disgruntled, bald Neanderthal. Like, he just does, dude. He's got like that brow line that's like, he just has like that very like primal like, very grunty like just look. And it's, oh my god.
Looking a little suspect here.
No, it's like, honestly, I mean, I think that's why he has those sunglasses on all the time. Because if not, he just has like this, Thag beat you with rock. Just like, he has just like that look on him, dude. Like, oh my god. And he looks like a potato on top of it. Oh man. What? Wow. And people look up to this son of a bitch. It's like, man, what the fuck? People look up to this cocksucker, man. It's like, really? It's like, look at him.
Hairline and hair density looking a little suspect to anybody else but me.
Yes.
It's looking a little patchy.
It's looking a little thin. You know what I mean? Up top there.
Yeah.
A little
enhance that,
receding.
TJ? Oh, for TJ's Bugatti fun. Well, TJ doesn't
Bugatti.
I would never buy a Bugatti, dude.
Bugatti.
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 Yeah, I would. Dude, I can't.
I can't. Bugatti, dude. Oh my god. I'll never, dude, that, honestly, the way he says it will never get old to me.
No amount of money you could give me to want one of these. Like, dude, to me, look, I want to make it clear. I'm not trying to shit on anybody who likes a sports car, all right? I know some really cool people who are really into sports cars and shit.
I do too,
But as
yeah.
far as I'm concerned, sports cars are fucking lame as fuck, okay?
I mean, I tend to kind of agree. I mean, if it's like something from like the 80s or older, then, I mean, depending on how it looks, I mean, you know, like a Thunderbird, for example, or something like that. And maybe I'm biased because my friend has one of those. But, like, I mean, you know, if it's something like that, then I can make an exception. But, you know, anything beyond that, yeah, no, I'm an absolute lockstep with what TJ's saying here, 100%.
You're also a terrible driver. TJ would wreck if you put TJ behind the wheel of a Bugatti, he'd wreck it immediately.
It's just not my kind of fucking car. I don't think I'd wreck. I mean, you know, 'cause I don't know. Maybe I would. Who fucking knows?
Back
You
into
wreck it,
something.
dude. It would not be.
Dude, TJ would totally crash and, like, nearly die driving a fucking sports car or, like, a Bugatti. So, like, dude, he totally would, dude. Like, oh my
It
god.
would not be that.
Be too
Maybe
much
not
power.
wreck it.
Too much
It would
power.
not be that long before you fucking had a fender bender in that fucking thing.
Yeah, dude,
Or
100.
bump something as you were trying to park or leave a parking lot.
The proper vehicle for me is something that is, you know,
Driven by somebody else.
Fucking Paul. Oh my god, Lord, Jesus Christ.
fair enough.
Yeah, fair enough, TJ. Yeah, shut up. Yeah, you ain't got nothing. Yeah, you got nothing. You ain't got nothing to back that up, TJ. You ain't got nothing to rebuke that. Don't even try.
But he does, you know, every once in a while he does erratic things that you don't expect him to do.
Yeah. I'm, you know, I'm very, like, impulsive and shit, so you never just know.
No, really?
Just fucking
I
go
never
off
knew
and
that,
do some
TJ.
stupid shit without really thinking about it.
Yeah, like
Crash the car and into a column because I'm pissed off about
See,
Gertie. Yeah, I'm thinking about that too.
that's
Back
why I
into
don't think
endless
TJ, because like TJ would be dangerous in a Bugatti or any car like it.
Golly.
Yeah, that's so true.
Got like
You're
a
right.
Oh my God.
But thankfully,
Shit.
I'm not attracted to it. Because what I want, I'd be more like the type of dude that wants like a big ass like Cadillac Escalade kind of fucking car, you know, where it's like super luxurious on the inside and basically like a big giant like box on wheels, right?
Respectable.
Like, that's
Honestly, I actually, in a weird way, kind of agree with TJ in a sense.
Fucking luxury car. I
TJ
want to
gets a
fucking
Bugatti, and you know, I come over and I'm like, "Oh, nice Bugatti."
man.
Oh, you see those videos online all the time of people.
Oh my god, Paul. God damn with the Gurgi. Dude, his Gurgi voice, son of a bitch.
Ferraris, Lamborghinis.
TJ, your little Bugatti is looking pretty nice and pristine, isn't it, TJ?
Crash them. They don't know how to handle them. Like, they're performance vehicles. Like, if you do not know how to drive like a fucking souped up performance vehicle, you can
Oh my god.
it's
Dude,
unbelievably easy.
Interestingly enough, I'm like low key. I don't ever want one, but I like watching videos about really expensive sports cars and shit. I watch a bunch of different channels. It's like one of my little guilty pleasures or whatever.
So anyway, Andrew Tate has lost a bid to end his detention.
I'm so happy I'm so happy that shit happened.
So
Oh my
he's in jail
god.
right now for
Beautiful.
human trafficking shit.
Andrew, no!
So after the arrest on the 29th of December, police said they had identified 6 people who were allegedly sexually exploited by what it called an organized criminal group. Police alleged...
A lot of phlegm came out my throat over all that. Filtered out the pipes with that one.
were recruited by the British citizens, who they said misrepresented their intention to enter into a relationship with the victims, which they called the lover boy method. They were later forced to perform in pornographic content under threat of violence, a statement alleged. The Tate's lawyer, Eugene
Which was his whole cam girl scheme that he did.
Vidaniak, has said his clients rejected all the allegations. Born in the U.S. before moving to the UK, Mr. Tate, 36, went on to have a successful career as a kickboxer. In 2016, he was removed from the British television version of TV show Big Brother over a video which appeared to show him attacking a woman. He went on to set up a webcam business, which he described as adult.
I don't think I talked about it on stream once, but actually there's also something else that came up with him recently, where there's an audio leak of him basically being like, you know, to this one chick, basically saying, he's like, I don't know why I'm like this, because, like, I literally want to, well, he didn't say unconsensually fuck, but, you know, he's like, I literally want to R-word you right now. And she was just like, what? She kind of, like, played it off as, like, you know, you're not serious. And then he just decided to, well, nah, I'm doing it anyway. It just, like, forced himself on her and shit off. You know, you can kind of fill in the blanks. And it's just like, I mean, honestly, in a lot of ways, it just kind of shows that the whole, like, grift that he does is not just a grift. It's, like, a part of how he is, like, really legitimately struggling with, like, some actual fucking, like, demons in his closet and shit, you know what I mean? It's, like, which shows how much of a disgusting fuck that he really is. Like, it's not just, like, out of some grift, or out of some sense of, like, this is how you be a macho man, bruh. It's like, he genuinely has sense of, like, nah, you know, women need to be, like, my subjugate, like, property, and I will fucking, like, you know, do that, but I don't know why I feel this way, because in a way I know it's not good. It's like, and that's kind of the most sinister fucking shit. He does it knowing it's not good, and knowing that he struggles with that shit, and doesn't give a fuck about, you know, wanting to address it. He, in fact, embraces it. And that's honestly the most disgusting fucking thing about him. It's not necessarily that it's just like some closeted insecurity or some shit. He embraces it. Like, he embraces that type of shit about himself. And, you know, it's not just a grift to him. And that, you know, honestly, for me, you know, it's not, I think it's what it makes him stand out so much as such a, quote, controversial figure, I guess, in a sense, you know, in a way, is because of that type of shit. He's, like, not just some, like, insecure man-child. He, like, is, in a weird way, secured in his insecurities and embraces that shit as a part of his identity, despite knowing that it's not good. It's fucking sociopathic as fuck, and very psychopathic, too. It really shows a lot about what his actual character is.
He found global notoriety with Twitter banning him for saying women should bear responsibility for being sexually assaulted. He has since been reinstated. But despite social media bans, he gained popularity, particularly among young men, by promoting an ultra-masculine, ultra-luxurious lifestyle.
Well, he's also a scammer. He is. Anyone that knows anything about that, he has like an affiliate program in order to do that.
What? What'd you say, Scotty? You were just like, so what?
I like the fact that, so Andrew Tate is back on Twitter.
Oh my god, now he's super loud again.
Yep.
Scotty, fix your audio.
Not only
More
that,
dangerous than Andrew Tate, dude.
I heard a story not too long ago about some like trans lesbians or whatever that fucking got banned from Twitter for kissing.
Huh? Why?
Okay.
Yeah, they were like responding to Matt Walsh saying some like shit about like, yo, trans trans lesbians never date each other, and they were like, yes, we do.
And oh, I see why. Because a bunch of far right, you know, groomer, conspiratorial, fascist, fucking Nazi shitbags that follow Matt Walsh mass reported those lesbian trans women, and they got suspended because they hurt their free face. I see exactly why they got banned. I see it. I see why. I see what TJ's building up to.
It was like, they got fucking banned for it. Like, nope.
Lame.
Wait, so, Matt Walsh saying that, like, trans people should be annihilated or whatever crazy shit he says, that's totally permissible. But then saying those
apparently
people don't even exist, and they're like, yeah, we actually do, they get banned.
Yep. That's right.
Dude, I love Elon's Twitter. That's why I've been.
Oh yeah, it's so great, so enlightened, isn't it? It's beautiful.
You know, Elon's actually in the Guinness Book of World Records for most wealth lost.
Yeah.
What? No way. Wow. When you're in the Guinness Book of World Records, but for literally like the worst like record possible, possibly, you know, that they have, dude. Wow, bro. No way, dude. Wow. How much of a bitch and a moron must you be to like be in the Guinness Book of World Record for losing the most amount of money? Bruh. Like, oh my god, that is sad. That is sad.
Not $1 billion.
Yeah, well, you know what? He lost more than you'll ever have. You know?
That is definitely
fair enough.
But like, you asked me, because you know what, Scotty? I forgot to tell you.
I wish all those losses he had were given to me, you know, but hey, you know what? Fair enough, and I don't give a fuck. It ain't his no more. That's all I give a shit about.
Simp.
They got redistributed.
I started fucking really becoming an Elon Musk simp, too.
And they go hand in hand, right?
Right,
Well,
because it's like
Peterson.
one leads to the other either
Have you
way.
shifted enough to Peterson yet, or are you still?
Oh, Scotty, I'm really starting to fucking. Some of the Peterson's works are really starting to make sense to me. To be honest with you.
Gonna read those 12 rules again.
Remember how
huh?
I did this? Remember how I did that?
Oh no, I think that 6-hour Jordan Peterson gauntlet that they did on New Year's, I think it got to TJ.
Shift where I used to be super right wing, Scotty. Remember that? When I was super fucking ultra right wing.
Oh no.
No,
And then all of a sudden, I just like went crazily left to fucking emulate Vosh, who I now worship. Remember when I did that, Scotty?
I mean,
Anyway.
I don't
So,
want to get too much into TJ's personal life on the show, but
Right.
I have been to TJ's house, and there is an altar to Vosh, which you are required to.
An alternative
I
Vosh.
used to be like almost a Nazi, Scotty.
Just like how there's like a busted Lenin, and someone who's a far leftist, a true one, there's, nowadays it's now a bust of Vosh.
Very close.
You
I
just
was
have a
super
brass
ultra
bust of Vosh
dodeca
just
right
on a
wing.
desk.
As anybody who criticized like someone like Anita Sarkeesian has to be like super insanely right wing, which I was. Of
Yeah,
course.
because
I'm just now realizing, in a weird way, I feel like there is somebody who unironically has a bust of Vosh in their house. Not Vosh himself, but I feel like there's a fan of him that custom commissioned that and has yet to reveal that to Vosh. And is waiting for the right time, I think. Like, it's just something that has not yet been publicly revealed, but I feel like it's happened. And it's just waiting for the other shoe to drop. It's like, I feel it in my bones a little bit.
that charity basically.
And honestly, I feel like that's honestly a little bit more cringe than just like, wow, what the hell? And just kind of amusing. I feel like it's a little bit more cringe than amusing now that I think about it, but I know there's at least one weird motherfucker out there that does have that. Somebody out there. There's at least one person.
Then,
Nazism.
yeah, and then
All the money for those Nazis, like poor little
right,
Nazis.
yeah, that was what I did. And then all of a sudden, there was this dude named Vosh who he whispered in my ear, and he's like, "You should just become left wing. It's based." I was like, "Whoa, he's
It's
right.
based by guy.
Whoa, based left wing." But you know what, Scotty?
Well, it did nothing but help your career after that.
Right. And you know what, Scotty, though? Here's what I just realized. It turns out that Vosh dude, total fucking bitch. He sucks ass, and like right-wing shit is
Now, he doesn't suck ass. He sucks bad dragon horse cocks. Like, do you not know of Vosh there, sir? Like, you should know of Vosh and his, and the accusations against him. You should never trust him near the stables.
right. And I realize now, Andrew Tate, Scotty, Jordan Peterson, Ben
From my understanding, it literally is just a meme. It's just literally an inside joke because someone, there's like accusations that for some reason or another that they're against that literally think that there are people out there that are like, yeah, he's got an affinity for like horse stuff, but just like what? I looked into it, and it's basically just because he has an affinity for just big dicks, and well, horses obviously got big dicks, so he was using it as like a figure of speech. Like, it wasn't actually being that serious about it. When I looked into it, it's like, wow. People actually thought he was being fucking serious. It's like, oh, fucking lord.
These are I'm switching back to the right, Scotty.
I mean, that's why Bad Dragon exists, because if you want, like, a gigantic dick, well, they got it, they exist, so it's like, good lord, like, what do you do? It's like, people can't take, like, a joke, it's like, good fucking hell.
TJ,
There's
there's
my
my thing in your ear.
fucking mask
Now, Vosh
off, bitch. Back on the right. Right wing TJ, motherfucker.
Oh, shit.
Now put a Confederate flag back there.
Vosh put a little worm in your ear, TJ. But you know what? You must have washed that. You must put some alcohol or something.
Flip flopping TJ, dude.
Yeah,
Flip
I'm back
flopping
to the
Flip
right.
flopping TJ, dude.
I'm
Flopping
back
like
to the
fish
right.
out of water.
You know what? I infiltrated the left to understand how their
Well,
minds
think about this,
work,
TJ.
Paul.
It's not called.
Infiltrated left, I understand. You know what? Honestly, I would not be surprised if there are some right-wingers that do kind of do that. I will admit, I do.
Left and the right, TJ.
I will admit, though, at the same time, I don't think that ever amounts to fuck all, because their understanding of what is, quote, left is not even remotely close to what it actually is. So, like, I don't think it amounts to literally anything, but I'm sure some of them try. I mean,
Right again.
it's not like it doesn't happen, God damn, this fucking
Good job,
phone, dude.
TJ. I applaud you.
Yeah.
I infiltrated the left, I learned their ways, and now I'm announcing I'm back on the right, bro. Andrew Tate did nothing wrong. He did nothing wrong. Prove it. Prove he did one thing wrong. That's what I asked.
I can't prove it.
I think that's why he's like.
Does anyone have video evidence of Andrew Tate raping a woman? Does anyone have that?
I mean, maybe not that, but I mean, it's obviously, again, I know TJ speak, I'm pretty or facetious, but like, that, I mean, not that's the caveat. It's like, has he ever, have video of that? It's like, well, you know what? Fair enough. Maybe not that specifically. There's audio of him being like, yo, I want to do that, and I don't know why I feel this way, but I'm going to do it anyway, because you're my... There's audio of it.
Does anyone have that? If they do, it's fake. If they do, it's a deep fake. Have you ever heard of a deep fake? They can do that now, Scotty.
Of course there's a caveat to that, son of a bitch.
Definitively this man ever victimized everyone.
Well, yeah, you know what? To be fair, I guess we're all in the Matrix. Not in the Tate-tricks, so...
Let him out. This is a good man.
He has the presumption of innocence.
He's a family man. He loves his family.
Family
Loves his wife and kids. No.
He's a family man.
Scotty. God damn, he'd love him.
Loves his future wife and children. I just want to let you know, TJ, this tactic of yours is not going to work.
No.
No,
it really ain't.
You're gonna kayfabe that you agree with Andrew Tate for about 2, maybe even 3 hours, TJ, and then the reality of what you've chosen is gonna sink in. And you're gonna end up having a fucking meltdown.
I'm not.
Oh my god, dude! You know what? Paul's like really nailing it on the head right now, just with this little clip.
Taking this bit much further than just this segment. I wasn't planning on going into the gauntlet with it.
No, it feels like you were just auditioning a gauntlet
tactic.
Strategy. Yeah.
You know what? Yeah, I think Paul's on something. I feel. You know what? Paul, why'd you say something? You should have let him keep going with it, because when the Andrew Tate gauntlet happens, you would. I guess it's still on the table. But if you did like a whole defense of it, and just like let that like break his psyche further, because he has to now do the the Tatrix, Neo dodging of trying to like defend that shit, while like I think it might break it might break TJ's brain, and I want to see that. I am 100% for that. Like, I mean, I want to see him eventually snap and be like, I can't do this anymore. Fuck this guy, blah, and just go off. Like, I want to see that break. Like, so I kind of want this strategy that TJ's trying to incorporate that he was doing here. Like, I kind of want this, because I think he kind of like, I think that was an audition. I think Paul's right, but I want it. I want to see it, because I feel like, for like a little article or two, yeah, sure, it's pretty easy, but, I mean, for a whole gauntlet, his brain's gonna break. So, I'm not exactly 100% sure how well he can hold that. Well, I mean, I don't know, he could probably hold it for at least an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours, 2 hours maximum, I think. If it goes beyond that, I would be genuinely impressed.
And I might look. I'm flip-flopping TJ. Right-wing TJ could reemerge at any fucking minute.
I mean, who knows which way the wind will blow tomorrow?
Right. I could very easily be like, wait a minute. I should just, dude. I almost did this. I thought this would have been the funniest concept for a channel, but I was like, I shouldn't play with shit that much. But I was literally thinking, like, I should just literally every video oscillate between like far left and far right perspectives and just see what happens. Just like
what? So like one video far left is fucked, the next video far right is fucked, the next video far left. What? Would that even work? How would you even do that? Oh my god. Well, I guess have no morals or ethics and be a grifter, I guess, which I guess DJ at least has at least some combination of one of those. Where where he's able to not do that, I guess.
Putting shit out there, like put out some like really right-wing shit, and then the next video is totally left-wing shit, and people are just like, "What the fuck is going on?"
No, for real.
Believe.
I
But
mean,
I decided not
I don't
to
think
do
TJ was number one. I think he was like number 4 or something.
I was like number 2, I think.
You were number 2? Okay, I don't
I'm
remember.
pretty sure. It was 2 or 3. I was up there.
I think didn't
I
I
wouldn't even
beat you?
I wouldn't even beat the top. I wouldn't even be the top 10 any fucking more. That's a sad thing.
No, probably.
Man, fucking bastards. A more innocent time.
Yeah, that's enough for real. TJ being controversial these days is kind of sad because it's not even controversial. Though that's funny. I mean, he really did legitimately used to be a major controversial figure on YouTube back in the day. So I kind of, found out about him a little bit. I mean, and, at least for myself, I didn't really get into him until about like 2014, 15-ish about. But I was kind of at least tangentially aware of him by like 2012, 13-ish about, somewhere around there. It's so weird that TJ's been around basically since I've been growing up. It's so fucking weird. I'm here for it. I don't care.
Wind myself.
It's actually kind of cool.
Yeah. That was back in 2011 when I was edgier.
Yeah, you did have a sharper edge back then, TJ.
You know?
Yep.
My edge was so
Samurai
sharp back
sword
then,
edge.
No one could even stand near me without being cut.
When are you gonna bring back that edge, TJ?
I don't know.
Or has middle age completely just knocked all the edge off of your blade?
Oh, yeah.
Age teacher.
No, I've definitely lost a shit ton of edge. I'm doing like crossword puzzles and shit now. Like, 3 letters across, an abbreviation.
Crossword puzzles.
Fighter's Delight? Oh, UFC. Okay, yeah.
Oh, there's a new gallery opening going on. That sounds wonderful. And
Oh,
there'll be
wow.
a wine tasting after? That sounds lovely.
I'll
Excellent.
take the wine and cheese tray, please. Oh, yeah.
What a breed.
No, my edge is like, it's definitely like way duller now.
Damn.
I'm not as edgy as I
A
was.
rusty
That's
blade.
edgy as a
dude.
butter knife now, dude.
Gorilla 199 is finally right about you.
Yeah, you're a middle-aged man, TJ. I realized that
You're a
know what?
middle-aged man.
You're gonna like this one. I started watching I was overcome with an insane urge. Like, I gotta watch all the Sopranos, and I gotta watch all the Goodfellas, and I gotta watch every mob movie ever. I gotta just start consuming mob media. I love
Nice.
the mob now. Out of fucking nowhere, Paul.
Like you and everybody else, man.
I know. Well, I feel like that's a middle-aged boomer fucking thing, though.
Hey, it actually isn't, because I kind of went in that phase when I got Mafia 2, the video game, and that got me really, really kind of into the whole, like, mob thing a little bit, honestly.
Puzzles and mafia movies,
Never mafia
that's where
movies
I'm
or
at
anything,
now. That's my
but
life now.
you know what? I need to get back
I'm
into
enjoying it. I don't give a fuck. I'm happy. I'm happy with it. I'm happy to embrace new interests and new things.
Damn right.
That's
Based.
how I hope life remains. I hope that my interest and everything about me changes every so often so that I can experience a different way of being.
Based.
That's where I'm at with it.
That's a...
For the Vegas trip.
Honestly, funny enough, that's actually a legit pretty good outlook to have on life in a way. That's actually legitimately based.
Yeah.
What
Give it to
Vegas
me.
trip?
What? Wait, what?
I told him.
I love how someone donated being like, yeah, Vegas trip, and the rest of the guys were like, what? And TJ's like, oh yeah, so I mentioned once that we might do a Vegas meetup one, and they're, oh my god, okay, what?
Dream not too long ago. I was like, I'm doing a Vegas meetup. If those other two fucking pieces of shit want to come along, that's on them. I don't give a fuck. Otherwise, it's just gonna be a TJ meetup. We going to Vegas, motherfuckers.
Oh no, I love Las Vegas. I'll definitely be going.
But I haven't made any fucking plans yet.
Any excuse I have to go to Las Vegas, I'm pretty much going to take.
You know what? I'm gonna take it. I want an excuse to go to Vegas. So I want it as well.
Vegas
Okay,
sucks
boomer.
now.
God damn it! Of course, Paul's gonna be like, nah, I'm not going to that.
2016.
Vegas fucking sucks now, dude.
Fuck you, Paul.
Like all fucking women breastfeeding on the floor and like fucking Post Malone music playing all over the casino and shit. It was crazy, dude. I was like, man, I don't even fucking belong here anymore.
Damn.
Dude, you gotta, if you don't fucking vibe with one casino, you just go to the next one, you know?
Well, I'm gonna have to go to one that's not like a fucking strip casino because they're all like that now.
Damn.
Weird, like, millennial lounges.
Goddamn millennials.
You damn millennials and you Gen Zers and you Gen Alphas ruining everything.
Country.
Ruining this fine country. What was good about this place? I know it was.
Dude, I went out drinking with my wife, sitting in the bar in the middle of the casino. It's like one of those, like, big lounge bars right in the center of the fucking main floor casino. And a woman was fucking wrangling her kids sitting at one of the tables at the bar, and I had to sit there and listen to that. And I was like, man, fucking Vegas sucks.
Okay, you know what? I will admit though, like, why in the fuck are there children at a goddamn casino at like the lounge bar? Like, no less. Like, I will admit, I actually kind of agree with Paul. Like, why in the fuck are there kids at a casino? Like in Vegas, like why? Like, I was lucky to bypass, like, you know, the whole, like, you know, goddamn, like, 18 and over restriction, you know, to go see the Michael Jackson, like, fucking tribute dude at the Chinook Casino in Lincoln City. Like, all I did was just put on my dad's jacket and no one fucking paid no mind, you know? But, like, and I was, like, 15 at the time, but, like, not, like, some little, just, like, 8-year-old. Like, what, it's, like, the fuck? Like, why is there a kid at a casino? Like, honestly, like, why? That should not be a thing. Like, really, seriously, that really shouldn't be a thing. Like, there shouldn't be kids at a freaking casino. Like, it's a casino. That's, like, an adult space. Like, that ain't a place for kids. Like, why? Like, I will admit, like, I just, like, I'm kind of mean about Paul, you know, memeing a little bit about, like, you know, like, about Vegas sucking, because if that really is the case, then yeah, that it legit sucks. And like, why? I mean, what the hell? That really is just kind of dumb to me. Like, I get it, like, you have kids and this and that, but like, let them hang out in the hotel room or something. Something, like, I mean, like, what, you can't, like, let them just, like, hey, just stay in the hotel room, we'll be back, you know, at this time, blah, 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 whatever that, like, you can't do that, like, something, like, seriously?
I remember back in the day, we used to have to, like, when we were, because kids aren't allowed on the fucking floor.
Yeah, that's what I thought, apparently.
And I think it's less a rule to keep kids from gambling and more a rule to keep kids away from the fucking floor, so it's like an adult place.
Yeah.
Dude, I remember when I was a kid, they used to have to race me across the floor because you were allowed to walk through with your kids, but only if you were going you know, I mean, they can't hang around with you.
Yeah.
Now, dude, people have their kids fucking lounging around everywhere, kids running up and down the halls of every goddamn casino. It's just like, when did this become like a family resort town?
I mean, a little bit. Like, I mean, I get it being like a family resort tour sound type of thing. I get that, but like, if you're on the strip at like the casino specifically and all that shit, like that's more of the like adult area. Like there could be like areas of the strip that could be quartered for more like family friendly based type of environments and spaces. Like, you know, like I'm willing to have some form of accommodation for that, but like for like all the casinos that like for what's already there, it's like, what the fuck? Why? What that is kind of like, what the hell?
Like, this is supposed to be the dirty town where husbands come to cheat on their wives and wives come to spend their husband's fucking pension. You know what I mean? Like, that, not a fucking child thing. Like, what are children doing here?
Husbands cheating on the wives and the wives are taking the husband's pensions.
I think with the Vegas maybe 4 years ago, but that was not my...
A bunch of people, Paul, want to know why you hate them playing Post Malone. Because they're like, don't you like Post Malone?
I do, but I don't necessarily want to hear Post Malone on the floor of a fucking casino. You know what I want to hear? Look, be a lady too. I want to hear Sinatra. I want to hear old fucking jazz. I don't want to hear fucking...
I want to maybe hear some Presley, maybe, like some 1950s, like, you know, era rock, you know, like that old classic rock and roll, like, you know, some Richie Valens, some Buddy Holly, some of the Big Bopper, you know, some stuff like that, you know? Like, I mean, I just realized I named all 3 of those guys all died in a fucking plane crash together. I just kind of realized that. But anyway, but, like, I mean, you know, like, I mean, these dudes, you know, like, get that shit going on. Yeah, like, you know, some Dean, you know, like, some Dean Martin stuff. I mean, come on now.
Post Malone whining
Paul,
about
hey, Paul,
being
you
a
remember
fucking
that
millennial rapper.
You remember the casino we went to in Mississippi and stuff with the crab buffet and everything?
Yeah.
You know what they actually did last summer? They banned anyone under 21 from the property. So you'd like that. I mean, obviously you're not anywhere close to that anymore, but like I remember that my mom told me, she's like, oh, they banned kids from there. It used to be like a kid would get a wristband or some shit. They're just banned now. They can't even bring anyone on that property that's under the age of 21. You gotta be an adult.
Nice.
Dude,
Vegas should just do the same thing.
Honestly, now that I'm like no longer a teenager or a kid, I'm like, you know what? I understand why there was not like as many child-friendly spaces, because we, you know, when we were kids, oh my god, we were annoying shit. Okay, I get it. And now that like, in a way, like, you know, kids growing up are a little low-key kind of like lucky that they can kind of get away with being able to be in places that used to be more predominantly for like adult stuff, like casinos and shit like that. Like, I mean, not always. Like, obviously, if you're like going to your local pub or something like that, unless it's like, you know, minors are allowed until like 8 or 9 or something like that. I mean, there's like no get out of here type of, you know, like no kids allowed type of shit. Still, I mean, it's still around, but not everything has to be like, you know, some sort of like family resort shit. It's like, goddamn, like let us have our adult spaces. It's like, come on.
Let's just do the same thing. I mean, like, I can't believe they had a kid
like
in a bar. Like, to me, it's like no kid should be allowed in the bar.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah, like, if I'm at a casino and I want to go to the lounge bar, you know, taking a break between playing some, like, roulette or blackjack, I don't want to, like, have to deal with, like, some mom and their random, like, kids running around up and down the bar and shit. That would be legitimately annoying. Like, I already get annoyed when, you know, like, that happens at a grocery store, you know, and shit. Like, let alone the damn casino. I'd be there to get away from that. I don't want to have to deal with it there. Like, that should be legit, like, an adult space for, like, at the minimum 18 and up, but at least 21 and up. I mean, come on. And now, you know, especially being 25, I get it. I get why there's 21 and up places. Try to avoid that shit.
Like getting her diaper bag together and like giving the kid, one of the other kids, something to I don't know. She was fiddling with something. It wasn't like she was there all night, but I had to sit there and listen to kids. You know what I mean? As she got her shit together in the middle of a fucking casino, and there were kids everywhere in the fucking casino, everywhere, everywhere we went.
Why? That should not be a thing. Like, cause what if, like, one of those kids somehow got a hold of, like, their mommy or daddy's, like, credit card and started, you know, playing one of, like, like, one of the computerized slots or something, and now, like, mama or dada, you know, suddenly have, like, $1,000 that are no longer in their account or some shit. Like, I mean, like, it's not just, you know, because it's an adult space, but there's legit reason why kids shouldn't be there, because they will be insanely irresponsible if they got a hold of money. Because it would just be gone. You know, so, like, cause, oh my god, I really hope Vegas is, like, if I ever go to Vegas, I don't want that.
That in itself is crazy, because, like, Vegas really isn't made for kids at all.
I mean, that too. I mean, it's like, I'm okay if there's some parts of Vegas that are family friendly, but, like, I never think of Vegas as that.
No. But I'll tell you, last time I went there, I didn't see any kids. Like, I didn't have one kid I saw.
Dude, everywhere we went, like, especially anywhere that wasn't directly on the casino floor, kid central, dude. That sucks.
Boo.
Well, hopefully it won't be like that when I fucking go there and meet with whoever I'm meeting there. And gamble. Come on, did you hear me gambling?
Why you hate kids, Paul? Because they're annoying as fuck. Wait, why is that even a question?
Yeah, why is that a question?
Kids. Here's the thing. I do not like because I get this a lot. I do not hate children. I just desire time where I don't have to deal with kids. Like,
yeah,
things are different when children are around.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And, like, I like having adult spaces where adults can do adult things, like sit and get drunk and not worry about, like, children.
where you can also, you know, cuss up like a sailor and have like dick and fart jokes and maybe talk about like some sexual experience that you want to share with your buddy at the bar or something like that. Like, I mean, whatever like, I mean, for whatever reason, you know, or just simply to be like, I just want to have like an adult space to just kind of vibe at, where I just don't have to be around kids, you know, even if it ain't, you know, for talking like a sailor, getting drunk, or doing this or that.
Being all over the fucking crawling the walls.
Yeah, I don't know. A casino is really not an appropriate place for a child. There's nothing like
100.
Yeah, like it's supposed to be for like gambling, smoking, drinking.
Now there's certain casinos that like maybe like Circus or something where it's like they have huge arcades and stuff like that. Like, I mean, I have no problem with that niche. You know what I mean? But for the
Sure.
most part, like a casino should be for.
And honestly, that, like, having the Strip have at least some casinos where they have, like, some of the floor where it's, like, an arcade where kids and adults can go to and shit, and that's where kids can be at and stuff, and maybe, like, a little restaurant, like, all-ages bar to where they can, you know, have that little area cordoned off. I'd be fine with that, like, near one of the entrances or something. But, I mean, it's a casino. Like, why would there be kids there? It's like, a casino's not meant for a kid.
And I was at the Luxor, and I was at, we were right next to the fucking Excalibur. It was right.
Makes me nervous about Vegas a little bit, because there's always this whole big thing that's sold about Vegas. Well, to be fair, it's always like that, but I feel like there's at least was, like, merit to the advertisement. Now I question the one being sold.
Basically, and then it's also connected to one of the other one. I can't remember, the Bellagio, I think, or something. Maybe it's not the Bellagio, but it's one of the other ones. And they're, dude, I'm telling you, man, fucking children everywhere, knee deep in kids.
Oh God,
Kids as far as the eye can see.
Children everywhere. This is supposed to be a place of solitude. Honestly, if there's like a bunch of like edgelord looking like lefty ass neckbeards, you know, all in a casino, I guarantee you any children there and their parents will vacate very quickly. Like, they're not gonna want to be around that. So, you know, whenever there's a date for a TJ's meetup in Vegas, I am gonna let my friends know for sure, and whether they go or not, I'm going. Like, I definitely want to go to that. But a lot of my friends want to go to, like, pretty much all of us want to do a Vegas trip anyway. And frankly, considering if TJ really truly commits to that and has a date set in stone for it, then I'm making my friends, you know, set a date in stone to go to Vegas, you know, for that. You know, because I know my friend Harley wants to go there at a certain time of the year for some reason or another. And it's like, you might have to concede a little bit if I'm able to at least, like, secure that as a surety. As long as that, you know, one or two of my other friends are able to, you know, guarantee the surety as well. Because, honestly, like, obviously, you know, they don't have to go with the meetup, but I sure shit am. And frankly, I know that my friend Metal T and maybe Rip City, you know, Stefan, he might actually be open to the idea and seeing TJ and shit. I mean, I would actually have to ask him. But I feel like he actually generally might be down for it. It might not be like necessarily like the big thing he'd want to do while there, but I think he would definitely be down to, you know, check it out. If I do, though, I am not bringing my Stetson hat. Well, I am, but I'm not going to wear it while I'm around TJ, because apparently he is actually legitimately notorious for taking people's hats. There's been a few meetups, apparently, where he's straight up just, like, yoinked people's hats, and there was, like, one person that apparently got a hat from, like, their grandmother or some shit, and TJ just took it from them, and the dude's like, come on, man, give it back, and blah, 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 and all this other shit. And it's like, nah, you gotta, like, pay me to get it back. It's, like, straight up, and he's like, you know, fine, man, and, like, eventually I think he did give it back to him, but then, like, later that day, later that meetup, there's somebody else that he took a hat from, and then he didn't give that hat back. It's like, damn, Teach. Parasocial relationships can be weird. I will admit, yeah, they can be. I mean, I definitely, well, man, I definitely kind of have a sense of a parasocial relationship with, like, the DFF, crew, but, I mean, I recognize it and I understand that, like, they're their own individuals, and obviously, to a degree, they are obviously performing and doing the show, so, like, there's, for me, I recognize, where to take them seriously and when, to not, like, take them seriously and, all that type of shit. And also not to always, take their word for, like, what it is and shit, because obviously, they, just because they have their perspective doesn't mean it's, like, the total picture, obviously. They just have a very, like, I guess, Gen X-y, like, kind of stoner, edgelordy perspective about things, which I mean, to be fair, tend to relate with a lot, so... But, it's not, they're not the only perspectives that I check out and stuff, especially at least when it comes to politics and shit. It's like Kyle, the Human Support, Dean Mama, there's a bunch of other people. And every now and then I do kind of delve into some of the right-wing stuff or centrist stuff too, and it's sometimes it can be a struggle. My stomach be a growling. Stomach bubbling. I have some Doritos. Ooh, I have like some sausage and curry rice. Oh fuck yeah. Dude, China Chef, was on point today. He just like made a big batch of like the specialty like curry rice that he made, and oh my god, shit's so good. Shit be banging. And from what my other coworker said, it was sausage, not chicken this time. Which, if that's the case, then it is the sausage that we have at our sandwich bar that we use for the breakfast burritos, and that shit is really good. Chowing on some flaming hot nacho Doritos. Yeah, I got the regular nacho ones. It's a party size. Need more heat, damn it. Yeah, I need to get the spicy hot ones, honestly. Oh, the Tapatio Doritos. Don't they come in like a purple bag or something like that? I know they come in like some color like that, I think. I haven't tried those, actually, but I've always wanted to. I think I've seen them at my store, but if I see them, I'll have to pick one up. Because then I can let you know how I feel about them. No, it's red. Oh, it's red? Yeah. Just like many of the other ones. They're the best Dorito flavor I've ever had. Oh, really? Oh, dude, alright. Because I always love, for me, I always go for the traditional. I've eaten way too many bags of those. Yeah, that's how I feel about just the regular old, traditional, or I guess the original, nacho cheese flavor ones. I need to expand my Dorito palette, because Doritos are, simple as they are, so banging. So amazing. Probably horrible for you, but I don't care. They're good. Actually, funny enough, from what I understand, there's something in, the seasoning on them and stuff that actually helps, sober you up if you're, really high. So if you get, too stoned, legit, eat a bag of Doritos. From my understanding, it does actually kind of help, not get you high. Look, I want to stock them next to the rest of the Doritos. They put them next to the Mexican Oreo chips. Oh, really? Well, I mean, to be fair, I'm not 100% sure about that. I've always heard that as, as kind of a stoner, for the grapevine, how to, help manage, a high, type of thing. I'm already eating Doritos when I'm high, lol. I mean, same here, dude. So, and honestly, I don't know if it's a placebo or not, but sometimes I do kind of feel like I sober up quicker when I munch up on some Doritos. In comparison to, other food that I might munch. Because I also have Wheat Thins, right now, as well. And I've munched on those high as shit last night, and I didn't really feel like I sobered up, in the, quicker rate or a lesser rate. But with Doritos, though, I feel like I do. But again, I think it might be placebo. I mean, to be fair, I don't know if there's an actual, like, scientific thing to it. But, again, I think there might be. I've just only heard that, you know, just for the grapevine for, like, stoners, you know, and shit. But I've heard it a lot, so I don't know. It's just kind of one of those things where maybe it's just, like, a common myth type of thing, or maybe there's at least something to it. Maybe it's like a little bit in between. Wheat Thins, cheeses, Triscuits, graham crackers, water crackers, whatever it takes. Yep. Honestly, this bag of Doritos is unopened, but I feel like if I were to do this right now, I would look like a barbaric animal, you know, delving into it like a primal beast, you know, eating these Doritos. I don't know if I want to subjugate anyone to that. Be my private time, just like, you know, just like getting all the like Dorito dust just all over my face and my hands. Not a real fan of Ritz or Bugles. Ritz crackers are okay if you have like a little salami and stuff like that. I love Ritz crackers and like those little salami cuts, you know, that are about the same size. I just love taking like 2 or 3 of those little salamis and then like making like little baby sandwiches out of those. Funyuns, stay up my mouth parts. Oh, I love Funyuns. I'm a sucker for Funyuns. I love me some Funyuns. You know what tears up your mouth parts though? Is when you eat a Dorito and instead of like that, it somehow enters like your mouth like vertically. So then you like bite into it and then like the edges of that Dorito like pierce your roof of your mouth. That truly rips your mouth apart. Oh shit, yeah. See, that's like the major con that everyone knows about when it comes to the Dorito. Is that if you somehow get that bitch vertically in there when you take a big handful and you're just like, get a whole handful in there, but you got like one of them that's like vertical, that's like kind of stuck in there, then, ooh, everyone's had that situation. Yep, same here, dude. One too many times to count. Now, over the years, you know, you kind of get a little bit more weary of it because the PTSD starts formulating, you know, and they're just like, I don't want that happening again because it hurts like a bitch every time it happens. So, you know, you get wary over it over time, but even then, you have a slip up. You have a time where you let your guard down because you think you got it, and you're like, all right, you know, looks like it's fine, and then you go in there, and then it's like, and then pierce that roof, and you're like, damn it, thought I had it. Because, like, the first couple times you grab some handfuls, you inspect it really quick, and you're like, alright, it's all horizontal. And, you know, start kind of getting into it and shove it all in your mouth, and then you kind of grab another one thinking, like, alright, it's all good. But then you don't look, and you see what they're, you know, and there's a vertical one there. Or you get one of those, like, Doritos that are, like, curved and shit, so sometimes it's, like, vertical, you know, like, partially. So it's, like, horizontal when you grab it, but then, like, the end of it's, like, bloop, sticks up, and sometimes that's what gets you a little bit. They now have Flaming Hot Extra. What? Really? Nice. I need to get their spicy Doritos more often, dude. Because in a way, that might help, like, limit my consumption of them. They got weird on the end. Yeah, dude. I mean, I could tell how that happens because I've fried up chips before and baked them too. And sometimes, you know, when you get them on the edges, or if you got like a fryer basket, sometimes they'll kind of like hug on the edge of it, and that's how they make their weird little curls sometimes. It's because of shit like that. I can only imagine how it happens, you know, or at least when they make Doritos, especially on such a massive, like, assembly line type of way. Because it's obviously a lot different versus, like, a grocery store, you know, version of the production, you know, side of that. So Carolina Reaper cheese puffs are pretty good. Ooh, that does sound pretty good. God damn it. Alright, I need to stop making myself hungry. At a gas station of all places. Really? Yeah, gas stations usually tend to be very limited about what they got, so that is actually pretty surprising. Unless it's like one of those like truck stop gas stations, then those truck stop gas stations seem like they have pretty much damn near everything. But beyond that, yeah, that is actually kind of surprising. That's my thoughts exactly. That was a Shell station. A Shell station. You know what's funny is that there used to be like a little... It was kind of like a mom and pop owned type of gas station, but it eventually became a Shell now. I mean, the people that owned it still operate it. Like, it's the same people, but they just, like, sold the name and basically just let Shell own it now. It's just like, damn. It has such a nice little aesthetic there, you know, on that little corner. And now it's just Shell, and it's like, ew. That's kind of lame. At least the same people over there working still. Do you remember there being BP stations around here? We used to have them, but I don't see them any longer. You know, I think, but more so like outside of town, like off the side of the freeways and highways and stuff. I don't really think I ever seen them in town before. Though I guess, you know, a part of that is probably because, you know, I was seeing them as they were being phased out, I guess, probably. If I had to take a guess. But I kind of do, but not a lot. What the hell is that? It's Pickle. Bosch pamphlets. Yeah, that's, I'm probably gonna engorge myself like a primal ape into some Doritos. That's Red Baron pizzas, because I got some of those I want to whip up to and engorge myself in, because sounds pretty awesome. Sounds pretty amazing right about now. Make it so. Make it so, number one. BB stations, South Carolina. Yeah, maybe like BP kind of downgraded into more a regional thing. I know there is like a lot of like gas stations and shit like that that are, you know, more regional based and stuff. Like Quick Fix, you know, and stuff like that. Publicans love you in the Budla. Well, I guess in a way, two peas in a pod. Well, if they love him so much, why don't they marry? Oh, wait. They would, but that would kind of go against some of their ideas. I don't know. Too bad, so sad. No wonder they have such a conflict of, you know, how they, you know, feel about life. It's like, yes, we love and respect the strong men. I have such strong feelings about these people. But no. It's like, carry off. Anyway. Get this last little bowl smoked up, yeah? Then, put myself in a food coma. Get out of here. Hit the bricks, spout and beat it. Get on and get. But, yes, I shall get on and get myself on out of here now. Get on, scrams. Yeah. Peace out, and I will be around for that next one, potentially. Because you can't stay here. But you don't have to go home. You just